Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right, that is JD. JD, how you guys doing this morning?
All right. Happy Monday. Lots changed over the weekend. Markets have changed. Everything is a little bit different. As always, remember, pray for peace, everyone. It's great to see you, JD. It's great to see you, Jay. JD, how you feeling this morning?
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hogue. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Monday. It's a new week, new month of trading. It's Pulaski Day, an international holiday here in the great state of Chicago. I know I said the great state of Chicago. I did that on purpose. It's a holiday here, though. We're moving. Gold is open for business, guys.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We're going to take a look at that gold opening range trade. Gold opens up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. Looking at a 1 minute opening range trade here. Pretty wide opening range so far. 54.1130 last trade here in gold. At about an 8.5 point opening range right now. What are we thinking here? Hogue, you like what you're seeing for an opening range trade?
No.
Short answer.
Thought about it.
As thin as it is, as illiquid as it is, with the size of that opening range, for one micro, we're risking $100. And I think it's a very, very low probability that it is going to remain either the high or the low of the session today. There's a lot of volatility. There's a lot of uncertainties in these markets. And I think those uncertainties are going to keep us on the illiquid side and the whippy side for a while. So if it were me, I wouldn't be thinking about the opening range trade today in gold or crude oil.
Yep. And that's a great point too, Hogue.
That's
if you're not going to do it, if you wouldn't do it, and you mentioned this a couple times before in the past, if you wouldn't do it with your own personal trading account, there's no sense in doing it here either. And I see what you're looking at. Also, we've got overnight inventory. We had a nice gap open on gold. Overnight inventory to the long side, still building to the long side. But the last couple hours, we've been really trading both sides of the market. The dome is real thin. It's very whippy. It's spread out too. There's about, I don't know, $0.50 wide on the dome between the bid and the ask. Closest bid to closest offer. So pretty sketchy right now. I'm okay holding off on this trade also until things settle down a little bit. Last month we did nearly 2 weeks without taking this opening range breakout trade in gold, and it saved us quite a bit of money.
Oh yeah,
we thought things had settled down a little bit, so we started taking the trade again, and we only had
things did not settle down.
We only had 2 winners out of maybe 12, so lost just a little bit of money, closer to a scratch, because we don't risk a lot on these trades, and we're looking for home runs. That's the purpose of these trades. We're looking for home runs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we want low risk, big rewards.
Exactly.
So no trade. We did just trade above the high of the opening range, but I agree with you guys. I'm seeing it anywhere from a 5 to 9 tick spread in the big contract. So I think it's a good no trade. Even if it does, end up working out, you got to assess the risk before you get into a trade. Speaking of assessing the risk, JD, we know we had some headlines over the weekend, but is there anything on the economic calendar that we need to look out for?
Sure, quite a bit happening this week on the eco calendar. Let's do a high level overview of what to expect this week. Headline risk is on. If you were awake over the weekend, you probably saw some headlines coming out of the Middle East. Headline risk is on. It's going to create volatility. You saw how these markets opened yesterday. Everything opened with a gap. Equities, metals, energies, and the volatility should continue throughout the week as these headlines come out. So stay on your toes. We will always keep one eye on the ditch for you as usual, and keep you apprised of any new news coming out. Talking Feds, we've got quite a few peppered in throughout the week. Nothing today on the docket, but tomorrow we've got John Williams, Jeffrey Schmidt, and Neil Kashkari speaking. Wednesday just went blank on me. Thursday, we've got Michelle Bowman, and Friday, we've got Beth Hammock, and there'll be a few more peppered in throughout the week also. Plenty of jobs data coming out this week. That is starting on Wednesday with Where did it just go? The ADP employment report. We might get jolts tomorrow. Oh no, jolts will be on never mind, I just lost my train of thought. Let's go back to ADP employment report on Wednesday, jobless claims on Thursday, and the February jobs report on Friday. Other than that, other inflation reports coming out this week. We've got productivity and costs coming out on Thursday, import-export prices, retail sales, business inventories, a whole lot of other economic reports sprinkled in throughout the week, too. So it's going to be a busy week of economic events. As always, like I said, we'll be watching the news for you and piping in as much information as we possibly can to keep you well informed as you're trading through these markets. Non-Farm Friday is back to Friday. Yes, Hoop. It's not non-farm Friday Wednesday this month. We are back to Friday.
If we waited for a 1 minute candle close in that gold trade, we'd be long somewhere near 54.22, about 8 ticks above the high of the opening range. It's a decent amount of risk there. Decent amount of risk. I think good no trade. Hogue, let's make sure we go through that checklist and make sure we are prepared for the trading day. It is going to be a wild one, I think.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be challenging, lots of opportunities, but along with those opportunities comes lots of risk. So make sure you do your pre-market research. Everything has changed, folks. Everything has changed. That's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Your morning checklist. You got your coffee, you got your meditation, you got your dog walked. You're ready for the trading day. So check your mindset. Always check your mindset. If you are in the wrong mindset to trade, it will affect your decision-making process. It's your trade entry checklist here in front of you. I've got my pen, got my paper. I understand what it's going to take to get me into trades. I'm going to write down those trades, do my journaling through the day. And at the end of the day, of course, do the post-market checklist, which should include completing your journal, reviewing your trades, reviewing your journal, and always watch at the buzzer, the end of the day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul to be prepared for the next trading day. It's going to be a challenging week, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you are prepared for it. Make sure you are ready. Again, mindset is everything. There is your morning checklist. And if you don't do your homework, you don't get to play at recess. Make sure you get your homework done.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that. Hogue, seeing a little bit of a pullback in gold here, 54.20, 54.18 now. This is an extremely thin market. Good no trade. This is just pretty insane. Moving. Again, it's probably going to be like that all day. Again, we would have been long somewhere around 54.22s, down about 7 points right now. So again, good no trade. JD, before we get into the gold charts, I know we got some news that we want to get to, some AI news. AI has been in the headlines. What do we got now, JD?
Yes, the order from the U.S. government to drop Anthropic AI technology. President Trump is ordering every federal agency to stop using technology from American AI company Anthropic. Let's roll it. Trump made the announcement late last week and said agencies had 6 months to phase out the company's products. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth later announced on social media that he is directing the department to designate Anthropic a supply chain risk to national security. This comes after Anthropic refused to give in to an ultimatum from the Pentagon to drop its AI safeguards. The company refused to allow the technology to be used in autonomous weapons or mass surveillance of Americans. The Pentagon said it had no intentions of using the software for those purposes, but insisted it needed the ability to fully use the technology it licensed for, quote, all lawful purposes. The impasse means the company risks losing its $200 million government contract. Saying no to the man after he pays you, right? Bad news.
Yeah, right.
Nice dip and rip happening in gold right here. I think you're right. We would have been long and wrong on this one.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Yep.
Good no trade.
If we took it on just the break, would have been a nice trade, right? 8 points in the profit, but we added that candle confirmation, and it wouldn't be looking too great right now. But let's get into these charts. Hogue, what are we seeing in gold? Where might we have the potential to go? Are we going to make all-time highs this week? What are you seeing, Hogue?
Well, it's certainly kind of looking that way. I mean, I always like to start on Mondays and Fridays with the monthly chart here, and this is the monthly in gold. We had the breakdown a couple of months ago. We're still inside of that monthly bar. And the market is continuing to try and push higher. This excess high, we just keep coming out and pushing through it. Now we've got some new information in the market. It's a brand new month. This is breaking out above the weekly kickoff high, which has remained for the last 2 weeks. Here's the weekly chart. So we had our big breakdown, and since then we've largely been one time framing higher on the weekly chart here. So the market is recovering. We are back into by the dip zone here. I mean, we've been, pulling back. We've seen lots of volatility, some really big ranges, and some very illiquid markets. And those markets are illiquid again today, even more so. Let's take a look at the daily chart. There's our pullback. We lost 25% of our open interest on that. We've been slowly kind of building some of that open interest. The volume has been very low ever since that breakdown. Of course, that makes sense. A lot of folks have just kind of stepped aside, and we are attracting a lot of them back into the markets because, well, we've already got 117,000 contracts traded in the April contract. What was the April contract all day on Friday was 148,000. So we are going to be bringing a lot of the volume back into this market, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be more liquid. It is going to be movement that is going to create the volume, not liquidity. So remember that is something you want to keep a track of, because part of the reason why we didn't take the opening range trade is because of how whippy this market is. Here it is. It's back at the highs. So, on the daily chart, I mean, everything has changed. Geopolitical situations changed over the weekend, so the markets are, of course, going to change. We added 9,200 in open interest on Friday on some pretty decent volume. It's almost like there was some expectation for things to change this weekend, and they certainly have. Jay, is there anything on the daily chart that you want to point out here?
We are almost completely, we're at what 80% of that sell-off here, Hogue. On that
Yes.
daily, we are, I'm looking at the January 30th high, which I have at 54. What is that high? 54.80, 54.80.20. I think that's in range for today. We talked about it last week. The sell-off that we had did not break the structure of this market. I think fundamentally there's still all of the same causes that were leading to this rally are still present. And we're seeing that now. Again, I have a measurement. We are less than 5% off the all-time high, less than 4% off the all-time high in gold here. This looks extremely bullish to me, Hogue. As long as we continue to attract volume up here, that's the biggest thing, right? We'll see it on the 30-minute as well. We're coming into levels where we saw aggressive selling on the way down. As long as we continue to attract new buyers up here, I'm extremely bullish this market. Am I going to trade it with this thin liquidity on the books? I think it makes sense to trade the micros if you're going to trade it at all. But pretty bullish structure here, Hope.
Yeah, you trade small because you're gonna need bigger stops. Let's take a look at the 30-minute. We were looking at that opening range trade, and had we taken it, we would have had at least 100 ticks of risk on that trade. So trade small if you're going to trade it at all. Here's the 30-minute chart. So overnight inventory, yeah, we're looking a little bit long here. The market opened right there last night, 5 p.m. It's trading a little bit higher. So yes, we do have open interest to the long side. We've got our overnight high here that occurred right before the London session. A lot of focus will probably be on that today to see if we continue to see buyers. What we're monitoring for really is we're monitoring for continuation. We had a weekend gap, where weekend gap was last week's high to right about there 30 53 15 52.99 last week's high. There's your weekend gap, session gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, of course, knowing that we had overnight inventory to the long side. Watch the overnight high. That could be an interesting opportunity at the very least to be able to limit your risk. We're seeing some pretty whippy moves here. Don't let the smallness of these bars on this chart um, deceive you, because we are seeing some pretty big ranges and some pretty big whips here. Look at all the wicks that we've been seeing since really after the London Open. It's really kind of become a little indecisive, very whippy, and very thin. Looks like we're about to take out the low of the opening range. We're getting pretty close, so we'll see if that plays out. But Jay, what do you see on the 30-minute chart here?
On the 30 Hogue, January 29th, we talked about a 30-minute candle, which was potentially one of the highest volume 30-minute candles ever in gold. The range I have there is 51.25 up to 55.26. That kind of really led the sell-off. And in the overnight session, we tested 50% of that. We gapped open, tested 50% of that, which I have at 53.27, and we're holding ever since. What I am seeing on the 30 is price-wise, overnight inventory is long, but VWAP hasn't left that first 30-minute candle to the upside. I have a VWAP at 53.86. So while I was saying I would like to be long gold, I don't want to be the buyer at the highs because we see how whippy this market can be. Personally, I would like to buy somewhere below VWAP. Right? If we get a pullback to maybe 53.60s, I would look for opportunities to long there. If it does hold up, right, we would obviously, it would be about a $70 sell off to the 53.60 area. So looking for a reversal pattern somewhere there. This is not a market where I would want to be buying the highs. It's a little too thin to do that. We would see I would imagine we'd see a ton of stop runs on the way up. So buying somewhere near or under VWAP feels like a better risk reward trade for me here.
Yeah, I don't want to buy the highs here either, for sure.
No.
And with the overnight inventory and with the gaps that were left below, I think that there's enough visuals down there to attract price to a better trade location. If you are looking for longs, Jay, you mentioned 53.60. That's 53.54 is weekly kickoff high. It still remains from last week as the weekly kickoff high, I believe. Let me make sure of that. 53.54. No, actually, it is a new one, but the market opened above it, looked below it, rejected, looked below it again, rejected, found support there. Just before midnight. And if we do get the chance to get down to that area to look for an opportunity to limit risk, I really like that idea. We're still holding the opening range as the low of the session. Seems to be struggling up here a little bit. So again, watch that overnight high, 54.34.10. What's our high here? 54.32, 32.20, 410, 220. Very interesting level to be able to limit risk up there. And again, it's in an uptrend. If you are short this and you get money in it, see money, take money, and look for better trade locations if we do get somewhat of a pullback off these highs here. Thank you very much, Jay. Let's
Thank
take a
you,
quick
Hogue.
look at silver now. Silver. All right. So monthly, much more centrally located inside the 50% pullback. We pulled off the highs here. It wasn't quite 50%, like 47%. And we're still really centrally located in the middle of that route to the downside. So silver to me isn't presenting as strong as gold at this time. Let's take a look at the weekly. So there's our pullback, 57.5%. Again, relatively centrally located as far as price is concerned. Now, Jay, I want to put your box on here and just take a look and see where that halfway mark is from the high to the low. Right on it.
Right here.
We're right on it. So
Yep.
we're going to need to see some volume come in to see any continuation to the upside. Jay, what are you seeing here on the anything other than the fact that we're right at that halfway mark from the pullback? Is there anything else you want to mention on the weekly?
Not so much on the weekly, Hogue, but on the daily, exactly that, right? Friday, we closed above that 50% mark. Today we used it as a potential support, right? We look below it. Market's trading above it right now. The 20 moving average on the daily is above the 50. This looks like a bullish market for now. Of course, big fat round number level, $100 right above where we are right now is going to be potential level of contention, but silver and gold look bullish right now, and I think with what's going on geopolitically, it makes a ton of sense.
All right, let's take a look here. Okay, 30-minute chart. Lots of weaknesses in structure below price here. Weaknesses in structure above price. There's all kinds of things going on in this market. So if we're going to really just be kind of focusing on the context in the shorter time frame, we closed the weekend gap. We've closed the session gap. All right. So did we even open with a session gap? Doesn't look like it. So now the question for me is do we reaccept value from Friday? Value high on this platform coming in at 94.51. Value low could bring price down to 92.63. So it's all, do we reaccept value from Friday, or do we reject value and continue this push to the upside? It is kind of presenting a little bit of a different story than gold right now. You know, maybe some decent opportunities with acceptance of value back to the downside here, but again, anything to the short side, I think you see money, you take money, you look for better trade locations. So for potential longs, again, anything can happen. New situations in all of these markets. Jay, what do you think on the 30-minute?
Hogue, do you have a volume point of control right at 94.25 in silver
94.
from Friday?
I can tell you
Somewhere
precisely.
around there.
94. So the volume point of control from Friday was $93.
$93. Got you. Gotcha. Yeah, but
The point,
I
the
see
TPO point of control, 93.90.
93.90. Got you. Um, Gold and silver, and we've been saying this, right? They're a little different, right? If you're trading the correlation trade between gold and silver, I think even now we're not seeing it. In silver, we are trading still inside that first 30-minute candle from the opening last night, and it looks a little heavier, right? There, that candle set the high for the session so far, 97.30, and we're trading at the lower extreme of it. If there was a metal that I was going to short, silver looks like the better one for now, like you said, with that value acceptance from Friday's range. I'd be watching settlement price $93.29, and then the pretty much the low of the session. This is still a bullish market. I'm remembering the entire rally that we had, the 2.5 month rally that we had in silver. It didn't usually pay to short this until it was that 3 day sell off. So, like you said, Hogue, see money, take money. I would be very cautious selling silver, but it does look like there's potentially more opportunity for a two-sided trade here than in gold.
Yeah, it's coming off here already. Silver, what are we doing in gold? Still holding the opening range as the low of the session, but spending a lot of time inside that first 1 minute bar there. It looks like we're going to take out that low very shortly. All right. The profile on Friday was a bit of a double distribution as far as volume is concerned. We do talk about this. The market opened in or above the upper area of balance or volume, and then some low volume, and then bigger volume down below that. So the market is really starting to look more and more like it's going to fall into repair. It was a neutral trading day, which means the market, is probably going to be looking for new areas to facilitate trade, but may need to repair some of the profile from Friday before looking for that. So again, we could see, the market come back all the way down to value low or even prices lower to start looking for some basing for possible longs. Anyway, that's what we've got as far as silver is concerned here. JD, back to you, my friend.
Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed mostly lower. The Hang Seng Index closed down 2.14%. The Nikkei closed down 1.35%, and the Shanghai Composite barely held above water, up 0.47%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. The DAX is down 2.49%. FTSE down 1.38%, and the Stock 600 down 1.78%. The US dollar index up about 1 percentage point this morning, 98.512 last print on the dollar. The VIX is up over 17% this morning, 23.31 last on the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note up about 0.05, 4.017% is the yield on the 10-year going into the equity open. Looks like gold is about to take out the low of that opening range right
Yep.
now. Stellar's still stepping in. Very thin market over there. All right,
Good no
guys,
trade.
let's talk S&P. Let's dive into it.
All right. So it's a brand new month. The monthly ATR says 325 points. We're at 106 right now. So 1/3 of the monthly bar has already been expended here so far right now. So one of the things we were kind of looking at is the weekly kickoff low here, which does remain from last week. We looked at it, in the overnight last night. But overall, when you look at this, the market is still, by and large, in a larger range. We see a lot of people talking in the news and talking heads around the world, talking about $68 in the S&Ps, the ES being a very important level. And certainly it looks that way to me because that's that weekly kickoff level, 67.96 that we checked into last night, but so far are seeing nothing but rejection. The weekly chart still says that this market is in range and in balance for the last 3 months, since basically November to December area here. We're still in the middle of that on the daily chart. Here we go. So we've got the $68. A lot of folks kind of focusing on that, and it's kind of obvious to see why. We saw a rejection of that level before here back in December. We saw rejection in February. Here we are, the beginning of March, and we're already showing signs of rejection or excess below that $68 or 67.96 weekly kickoff low. Volume has been kind of coming back into the market. We do see some open interest coming back in, except for Friday. We lost 27,000 contracts in open interest. A lot of folks liquidating positions for the weekend, maybe in anticipation of what actually happened. So while we have been increasing open interest, we lost a bunch of it on Friday. Volume was good. I'm expecting volumes to be pretty good, the first part of this week, as we do have geopolitical situations changing the face of these markets. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
On the daily, Hogue, the upper extreme of the daily candle is somewhere up near the high of that October 10th candle that we've been talking about since October 10th.
Yeah.
60, what is that price? 68.63? Yeah, 68.63. We're right in the middle of it right now.
Yep.
Daily ATR is starting to increase in the S&P. It's at 90 points right now. So far, high to low range, we have an 87-point range with that gap down. So I'm wondering, without more headlines coming out, I'm wondering how much of a directional move we get today. I wouldn't be surprised to see this be the range for the entire day, which is a big enough range to trade. Right now, we're kind of in the middle of it. You can see with that daily doji candle right now. But again, without headlines, I'm not sure how much I expect to see the market extend outside of this range. If we do to the downside, I'm looking at 67.30s. And to the upside, I think we have to look at that 68, 63 price, just because it's been such a level of contention on either side, right? For when we're above it, it's been a support. When we're below it, it's been a resistance. So I'm looking at potential inside this range that we're seeing right now, Hogue. There's been a ton of size on the S&P book as well. Right now, we got a 525 lot on the offer at 68.21 right now. So I'm curious to see how size trades out today in the S&P.
Yeah, we we had 422,000 contracts traded front month so far this morning. Friday's volume, which was actually an increase in volume in the front month, was 1,629,000. We are well on our way to having much more volume, and a lot of that is price action and not so much liquidity. Where I mean, we're seeing within the first 10 prices in the S&Ps, single to double digits. Most of the double digits have a one in front of them. You see a little bit of size on the offer up here that just kind of got taken out. So the markets are thin. Just looking at the domes. Nasdaq, there's space between the best bid, and the best offer, about 5 points. Crude oil, the dome is thin. These markets are going to be pretty thin. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart in the S&Ps now, because we do have a weekend gap. Some would say we closed the session gap right in the overnight, but we haven't closed the session gap session to session. So we are looking at a market that is likely going to be opening with a gap. And if we can't close that gap relatively early, what are we looking for? We're looking for continuation in the direction of the gap. For us to find meaningful selling, like multiple time frames selling, I think we're really going to have to show some acceptance below this weekly kickoff low, 67.96, $6,800 or 6,800 is the level that I've seen a lot of people talking about as somewhat pivotal. If we start to show acceptance, we may see longer time frames adjust that inventory to get out of longs or to get into shorts. If they're not hedged right, this is the area that might force them to do so. We did take a look below those levels in the overnight, and so far we've been rejected. Do we have any overnight inventory? Not necessarily. I mean, the market opened it right there, and we're trading basically right there. So it's if we can't close the gap relatively early, which would be to the initial balance low from Friday, 68.41.5, then we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. But again, we need new selling. We need meaningful selling to continue to push this market lower. What do equities markets hate? They hate uncertainty. Is there greater uncertainty in these markets? Yes, there is. We know that traders have very short memories. Anything can happen, ACH, and one of the last things that's always in the back of my mind when it comes to talking about equities is resilience. Jay, what are you looking at here on the 30-minute chart?
On the 30 Hogue, we're below the 200 moving average. Volume's below it as well, but we are seeing a pretty flat VWAP right now. If you look at the first 30 minutes range, we traded above it, we traded below it. VWAP is still flat. So this is telling me to be patient. There's going to be opportunity. I saw Mohammed in the chat saying this is a headline-driven day. There's probably going to be headlines flying around. I agree. But with that being said, I think, that tells me to be even more patient. Once the headlines come out, we are likely to see the markets move around. And I think as a momentum trader, I see opportunity in that. Sitting at the middle of the range right now, if this was not a headline day, I think we'd be saying be patient, right? Because we're sitting right at the middle of the range. 68.03 is the second level of support. If you're talking about pivots, right above that 6,800 that you were talking about there, Hogue. Yeah, I see patience here. We have a prior day low, 68.41.5. We have volume trading below that, which is telling us that on a higher time frame, we are trying to trade lower. We'll see what happens when the volume comes in for the New York session. Right now, again, we've already spent the entire daily ATR range in the overnight session. We have a flat VWAP. How much room is there left for a clear trade in the S&P right now? It's telling me to be patient and wait for that.
Patience. Yeah, I agree with you, Jay. With the fact that we've already reached our daily ATR, the fact that we're up against an extreme for the longer time frame area of balance to breakout rules apply. If this breakout below that level fails, then we're likely to rotate back up near these highs at some point during this week. But with the uncertainty out there, nobody knows what's going to happen. So if you're looking at balance to breakout rules, if we do see meaningful selling below $68 or 67.96, which is the weekly kickoff low, then we could see the continuation move. But a failure below that, a, a push down below that, and buyers coming in and rejecting below that level, then I think that the market could continue to rotate higher. It's very indecisive right now. It's right in the middle of the overnight session range. Stay patient, folks. Profile
Hogue,
Friday was a normal variation, value moving lower. Balance the breakout rules today, folks. I mean, I prefer to call them guidelines, but this is the lower extreme of the area of balance we've been in for 3 months. If we get a breakout, don't fight it. If we fail it and we come back into range, look for a move in the opposite direction. And like we said at ACH, it's going to be a very headline driven day. Jay, what do you
it
mean?
is.
Got to keep your eyes peeled here today.
Yes, we do. Keep one eye on the ditch, like JD says. Keep your ears tuned to Topstep TV. We will bring you any market moving news and how it affects the markets. Right now, it's 68.13 last trade here in the S&P. We're going to take a look at crude oil and that crude oil opening range. What are you guys thinking with that one? Are we taking it? Too volatile? What are we thinking here?
It's
We got some
it's
time
more
to think
liquid
about it.
than gold. That's
Yeah,
all. That's all I'm
absolutely.
say right now. Yeah, we can take a look
Absolutely.
at it.
$72.17. Before we look at that, crude oil opens up in about 4 minutes here. JD, we got some more news.
We sure do. Speaking of crude oil prices surged overnight as conflict heats up in Iran. Let's run that clip. Future surged in the first trades since the attacks began over the weekend. Crude oil surged as high as $75.33 in the April futures contract. U.S. crude rose about $8 a barrel, or 12%, to around 75.33 cents a barrel. Brent crude, the international benchmark, jumped more than 12% to about $82 a barrel, and stock futures fell sharply, with the Dow and S&P 500 and the Nasdaq down about 1%. Analysts say gas prices could rise more than 25 cents a gallon because of the Mideast conflict happening right now. Again, we will keep you apprised of any news that comes out, but we're seeing crude prices surging. They've settled down quite a bit. Things have settled down after that huge gap open last night.
Yeah.
And we've sort of settled into a range since then. So I don't mind taking a look to see how wide this opening range is, this 1 minute opening range candle is in crude oil. Maybe if it's a low risk setup, it could be a see money, take money type of opportunity. We put a couple on and peel one off and let it run a ride. We get a few ticks in it. But I'm open to taking this trade just because I see liquidity on the dome. And prices have volatility has definitely settled down a bit going into the open this morning.
Yeah, I like that idea, JD. If the risk is manageable, we size to the risk, and we take this one. I mean, it's right in the middle of the range from the overnight. Still a lot of questions out there as to what's going to be going on. We can expect any kind of headline at any moment, but as long as we are protected, I don't see any reason, especially if the risk is manageable, to take the trade.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
About
crude oil, 2 minutes.
90 seconds.
2-minute warning. Crude is up 7.8% on the day so far with that huge gap up. Trading above $72 for the first time in a long time. Hogue, you want to get into the charts and then we'll take a look at that 1 minute opening range trade when it shows up?
Yes. So on the monthly chart, yeah, it's a brand new month. Big range already for this month on the first day already. But what we're looking at here is, I mean, we're up against yearly highs. Okay, this is back April of last year. We've seen the market a couple of times come up into this area and show signs of rejection. So again, we're in an area of potential breakout or failure of prices at these levels. On the monthly chart, on the weekly chart, you see kind of the same picture. you see potential for market state change in the longer time frame. And this, this news and this, current situation could be what it's going to take to break us out of a range that we've been in essence for 2-3 years. I mean, the highs, the lows, the highs, the lows. This back here goes all the way back to the December of 22, and we're finally kind of getting a breakout of that area. So all of these highs are going to be very important on the weekly chart. Daily. All right, well, here we go. So we get the breakout of that range. We get the breakout of that range. We range. And we see new highs at the end of the week last week, adding 12,000 contracts in open interest on Friday alone. And we added, 5 straight days. We added, let me see, 12, about 60,000 in open interest last week. Were they all directional? No, but that's the energy that we were looking for the market to move out of this out of the current area of balance with the news that did come in, obviously knee-jerked us higher. Are we going to hold $70 this weekly kickoff high? We did take a look down below it and rejected, at least for now, at that level. When we're looking at volume, I'm looking at the April volume from today. 478,000 contracts have traded. On Friday, the entire session, the April contract generated 427,700 contracts in volume. We're not even open yet. This is going to be a huge day as far as volume is concerned and as far as opportunity is concerned, as well as risk. You cannot say the word opportunity without adding the word risk in anything that you are doing. That's your job today, is to manage risk. If you can manage risk, you're going to get through this day no matter what happens. You got to manage risk first. Jay, what do you see on the daily?
On the daily, Hogue, we've been talking about this candle from June 23rd of 2025. That was that aggressive sell-off candle, sold off from $75. It was, 15% down day in crude oil, and we haven't traded the upper extreme of that candle, the upper 50%, until today. And if you look at the range today, it's, to the tick on both sides, the entire range. Pretty crazy to look at. Daily ATR in crude oil, $2.51 so far, high to low range. We have a $6.13 range. Do I see us trading outside of this? I think anything is possible right now with the headlines that are flying around. We talked on Friday, we talked all last week that there was potential for headlines that either have crude trading above $70 or below $60. And we got the headlines that have us trading above $70 right now. So, bullish market, I think with the volatility that we're seeing, there could be opportunity on both sides, right? I don't think it's just a blind buy market because, with this volatility, we can still see a market that gets a little too extended to the upside for one day. And again, we're at almost 2.5 times the daily ATR right now. I think with this opening range trade, which we are open, and it looks like we triggered a short.
We certainly did. We are in the market here. I did get in on a little bit of a pop. House kind of short a pair of micro crude oil from 72.15. 72.15 short 2 micro crude.
Nice.
As I was saying, there's opportunity on both sides here.
Yep.
I think I'll work to cover one. Like I said, we're saying, strength seems to be on the long side. So we're taking about $75 or $70 worth of risk on this trade, 35 ticks total. I'll peel one off at 1R and possibly ride a runner. But I'm thinking see money, take money on the short side, unless we make a move to fill this downside gap overnight. But how do you guys feel about that? Tell us more about the charts.
What are you seeing on the 30?
30? Do we have overnight inventory? I mean, the market opened way up there and it's been kind of coming off. So by looking at this slope, you would say that you would have overnight inventory to the short side, but I don't necessarily agree with that. Because why? Well, because we've really we put in the range overnight high and overnight low, and we've been kind of consolidating. And that consolidation does a lot to even out inventory. So inventory is not one of the reasons that I would be looking for any kind of trade today. VWAP is pretty much flat. We're sitting right on it. We give up VWAP, then we get a much better chance of coming down, maybe even getting a gap close. I mean, I'm not expecting that. I would be very surprised if that were to happen, but I wouldn't mind seeing an opportunity back down here at $70 to see if we can't find a place to limit our risk. We've got the 50 session simple moving average lining up very nicely with it right now. So I would like to see maybe a move down to that $70, maybe even a look at the overnight low and to find an opportunity to look for potential longs. Folks, ACH means anything can happen. And today is one of those days where uncertainties and likelihoods that might happen, may not, things that you wouldn't expect to happen might happen. Just manage the risk. We're in this short. It's very manageable risk, very small risk. And if we do get that pushed down to $70, we're going to make some decent dough on this trade that we're only risking what, $60 on, something like that, $70 on. So, I'm good with this, and we can manage the risk. So let's party on. But man, be careful today. If something happens, something good happens. Imagine that something good could happen. That's also going to change the markets extremely quickly. So be careful. Jay, what are you thinking on the 30-minute chart here?
On the 30-minute Hogue, the 8 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Central time, 30-minute candle is what I'm looking at here. It was a $3 candle, $2.50 candle to the downside. Negative delta in that candle alone, Hogue, was negative 2,000 in that 30-minute candle. If we start, so could that be some trapped shorts in there potentially? Do they have to cover if we hold price above that? 71.83 is the high of that candle. That's kind of what I'm looking at here. I like the short that we're in, just because we were talking about, there's potential on both sides of this market. We've seen $73 reject a couple of times, but now I'm questioning whether or not the sellers that were aggressively in this candle last night, do they show up again, or do they have to cover if price holds above it, right? Like you said, VWAP is flat. There's opportunity on both sides. We can make a case for trading back up at $75. I think we could also make a case of trading down at $70, where that 50 moving average is on the 30. But the market's response to this 71.83 level is going to tell me a lot here. If you look at VWAP from the time that candle printed, we're sitting pretty much right at the high, right? So volume hasn't left this range to the upside. Price has. 71.75 to 71.85 area, I think, is very interesting right now in crude. If we see some aggressive selling, I think we could quickly get down to that $71 level. But watch what happens here.
That would be a really good first out.
Yeah. Yep. I agree.
Awesome. Profile Friday, normal variation, nothing special about it. Value did move a little bit higher. We did see a bunch of open interest come in. If you look at the volume on Friday, that open interest was to the short side. Scared a lot of shorts out of the market Sunday night, man. Scared a lot of shorts out of the market. We'll see how this plays. Thank you very much, Jay. Back to you, JD.
Thank you, guys. Not working on anything except for our CYA on this crude oil trade. Should we work to peel one off at 1R, take some risk off, or just let it ride?
Yeah, why not? Let's take one off at 1R, remove the risk, and see what happens.
Yep. All right. Working it. 1R is just above overnight VWAP to 71.78. Working a 79 bid to cover one. All right.
Okay.
Bid is in. All right. More AI news, folks. OpenAI has reached an agreement with the Defense Department. We got rid of one and we tagged another. Let's run it. OpenAI has come to terms on a deal with the Pentagon. The agreement calls for OpenAI to provide its intelligence technologies for the Defense Department's classified systems. Friday's announcement from the maker of ChatGPT came hours after President Donald Trump told federal agents to stop using AI capabilities from rival Anthropic. Officials with the San Francisco company say it has come up with a method that will make sure its technologies will not be applied for domestic surveillance in the U.S. Dropping one, picking up another.
Hmm.
Just got to rip there in Crude.
Yep.
We are
Yeah, we
back
did.
to our entry price. Back to our entry price.
Yeah,
I'll continue
you
to monitor
got to be
this
careful
trade.
putting in profit targets.
Yeah,
Then they
right.
know where you want to get out.
This
Let
is
'em
a
know.
live
Don't let 'em know.
account. We are real liquidity in this live market right now, folks.
Yes, we are.
All right, I'll continue to monitor this trade. Let's dive into those NASDAQ charts. Give the people what they want.
There's one specific person
Righty.
in the chat that I want to give a shout out that wants the Nasdaq Squiz Games, is all caps. What about NQ with 4 question marks at least 4 times today? Squiz Games. This is for you, Hogue.
There it
What do you
is.
got on the daily in the Nasdaq?
Squiz games, yeah. I believe he was answered 4 of those 4 times also. So we appreciate you paying attention, Squiz games. All right, let's do it.
Right. So this is the monthly, 475 points so far, first trading day of the month. Not seeing my ATR. What's the ATR on the monthly, Jay?
ATR on the monthly 1621.
So okay, yeah, just under 30% on this first daily bar here. Weekly, we're seeing 852 on the ATR. We're halfway to the weekly bar here, 475 points. We're still in balance. We're still in range. That is at risk now. Take a look at the daily. So here's our longer time frame area of balance. October 10th bar, still something that we're talking about almost on a daily basis. We're inside of it. We're below the halfway mark. We are trading right at the 200 session simple moving average. We've looked below it. Every time we've looked below it to this point in the last 3 attempts, we've rejected price below that. Does that continue to happen today? Is there macro news? Does something else happen? We don't know. So weekly kickoff levels remain the same. We looked below it in the S&P as we did not reach it. In the Nasdaq, as a matter of fact, we tested weekly kickoff high last week. Now we're rotating to weekly kickoff low. So the market is still, by and large, in balance, and balance to breakout guidelines might be something that could guide us on the daily chart. Do we see any confluence near these lows? Well, we kind of do. We've got October 10th low. We've got weekly kickoff low. That is also a naked point of control. And we've got a loose trend line here with 1-2 points of contact. Maybe not that great, but it is kind of in confluence with those other 3 levels. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily, my good friend?
We are sitting right at the 200-day moving average. We're 7 points above it right now, Hogue. How many times does someone have to knock before you open the door? And this is the 3rd time at that 200 moving average, which is starting to flatten out a little bit. And we're hanging around at these prices. On a higher time frame, nothing has really changed. It does still remind me of early 2025, the first couple of months. And we remember what happened in March of 2025. We had an aggressive sell-off when some bad news came out. Not saying that this is going to happen the same way. Is it a pattern, or is it just a little bit of a coincidence that it feels the same? But the Nasdaq, more than all of the other equity markets, feels pretty heavy here. On the daily ATR, 460 points. So far, we have a 427 point range. We're right in the middle of it. How much extension are we going to get? I think that is kind of, it depends. Could we see an outlier day today? Absolutely. The Nasdaq right now down 1.5%. We've seen bigger percentage moves, but I would be looking at when we open up for the New York session, how volume responds to this 24,625, 200 moving average on the daily.
Agreed. I mean, we're just hanging right around it, like a bunch of thugs hanging around that. All right. 30-minute overnight inventory. Negligible. Nothing I would use. Gaps. Yes. We do have gap rules. We're going to open with below Friday's range low. Do we have a weekend gap? Well, yes, we do. Now, depending on how you gauge your gaps, do you close the gap all the way back up here at where we finished the extended trading hour session on Friday? Do you close that gap at settlement, which is way up here, or do you just close that gap on the low from the range from yesterday? The consistency is key in that. I would be looking at the market opening a regular trading hour session with a gap below the previous trading hour session. That to me is our gap. So if we can't close that gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. And we certainly do see that we could see some downside pressure continue before really falling into an area just like the S&P is, where we would be looking at meaningful selling coming in below a specific level. Where does price have to go to move the longer time frame institutions and larger time frame, long time frame investors to adjust inventory? We're not there yet. Not there yet. We got weekly kickoff low. There's that trend line. There's October to October 10th low and the naked point of control down in that area. So I'm looking to see if we do find it meaningful selling below those levels for continuation. A failure to show acceptance, bring volume and participation below those levels, this market could just kind of recover and go back into the longer time frame rotational balance that it's in. Jay, what do you think?
I don't disagree with that, Hogue. We've been, looking for a catalyst to get us out of this range, and nothing has done it so far. So I think you still, again, have to, kind of temper your expectations with aggressive moves to the downside. We've been in this range for going on 6 months, I believe it is. If we start to see some sell pressure below that 200 moving average on the daily 625s, which we're kind of hanging out at right now, there is potential room to the downside. But right now, volume is still trading in that first 30-minute range. VWAP is still in that first 30-minute range. Price is in it as well. Similar to the S&P, we've already spent the daily ATR range in the overnight session. I'm going to be patient, right? We're in the middle of the range here. There's going to be more than enough opportunity. We're seeing daily ATRs increase, which means that, when you get a move, you're going to get more for it, more likely than not. But right now, I think I have to wait for the market to decide what it's going to do here. It could do a bunch of things, right? We kind of halfway filled that gap, depending on how you measure it. We halfway filled the gap in the overnight session. Again, Nasdaq down 1.5%. Hogue, there was a question actually about gap fills. I want to ask you this. You say a lot that if we don't fill the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. There was a question in the chat. I don't recall who asked it, but they said, do you look at the opposite? If we fill the gap, then are you looking to trade away from it? Right. So we gap down. If we fill the gap, are you now looking for opportunities long?
It's of course contextual.
Right.
But if that's the case, we open with a gap and we close the gap and we start showing signs of reacceptance inside the previous day's range and particularly the previous day's area of value, then I look for the opposite. Then I would look for the opposite. But just a simple gap fill doesn't really change that until we start to see signs of reacceptance of range and of value from that previous day. It's a great question. And I wish, I know we all wish that we could come up with, absolutes and 100% in trading, and
Man,
it just doesn't
make
exist.
everything so much
It
easier.
just doesn't.
It would make everything so much easier,
Yeah.
Hogue.
Everything
I
easy.
knew it was going to happen.
Seeing some size here in the S&P dome. 791 on the offer at 68.16. 529 on the offer at 68.21. So maybe a little bit of liquidity above here. Nothing really that big below. So we'll see how this is going to play out. It's going to be always interesting trading days, always something to learn every day.
Absolutely. Speaking of interesting trading day, JD, who do we have trading with us on Topstep TV today?
It's going to be a good one, folks. Coming up next on Fast Markets, Andre, Jack, and Hogue will be running the show. A couple of rotating guests. We've got Deanna here from 8:30 to 9:30 Central Time, and then Dakota will be here from 9:30 to 11. Olga will be back for the morning highlights at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Go over the trades we took here during the opening call, any potential trades we take during fast markets. 11:15, Coach Jay will be back for Power Players. Jay's going to be here with Diamond Hands George and Dolby Time. Diamond Hands George quickly becoming a fan favorite around here. Group coaching today, Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. If you got a question for Gabe, Deanna, Anne-Marie, grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and they will answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock, trade with Topstep. Me, Jack, and Ted M will be here to trade it up going into Power Hour. Power Hour consists of Andre, Antonio R, and Dolby Time. Antonio mixing it up, coming in for Power Hour on this Monday. That'll be fun. That's what we've got coming your way. Full day of Tradertainment right here on Topstep TV. Bell to bell. Let's get it.
To bell. House count still short. Micro crude from 72.15s. Crude trading 72.20 right now. Gold got a little bit of a pullback there in gold. 53.78 half. Good no take on that opening range trade there in gold. You saw the potential for it to just kind of fall apart, which is what it's doing right now. I'm still keeping an eye on those 60s. 24.628 last trade in the Nasdaq and 68.05 last trade in the S&P. JD, we got one more piece of news if you want to get to that.
Yes, your public service announcement for the day. TS workers' paychecks have been hit by the government shutdown. Let's run it. The Transportation Security Administration workers will receive only a portion of their next paycheck. That's according to a union official representing TSA workers. The partial shutdown has lasted 2 weeks so far, and the union says many employees are already struggling financially. The smaller paychecks will be the last until Congress comes to an agreement to fund DHS for part or all of the fiscal year, which ends September 30th. Top congressional Democrats say they've received a counteroffer from the White House and are reviewing it. In total, about 61,000 TSA employees must remain on the job to keep more than 430 commercial airports running. Keep that in mind for your travel plans. You guys know what day it is today?
Tell me, JD, what day is it?
In Chicago, we do.
Well, in Chicago, it's an international holiday here in Chicago. Today just happens to be one of my childhood favorite holidays because we always got this day off of school. Welcome to Kazimierz Pulaski Day. Who might Kazimierz Pulaski be, you ask? Well, he was a Revolutionary War general. He was born in Warsaw, Poland. On the advice of Benjamin Franklin, he made his way to the United States, or to the Americas, I should say, and joined the Continental Army, where he helped build the modern U.S. cavalry. He is known as the grandfather of the American cavalry. He fought in many battles during the Revolutionary War. He was actually killed in action, leading a cavalry charge at the Siege of Savannah in Georgia in 1779. October 11, 1779, we lost Kazimierz Pulaski. But there's such a huge Polish population here in the city of Chicago that it became a holiday many years ago.
Thank you for answering that question, JD.
We were given a day off school. Yeah, you got it. I know that answer did not. The question did not come in the chat, but I answered it anyway.
It was in my head. It was in my head. Gold is getting sold off pretty hard right now. 53.62 last trade here in gold. We are seeing a ton of selling coming into this market. We were looking at those 53.60s. We just tagged them. This is going to be an interesting trading day for sure, everyone. Speaking of the metals, we got the Metals Market Pro, Coach D, coming in for fast markets. So I'm curious her opinion on the metals right now, but 53.66 last trade here in gold. There's an aggressive sell there. Looking at biggest percentage movers right now, we got silver down 2.42%, platinum down 2.7%, and the Nikkei down 2.77% to the upside. All the energies are Bob. Gasoline futures up 5.5%, crude oil up 7.82%, and heating oil up 14.5%. A huge move there in heating oil. To talk about our big four, we got crude up 7.82%, S&P down 1.25%, gold up 2.25%, and the Nasdaq down 1.5% on the day so far. Oh, you seeing all the size in the S&P here? Yeah.
The ladder was stacking up in the ES just a little while ago. Let me see if it's
Yes,
still
it
there.
is.
Yeah, we got some offers at 09 now. 09, 16, 21. They're stacking up.
Coming into rollover, this may have something to do with our spread bros as far as rollover is concerned. A couple of weeks, we'll be trading the June contract.
Weeks
Sure
here,
will be.
53.60 last trade here. Dolby reminding the chat that it's Monday. Monday, first trading day of March 2nd, 2026. Thank you all for joining us. We appreciate you all being here. We're getting ready to go into fast markets in just a minute here.
Gold.
Seeing it, yeah.
53,
I'm watching it,
54 weekly kickoff low. Or weekly kickoff high, I should say.
I understand why you did that, Hogue. We're so far above it
Yeah.
already. It feels like a weekly
I know,
kickoff
right?
low, right? But
Right.
53.62 last trade in gold
Coolest.
here, which is
Coolest in the chat. Did that offer at 08 in the ES, did that pull or trade? I wasn't paying attention.
pulled.
The offer at 16 definitely pulled. There's still an offer up at 21 though. I couldn't tell you. I turned my head for a minute. I don't know if those orders went to the market or not.
I think they pulled, JD.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see that trade out. Keep an eye on that size on the order books. We know has the potential to move the markets around or maybe even act like a magnet. They just pulled the 21s as well. Maybe they're watching Topstep TV right now. Like they're onto us. Now they're on the bid. Someone's on the bid now. In the SBC in this, JD? What is going on here?
Flashing in and out. I think that filled. Did that fill?
Yeah, it did.
Filled.
Gold is getting smoked right now. 53.40
over again.
Wow.
We just get a headline. What is going on? Gold is getting absolutely smashed right now. 53.42 last trade in gold. 53.40s. Good no take on that opening range trade. We would have been out by now, but what an aggressive sell-off we're seeing now in gold. 53.42, 53.30s.
Would have been a
volatility
tick loser.
Yeah, volatility here, Hogue. Potentially all week. Again, headline-driven markets right now. I am on headline watch. We're not seeing anything that came out just yet, but some aggressive selling there in gold, 53.33. Do we close that gap?
Wow. Well, we were hoping we'd see some better trade location for longs. It's giving it to us now. We'll see.
Yeah.
Almost to our
silver
getting
low. Sold here as well. Silver below that overnight low. Already closed the gap. $89.15 last trade there in silver. Remember that $89 level? We were talking about that all last week. Actually still have it marked out here.
Well, we got a lot to do today, guys. We got a lot to do today. Jay, I think it's time to do the thing. JD, always a pleasure. Jay, good to see you as always. It's Monday. It's a long week. First trading day of the year. Let's get this done, folks. As always, I'd like to call out the top of the chat. Anastasio's first. Man Caves, Tommy C, Shubham, Trader Hub, Big Country, Coog, Charles Henry, Yabberdude, Buddha Goalie, Gorillionaire, Dan Trader, Shubham. You were top of the list every day last week. I was very proud of you. You're definitely one of the early birds, but Anastasio beat you to it today. Folks, as always, and every day, please pray for peace. When it comes to trading, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Heading into fast markets now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to the market. Let's go.
Good Monday morning to everybody out there. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Andre, growing up, did you have Kazimir Pulaski Day off?
Oh, I had the whole week off because I'm Polish. Yes,
Yes, we had it off as well. D, I presume you did not, but let's take it away. Andre, what we got today?
We got Kazimir Pulaski Day. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. You heard Jack the Man in the middle. To the right, you got the star of the Euro trade on Topstep TV, D in the house. We have 60 seconds till the open. D, headline-driven markets right now. What's going on in the Middle East over the weekend? Thoughts coming into this trading week. Hello, D.
Hey, Dre, how you doing? Risk off week, probably. So caution, sizing down, waiting for good trade locations, not getting chopped up from lower time frames. Just patience, really. Let's see what they bring us.
Yeah, agree. What markets do you have your eye on coming into this New York session?
I might be trading crude oil.
Let's go. Wow, she's back.
Right.
Yeah,
into
I
the
don't know. I
den.
don't know. We'll see. Yeah, but it's trying to, suck me in. It's calling to me. The ranges have been bigger. The only thing is I need to wait for really good trade locations. So I am looking at a potential long, maybe around 70. If we lose 70, then I want to see the gap getting filled and maybe have a look at some very late longs around 67.50 all the way down to 67. If we run higher, maybe we have room to 75. If we lose 75, they're going to smash it all the way into the 80 level, which is crazy to say. But that's risk off for you. Yeah, we'll see.
All right, let's take a peek at crude. Last trade, called $72 even. House count is short, a pair from $72.15. And Q did take a peek to the downside. And Q trading 24,000. It's called 615 right now. ES taking a peek to the downside as well. Gold saw that major sell-off right before fast markets did begin. Saw about a $20 pop. Gold trading $53.50 last trade there. Jack, thoughts coming into this Monday, this trading week here in the E? How do we navigate?
Many thoughts. What D says being a risk-off week, at least a risk-off day. Maybe we'll find some trades, but we'll be patient. There's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of weird moves in some products. I'll get to that. But you can see that overnight after the gap down, we have respected in these really fast markets that are moving like, way higher, way lower. Those big round numbers in the SPX, those option levels come into play. You see last night we bounced initially at 6,800, tried to make it for the 50, came back, and we're hanging out right around this right now. So I'll wait a few minutes for things to populate, but smaller size for me for sure.
Wise, very wise. Now we're seeing equities NQ and ES popping higher here. There was 1,000 lot on the offer in the ES. I believe it was 68.21. 1,000 lot filled on the offer, trading higher. 68.25 now trades. 26s trade. And some buyers in the NQ. NQ with about a 100-point pop right now. Just made new session highs in the NQ. 24,756. Last trade there.
To finish my thought, I forgot to actually say the weird move product. Yields have been interesting after the news of the week, and I got the 10-year yield chart up here. You see how the yields came in, bonds were bought up right into the close, but this is not the reaction you usually see to geopolitical stuff in the 10-year bonds. This is bonds getting sold off, yields up, 8-9 bips. The reasoning for that probably has something to do with higher oil prices being inflationary pressure that will keep the Fed from cutting rates is the best I got for that.
I like that. Thank you.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yep. Look at crude. Crude selling off some more right now. $71.62. Does make sense. Thank you for that, Jack. More buying here in the NQ. NQ new session highs closing at 24,800 now. Looking at about 170-point pop in the first couple of minutes of this New York session. ES cooking higher as well, up about 23, 24 points. New session highs. ES, or at least about to. Seeing some selling in crude now, selling in gold. Markets are rocking right now. There's gaps all over the place from that reopen yesterday. You got your eye on those $70 even level in crude. We may very well get there. Got $1.50 to go. $1.50 to go to the downside to get there. More selling in gold now.
I'm watching copper as well because it's not nearly as crazy as some of the other products today. It didn't really have any notable gaps, tiny little gap. So the reaction in copper is quite a bit more muted. Maybe that's the product to pick. So I've got some hypotheses. I'm looking at 590 to the downside. I am looking at 6 evens, which has been like an orientation pivotal point for the last couple of weeks. But at the moment, we're sitting underneath the Asia low range, just the Asia range breakout effectively. That's kind of keeping me out of any longs at the moment. But I do think that we might have some opportunities there as well that may not require a million ticks for a stop loss. But we'll see. We'll see. It's an interesting situation.
Look at the NQ. NQ, this 5-minute candle up 250 points. New session highs.
Yeah.
NQ 24,000. Call it 850. New session highs in the ES. This 5-minute candle in the ES up about 35 points or so. 72% long tilt in the NQ.
Would be really something to close the gap today in these stocks. I totally could happen too. That would not surprise me in the least.
Look at those prices for the gap fill.
Yeah, I mean,
You have them handy.
depends on your level of gap truthing. Up around 68.75 in the futures would close to the ES closing futures price. We're getting close right now to prices that did trade on Friday, though. Overnight, we went to those as well. The high from overnight in the ES is around 68.56 or so.
Mhm.
Why is it going up? Because, it's the markets. More buyers than sellers.
No, I knew you were going to go there. Yep, new session.
Let's put it this way. There's not really reason yet for it to go down. And when there's not like super big reasons to go down, might as well go up.
And it continues
Because
to.
of the open.
Yep, it is.
Volatility.
That's true. First 6 minutes of New York session. Let this play out. Chat's not taking that answer, Jack. But that's the truth. That's the truth.
Well, let's put it
That's
this way. There's other.
boss.
I mean, volatility is dropping. We started on the open with like a 25 VIX. We're down to 22.15 right now. Less volatility. People are just pricing in less downside risk at the moment in the options.
Still 72% long on the tilt in the NQ. House account did cover one of those shorts. Micro crude. Price is $71.79. Still has one on. More buying in the ES. New session high, 68.46. Looking about a 40-point pop off since the bell did ring. NQ continuing to push higher. Dow as well. NQ looking at closing in on 24,900, about 15 points to go there. And there goes the Dow pushing higher. New session highs. Gold finding some buying as well. We're really going to take this thing. D. Back in crude. Have you taken a crude trade yet? Have you taken it? Just has your attention.
It just has my attention.
Fair enough. Love
So
it.
we'll see.
Love it. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure whether this is here to stay. But we had, about 10 days of the market actually having a range that's tradable. So we'll see. We'll see. If it continues, that'll be that somebody has remembered that crude oil used to be a pretty good speculative product. And for some reason, they had it on the back burner for a really long time.
It was.
Is it back? I don't know. We'll find out.
Oh, yeah, the volatility.
Get stuck in a 30-tick range, it's going to be the same old. So, yeah.
Yes, certainly very sensitive to the headlines from the Middle East.
Yeah.
What do we have?
And just when people, I have a good historical, like, I don't want to, there's no comparisons between any of the participants in this, but one of the most interesting financial things I've ever seen is that, Andre, did you know the German stock market continued to increase from the beginning of World War II until 1942. 3 years into the war, it was at new all-time highs, and they closed it down right then for like a couple of years before it crashed.
I mean, yeah.
Like
I mean, when there's war, countries that are to make money. So, makes sense, I suppose.
Yes, we're for certain sectors, certain companies, it can be good for business.
To say, just be very careful about biases, especially like negative ones for equities and something like this. The market will tend to surprise you.
It's good advice.
Yeah, I mean, all we would need is just some bit of positive news, and it's flippy flip time.
It's very thin on the ladders.
Yeah.
Yes, we're seeing there's about a 15-point pullback in the ES. And Q looking at about 80, 85 point pullback as well. Little reactive bounce in crude, now trading $71.53. Very, very thin on the ladders. NQ, ES, gold. They're saying be very, very careful and all about managing risk. In terms of the economic calendar for today, we have a number in about 5 minutes. U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI. We have another number at the top of the hour. President Trump will be at a medal ceremony in about an hour and a half. We will be bringing that to you as well. President Trump, 12:30 p.m. We'll keep you up to date in real time here on Topstep TV with those headlines that do break. You heard D and Jack talking about those levels. Well, let's get those levels. Of course, they're pinned to the top of the chat. Those are updated and refreshed before every New York Open. Let's get right to it. Click on that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels, and you have them right there on your charts. Again, update and refresh before every New York Open. Number in about 3.5 minutes or so.
All right.
50 on the tilt now. $500 on upside in the ES, 68.44, offered 500 times. And seeing some size on the offers. Also using that level 2 data on Topstep X. Let's us see that's the upside. I think on the NQ. No. So 1,000 not get filled. Markets are certainly very, very volatile. VIX is 23 or so, Jack? Took a peek at there.
Yeah, I'm showing like 22.4 right now. On the open, as I mentioned, it opened at 25, which is quite volatile. It's still not above that 30 level where things get real.
Yeah, 30 is bonkers.
30 gets wild. Closing on that 500 lot, a couple points to go in the ES. Didn't quite get there.
We got just about a 10-point spread between the SPX, maybe even a little less, and the S&P right now. So to keep it nice and simple with the levels today.
Yes.
And just putting some new ones in right now. Hot and fresh, Andre.
I appreciate that, Jack. That's 500 lot. Couple ticks to go. See some buying here in gold. Gold looking at about a $50 rebound. $50 rebound here in the last couple minutes. Now trading 53.67. Crude staying heavy. Couple 71.41 last trade. 500 lot was filled in the ES.
All right, the two levels to the upside I'm looking at is 68.50 in the SPX, so like 68.60. I'm going to be trouble with these new handles here. And then the gap close we mentioned earlier, if we keep pushing higher, would be 68.75.
68.75. Thank you. Let's trade 68.38. This number. We got the number in about 60 seconds. The one after that, the top of the hour. Here we go. Headline: Trump is going to mention Iran at his, 10 a.m. Central Time event at the White House. So the president will be speaking and addressing Iran at the medal ceremony in about an hour, 15 minutes. We will have that here live on Topstep TV. Let's get this number out of the way.
Trump speaking. Yay. Get your levels.
Yeah.
So you prepare for that.
Yeah, and whatever levels, when headlines do hit, we usually trade through those levels. Another 700 lot on the offer in the ES. Was it 68.49? 5 points higher right now. Also coincides with session highs.
0.6% in the ES NNQ on the session. Russell minus 0.8. The Mag 7 is holding up well, though, given that we're down 0.5%. We got Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA in the green.
Number
Worst
line.
loser, Google's down 2%.
All right. Manufacturing PMI, in line. Expected 51.4, actual 51.6. More round of buying here in the equities. New session highs ES. NQ's got about 20 points to go. New session highs Dow. Looking perhaps another push lower here in crude. All these markets are moving right now. And more buying in the ES. New session highs. We're looking at about a 50-point push higher here in the first 15 minutes of this New York session. NQ, same story over there, about a 280-point pop rally, if you want to call it, first 15 minutes of this New York session.
Uh, 68.57 quarter looks like it was the overnight high here. Getting within striking distance of that in the ES right now.
New session lows in crude, $71.05. $7.04. House account does have that runner short from $72.15. New highs ES. Dow
Half and
as
half
well.
in the tilt in equities.
What a rally. What's the gap in the ES? 68.75, so about 20 points or so to go there. $1 to go to the downside in crude. Get that level of $70 even. Get there faster than we thought.
Account is sitting pretty. I see we have one on, which means we probably covered one. Bold trade there from the morning crew.
Indeed.
Men of action.
Yeah. I see more selling. Will we see the $70 handle in crude? A couple cents to go. Another number at the top of the hour. All right, let's get some of the formalities out of the way. It's up at Topstep TV on the X. Use the hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets. Let's see some trader wins. See some performance dashboard analytics. Love seeing those calendars that are all green or mostly green, managing that downside risk. Cool swag, trader station setups. And hashtag Power, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep TV on the X. More selling here in crude. Now $70.96. Session lows there. More buying in the equities. 50-50 tilt.
The highs from overnight coincide almost exactly with 68.50 in the S&P 500, the SPX.
Session highs ES 68.56. Session highs in the NQ just printed 24,895, closing in on those 900s. Now round of buying here in the equities. Look at it go. Look at it go. Buyers in the house. Yeah, running this thing up. Huh. We're selling in crude. Markets are rocking right now.
I'm never a huge fan of fast and furious moves. Somehow
No.
that tends to be unsustainable.
All right, new highs,
Not
yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Tagging Asia high.
Uh-huh. Looking at about a 55-point rally. First 20 minutes of New York session in the ES. Almost 300-point rally in the NQ in that same time. See any bit of a pullback, or are they just going to continue to buy this thing? Huh. A new number, another number at the top of the hour. That number is US ISM manufacturing PMI expected 51.5. 51.5. New lows in crude, new session lows, that is $70.87. I also count short one runner from $72.15.
Good trade.
Yeah. Little pullback here in the equities, or ES and NQ, that is. 5 points in the ES and a 20-point pullback in the NQ. Yes, you see there at the bottom of the screen. Click like, subscribe, notify. You'd be so
All good
kind.
things.
Yes, right now markets are absolutely rocking. So stay locked in on this price action. Gap is at 68.75 in the ES, about 20 points higher. What's going on in crypto, Jack? Have you taken a peek? How is crypto, MBT? What was the initial? Wow. Absolutely getting pushed higher here. MBT looking at a $2,000 rally.
Right. We're rallying to the highs from yesterday. Remember, crypto does trade 24/7. I'm looking at the spot market trading 67,082 right now. The support to the downside last night and really and Sunday as well was around the low 6,500s, like 65,260.
Seller stepping in. And Q did not get up to the 24,900 level. Got within a point and a half of it. We're about 60 points lower right now. ES pulling back as well. About 15-point pullback off those session highs. Last trade 68.44 in the ES. What was that level? 68.60. Almost got up there, Jack, in the ES.
It did. I mean, those are around the overnight highs, obviously, as well. It could turn around there. I'm not seeing a lot of strong options activity there.
Okay.
Just kind of hoping maybe it would go for the gap, but
Yeah.
still could.
Yeah, it's just the way it got there. A little bit too quick. It was difficult to sustain all in one go.
For sure.
A bit hot. So I'm gonna take my blazer off. We have a proper spring. Yeah.
Getting down to business. The new crude trader.
Well, we have a proper spring day here, and I'm like still in my winter clothes. And this morning I got a bit hot, and I thought I was gonna be able to sit here in a blazer, but no, as the lights are like heating up, I'm like starting to melt. So we need a little bit
I
less
thought you were
bulk
ready.
here.
You're ready to get your hands dirty in the crude because crude's now making new
Not yet.
lows. $70,
Patience.
76
Patience.
cents, 70, 100%.
So here's the plan. So
Yes.
first, I need the initial balance to set. Second of all, I needed to extend the initial balance, either side. And then after that, I'll decide what to do with it. So for me, trading this early on is not really a possibility unless we have a value acceptance or maybe a value edge rejection. The value area from Friday is so far away, we can't even see it. It's way, way down. So that's not going to be useful. That means I need different data points today. And that's why I'm just going to keep my paws off the mouse until I see something of interest. But I do have my levels, so we'll see what they're going to do with that. Are they underhedged? Are they hedging more? Are they maybe going into some negative gamma? We'll see. So far, nothing is clear. It's still kind of middle of the middle for me. If you look at how this swing has been made, here's the Globex high. Here's a low.
What are those prices?
Still kind of middle of nowhere.
What are those
So
prices?
the high was around 76 evens.
Yeah.
And the low was 6920, let's say.
6920.
Close Yeah. So that's the range that we're working with right now. And anything in between is just a bit weird. At least for me.
All right. Number 5 minutes. Keep an eye on the headlines as well. You buy this thing. Equities again. Strong rally first. 25 minutes. This New York session. Micro Bitcoin also with a strong rally. And keep an eye on that ZN, Jack, the 10-year. What's going on over there?
I was
continuing to
just
sell
going
off.
over to see my beloved bond yields. 4.025 in the 10-year right now. Interesting move.
Sure is.
But it goes in. So I kind of explained it earlier, but you see, okay, whether you agree with it or not, there's not a ton of, at least in equities, we're still at 22 in the VIX, but we're only down 0.5% in the equities. That shows there's not all out fear that people aren't being compelled into the safety trade, at least for bonds. And instead, as I mentioned earlier, they're pricing in oil prices being higher, which is going to constrain the Fed from cutting rates.
Fair point. They're also running, they're driving yields lower in the 10-year all of last week. We were hanging out beneath 4% for a good amount of time. So we got prices go down, yields go up. Comes the treasuries.
Depending on what they were into, those folks might have got hammered. That would be a tough beat if you were buying treasuries into the uncertainty over the weekend, having it play out like this, and then bond yields are 10 bips higher.
Winding. 2.5 minutes till the number. Take a look at these prices. ES hanging out about 8 points beneath the session highs, right? 68.50. NQ about 50 points off the highs. Last trade 24,845. Crude, a couple of pennies above $71, trading 71.05. Gold, $30 off the lows, trading 53.44. Big ranges, big movement, volatility indeed back.
Oh, it never left, Dre. We've been above 20 in the VIX for a pretty good amount of time.
Fair enough, yeah.
Especially given how range bound we've been
Crude
over the past couple months.
$7 range today. All right, what we got? Number in a couple minutes, and then an hour from now, President and medal ceremony will also be addressing events in Iran and the Middle East. We will bring that to you here on Topstep TV. $50-50 tilt right now, pretty much across the board. Even crude, light, long tilt, 57%. Crude. All right, buyers may be giving this another go here in the ES. Dow also seeing a lot of buying. Here goes the ES, closing in about 5 points to go to those session highs. Not quite there. Anything on the ladder, upside, downside? Nope. You can see a couple 5 and 6 and even 1,000 lots on the offer. ES and Q. Take a look at using that level 2 data on a 1s and 2 lots. And point and a half spread between bid and ask in the NQ. 30 seconds to the number.
ISM.
I mean, yeah. All right. Expected
Monday numbers,
51.5. Yeah. Well, look how thin the NQ ladder is. Look at that. Just completely vaporized. Look at that. Expected 51.5. Actual 52.4. Prices paid much higher than expected. Expected 60. Actual 70.5. Prices paid coming in hot. Interesting. Damn. It's market reaction here. Equities pretty mute response there. See if they want to continue that buying that we see in the first half hour. And seeing some selling actually here. Equities, not too much. The price is paid higher than expected. Golden Love, yeah.
I don't have too sophisticated an understanding of that number. It wasn't one that was really moving things when I was trading, but I'd like to look into it further.
It's a recent thing. PMI was one of those things that I ignored. And then somewhere around COVID, it suddenly started moving everything. So I'm like, okay, PMI is now a big release, is it? Okay. Across the board, like everything was reacting to it.
Yeah.
Yes, I think inflation became hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The market's reacting. Gold, now about $20 off the lows, but continue to push lower. Seeing some more buying. Look at the buyers did jump back in the ES. 3 points. Now 2 points from session highs. Let's trade 68.55. Now 56 is print. When we get there.
I did say on my show on the metal markets that we could see 5,300 in gold today.
New highs, ES? Totally.
Yep. New highs, ES and Q. Looking to do the same. New highs, Dow. New highs, Dow. ES cooking higher right now.
Crude oil is holding initial balance for now. No extension. So nothing for me to do yet.
Going back to the daily chart, including last night's action in the ES, this is one heck of a range we've had going on. That is for sure.
About 7,000's upside.
7,000. Here we go. The newest casualty of the bounce at 67.50 in the SPX. Last night we didn't quite get there, but it is obeying this.
What's the wizard supposed to signify? Hogue?
Oh, it's the Gandalf line.
Good question.
You shall not pass.
Good question.
That's 7,000 SPX.
Oh yes.
The market has had. Check this. I mean, the market has had a lot of trouble getting through that 7,000 SPX. Those would also be all-time highs.
I like it.
Yes, we'll see another round of buying. Dow continuing to push higher. 48,835.
Small short would be if we did get up to see how we react if we do get up to the close from Friday. flip this green.
Oh. New highs ES. New highs Dow. NQ, there you go. NQ new highs as well. 24,906, now 07's print in the NQ. What a push. 50-50 tilt. At the 75s, Jack, that's the gap, correct? Let's just go get that in the ES.
Yeah, that's the 4 p.m. close. The 3 p.m. close was a little bit higher, 68.87 or so.
Crude seeing a little more buying, about 50 cents off the lows there. $71.22 last trade. That's good. All right. Just the man I wanted to speak with. Just the man you wanted to hear from. The Delta Don himself, Mr. John Hoagland, Rick Hoagland's brother. Hoag, what's happening, man? Let's break this down in terms of the opening ranges here. The crude trade we got as well. Gold. Got a work cut out for us. What's happening, Hoag?
Good morning. Happy Monday, Andre. D, good to see you. Jack, good to see everybody. As far as the equities are concerned, I mean, the opening range is that 1 minute opening range is the dead ass low of the session. That's the first hint that we've seen buying control from the very beginning. We've closed this session gap. We are now currently trading value low. If we see value acceptance, I can certainly see us reaching back up to the value high on the S&Ps up here around 68.86. How about settlement? Jack, you were just mentioning, hey, we could get all the way to settlement, 68.89. And as we do continue to see value acceptance, I can certainly see that happening. We just traded to the point of control from Friday, currently trading inside of value in both the Nasdaq and in the S&Ps and the Nasdaq. Nasdaq's a little bit stickier. To hear value low on this platform's coming in at 24,896.75. Are we going to reaccept value or not? Still, same situation. Opening range is the dead ass low. So buyers have been in control from the very beginning. I think a lot of folks were expecting this rally like this. I don't know. But again, no rhyme or reason, really. I mean, ACH, anything's going to happen, and we've seen the opening range at the dead ass low. That just takes the selling away for me, at least for now. If we see some value rejection in the S&Ps and the Nasdaq, maybe then we could start looking for some opportunities for shorts. We will certainly be keeping an eye on that. But as far as gold is concerned, we passed on the opening range trade in gold. It was a good idea. It would have had us long right up here near the highs. Obviously, that would not have paid out. But in crude oil, we do have a good opening range trade. Pretty much 72.15. It was right in the middle of the opening range. It was a very good execution by JD. They took one off at 1R, and we're still holding on to the other one. I'm not liking the idea that we're seeing no continuation below the initial balance low of 70.76. We've moved our stop into profit, so we're not going to lose on this trade. We'd just like to have been able to see some more continuation, maybe a move that back down to that weekly kickoff high of $70. We took a look below it earlier in the session last night, rejected it again. We'll see how this plays. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Starting to see more movement, more continuation, inside value from Friday, seeing value acceptance here in the equities. Does it look like the juice is worth the squeeze? To me, no. Not now. I mean, we're looking at 61 up to 85, so we're looking at 24 points of potential profit if we bought it right at value low. Not sure if that juice is worth the squeeze. What do you think, D? I know you're probably looking at the same thing. Doesn't look like the juice is worth the squeeze right now.
I'm tracking it. I think it's run away too quickly for me. I'm in with 3 micros on micro copper. It's a potential failed auction. And we're about to reclaim ADR low. So if we manage to stay above that in the next 20 minutes, there's a good chance that it rotates all the way up to initial balance high, maybe even VWAP. So I'm giving it a go. It looks all right.
You're short or long?
What's your?
Sorry.
I'm long. And currently I'm in with a core position, which is 597.55. I am planning to scale into 4 and 5 lots if it starts moving in my direction. If not, we stay on 3 and eat up the stop loss at 3.
Long 3.
Right.
MHG, symbol for micro copper. D long 3.
597.55. You said.
Yes.
Yep. See you in the chat. I'm long copper 2. There's the risk. Name of the game. Buyers did
Would have
jump
liked
back in.
it better at 590. I'll be honest. Would have liked it better. But if it's going to fail the auction around this week call wall at 595, so be it. Can't sit here and do nothing forever, right? We're going to put risk somewhere.
Eddie, I like that. We got 50 tilt. Starting to see a little long tilt grow here in the ES, right? 68%. On the hour, we will get the initial balance high, initial balance low prices for the equities. Simply the highest and lowest price trade in the first hour, New York session. $68.79 last trade. ES got the gap fill, got pretty close. That price $68.75. About 5 points to go. We got within 1.5. And there goes NQ. Now NQ, print some new highs there. Just did. 24,930. Now 933s. Print 34s. Right here 35s.
Still got Google down 2%. Nvidia's up 1.9% now. Microsoft up 1.5%. The VIX is down to 2127.
We're gonna get the weekend gap fill here, aren't we?
Yes. What's NQ?
Yep.
NQ's like what, 950s? Give or take.
Yeah. Yeah, to the low from the to the close, 24,952 in the orders.
Man, oh man. New highs ES, new highs NQ. 68.75 quarter. Yep, filled.
Equities are crazy.
Yes, they are.
Weekend gap fill in the S&Ps.
War everywhere. And they're
Rally.
like,
Rally.
And it rallies.
quiet.
Uh-huh. And
Yeah.
75-point rally in the ES in the first 45 minutes of the New York session. NQ looking at about a 330-point rally there. Buyers stepping back in crude. Crude about a 70-point pop. Grind higher, we should say, in the last couple 10 minutes or so. Last trade 71.34.
Crypto right at its
Still
high from
inside IB,
Saturday.
though.
Phoenix, save that question. Remind me to ask that Hogue here in a little bit. Let the markets quiet down if they do. Ask them about what is gap and gap rules. We'll touch on that here in a little bit. Basically, the market opens up much higher, much lower without the actual prices trading over the weekend. So gap. If you look at the chart, sometimes it acts as a vacuum.
Yeah, there's kind of layers of gaps. We'll take a look at a couple of them.
Flavors of gap.
Yeah, there
Mhm.
are. Well, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
you've got regular trading hour gap. You've got the weekend gap.
Settlement gap.
Oh, come on. Now you're
Settlement
confusing
gap.
Yeah.
me. You're confusing
Closing
me
gap.
now. Man, okay. 68.77 half. Session highs in the NQ, or I'm sorry, the ES. Tilt. 73% long
Like-
tilt in crude.
We did close at least one gap in that in the ES, we traded where the final futures, this is different than settlement, traded on Friday before the close.
That's
That's just where we're hanging out pretty much right now.
weekend gap close.
Yeah, weekend gap.
Watch a micro copper. Right higher here.
Darien gap.
Was that Jack?
You know about the Darien gap, Andre?
I do
What's
not.
Darien gap?
The Darien gap. Are you going to confuse me more? Hit me.
No, it has nothing to do with trading. It's why you
Oh.
can't drive a car from Alaska to Patagonia.
Yeah, that's
Panama,
my problem. Yeah, from Alaska to Patagonia. That's exactly where I am.
Oh,
I would totally do it if it wasn't for that damn gap. We got to close the Darien gap.
Noted. Noted. We'll pull back here. Equities, crude. Continue to push high here. Almost a buck off the lows in crude. $71.56 last trade there. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at that live on the leaderboard. Some of our traders are starting off their week strong. Look at that. Lucas up 19,000. Bogdan up 16. Yana up 16. Kara and Karan up 15. Ment 14,600 bucks. Start off the trading week. Job well done. We'll check back in on those names and that leaderboard and the P&Ls throughout the day. See how they manage their risk. Nice start to a week indeed. Again, President.
Good week today.
Yep. President scheduled to speak at the top of the hour in about 45 minutes. We will be bringing that to you here on Topstep TV. Is expected to address the situation and events from over the weekend in Iran and its neighboring countries. Markets will indeed be listening. We see new highs in the ES. Point and a half to go. In Q, about 10 points off the highs there.
We had settlement yet?
Stop the settlements.
Yes.
Yep.
What do you say? That was at 89, Hogue?
Wow. Not done.
Settlement and the S&Ps, 68.89.
Yeah.
Settlement. Nasdaq 25,004.75.
004. Okay.
Is the
And
four.
more buying new highs in the equities. Same story in the Dow, question mark. It is.
Similar.
Yeah, Dow new highs as well. Dow looking at about a 500-point rally since that New York bell rang. Let's trade Dow. 48,972. Peru in the house. Hello, welcome.
Hello, Peru.
Just keeping one eye on the headlines as well. A lot of things happening right now. Head on a swivel. Okay. Yeah.
I see some more pressure coming into crude oil here. Let's
downside.
go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, how's Delta looking?
Push.
How's Delta looking in the ES and NQ?
ES Delta positive 9,200. NASDAQ negative 350.
Yep.
Starting just at the front edge of rollover, which makes everything a little bit blurry, but so far today, if you can glean anything out of the Delta numbers, you can use those today.
Positive 9,000.
Yes. Coming off a little bit.
Headline. New York Times. Trump won't rule out U.S. troops in Iran if necessary.
I'll get out
Reaction. Yeah, I see.
There's a
Topper
lot
turned around.
loaded into that if necessary.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's give it a bit.
Okay.
It tagged the guy, then jumped off of it. So
seeing a little selling here in NQ and ES. NQ down about 40 points or so off those highs. Not very aggressive selling, I'd say, for now. It can obviously change very quickly. Got a headline hitting here from the New York Times reporting Trump won't rule out U.S. troops in Iran if necessary. Crude?
Not seeing any major changes in Delta here, like a bunch of aggressive sellers came in. So we're still at 8,800 positive. Okay. The S&P is negative 300 in the Nasdaq. So no changes there. Nothing huge coming in as far as executions are concerned.
Crude, pretty light initial reaction to that headline. A little bit of a bid. 71.50 last trade. Gold, $20 off the lows in gold. 53.36 last trade. Anything in the bonds? Keep an eye on the bonds as well. The bonds pop at all. Where is on prices? That is nope, not.
We're coming up close to just above here is where the rates were at when we started the cutting cycle in September.
Yeah. Huh. 9 minutes, spot on the hour. Initial balance high, initial balance low. Prices for the equities in the chat. Whoa. No stopping crypto. Whoa. Let's see that. Let's take a look.
Wilding out.
Is it? Hello. Wow. Crypto up 3,000 bucks in the last since this New York session started. You guys, 69,125. 125. Bitcoin going ham. In the chat.
Yeah.
Another headline. Trump, a big wave has yet to come in the Iran war. This is from CNN now. Look out below equities. Again, back-to-back headlines. Trump won't rule out U.S. troops in Iran if necessary. That's from New York Post. They changed that. And then CNN reporting Trump saying a big wave has yet to. Yes. It said NYT at first. And then a big wave is yet to come in the Iran war. I'm some buying in crude now. Do you caveman this to the downside? What's the Dow doing? What's going on in Dow? Dow selling off. ZN catch a bid.
SanDisk getting hammered here.
All right, more buying in crude. A big wave has yet to come in the Iran war. That's the president via CNN.
Trying to get GD here.
And that is more risk off. Potentially. Doesn't have to mean it is, but.
Seeing pop in crude. Selling in the equities. ES down about.
Big pop in crude.
Yep, continuing to push here.
Going over VWAP, but equities are not. Yeah, they're not really keeping the focus on that.
Yeah, $71.64.
Currently have our stop at 71.90 in crude, but I think we're considering taking it off now.
Yes, these headlines are hitting right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are.
Those big waves. is a big way
Not
of
a bad
getting-
idea. Normally, I would say leave it alone, don't touch. But with
Yeah.
headline risk everywhere, it's
especially short, especially to the short side.
yeah, especially short because if he keeps
Yeah.
coming up with comments like these, that is very bullish for crude, and
Mhm.
we're against
Yep.
that. So
And
Also
it's just the
scheduled-
other side of VWAP. I mean, either way,
Mhm.
it's still a profit.
50-50 tilt. This is a separate. This isn't a 9-minute phone interview. Phone interview with CNN. You're scheduled to speak in a medal ceremony soon at the White House in 35 minutes at the top of the hour. We will be bringing that to you here on Topstep TV. 5 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
Not much of a pop in the VIX on that. 2158 right now. Looks like
Yeah,
the
for now,
flight to
this is all
safety
looking very
trade was the
technical.
dollar.
oh, doing
Interesting.
that again, are we?
All right, new 5-minute just closed.
I wonder what if necessary means. Won't rule out
I think
sending U.S.
yeah.
troops if
I
necessary.
think I think you need to take some of these quotes. There's going to be so much of this week, right? You need to take these quotes in like the context they're in. This is Trump speaking in a 9-minute phone call on CNN, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to pin themselves into a corner and say, it's like what they talk about, like the Sith speaking in absolutes. Like, I don't think you can get someone to say, absolutely under no conditions will we do X, right?
Mm.
Yeah, it's called a light sell-off in the equities there. James. Anything else coming?
Team watch and value low from yesterday.
Or price?
S&P is value low is 68.61.
61.
Yeah.
I'd be low.
See if these signs of rejection above there. Value low in the Nasdaq yesterday, approximately 24,897. Right about where we are now. So if we do see some excess up there, it might be the beginning of some sort of structure with which to lean on.
All right. I'd be high.
Just to clarify, you mean from Friday, right?
Yes.
You said yesterday, and I was like, is it Monday?
Friday.
Tuesday.
Sorry.
2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes bottom of the hour. Keep an eye on the. Anything else on the headlines? No. How's that crude trade look? D, I'm sorry, crude copper. Did you get out?
I'm still in. So
Okay,
what's keeping me in? It's underwater. But first of all, I'm only in with 3 micros, so that's still a core position. Never got tagged into any additional ones. What's still keeping me in is that gold touched the average session range low and bounced from it. And right now we are moving in a correlation factor by 0.7, which is reasonably high. So might need to try this again closer to the Euro close, to the London close. But for now, I'm kind of just going to commit to the trade. See what happens.
I like it. Straight still valid. Hey, also D. New show, new name, new time. Metal Markets, D.
Yeah,
5:30 a.m. Central, Monday through Friday here on Topstep TV. What can they expect when everyone tunes into Metal Markets, D?
Well, it's the same show really with a new time and new name. I still go over the same levels. It's just that we are closer to some more action. So we catch some of the volatility pre-COMEX and pre-NYMEX, which is actually pretty good. Not necessarily something you would want to trade every single day, but it's a very good indicator of how the market is moving in and around about that time. So just looking at financial juice here.
Excellent.
All right, no, that's
I was
all
watching
stuff.
it this morning.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes, I was talking a lot, warning people about the risk off and waiting and making sure they size down and everything. So yeah, it's still the same thing. We still look at options levels, ADR low, ADR high, where the Asia range was located and how they can help in further analysis. And yeah, so it's great. It's a better time. Because, like I said, we start to get the markets livening up, whereas the first couple of hours of London are a little bit dull. There's not much happening. Everything's super quiet. So yeah, it's pretty good. I'm seeing a lot of new names as well that I haven't seen before on my show.
Good. I'd like to hear that. Yes, it's a good way to get you ready for that New York session. Indeed. All right, bottom of the hour has hit. On that note, D, keep us posted on this copper trade. As always, thanks for joining. And also, if you do take a crude trade, let us know. D, we'll check back in with you on that. Thank you for jumping in Fast Markets. Check out Metal. Check out, what is it? Metal Markets at 5:30 a.m. Central, Monday through Friday. With that being said, coming up after this, but Hogue, I want to throw it to you with those initial balance high, initial balance low prices. What do you got for IB high, IB low in both ES and NQ?
All right. So S&P IB high 68.77 in the orders.
Yep.
IB low 68.04.5.
Okay.
Nasdaq 24.947 in the orders. That's the high, and the low 24.605 even.
605 even. Okay.
Yes.
All
We're going to see a little bit of rejection from value from Friday here.
So we are a little bit more selling coming in. Yeah, like about 20 points. Yeah. 23 points off the highs in the ES. 68.56 last trade there. And Q about 100 points. It just was. 70 points off the highs there. NQ 24,873 last trade. Dow seeing a pullback as well. Gold catching a bid. 53.61, about $50 off the lows there. Crude saw some selling. Let's trade $71.56. House account still short, correct, Hogue? They won that?
We are flat now.
Flat, very good.
Flat.
Profitable stuff.
Squeezed out of it, up about $80.
Nice. Yeah, and president.
You like the shorts up here, Jack? What are you thinking?
We were a little too stingy. I mean, I'll have to see it develop a little bit more, but damn, man, I was ready to short that settlement to Valhalla. Turns out I should have stuck with. I mentioned right when we came on 68.75, but then talked myself out of it to wait for settlement, and looks like it would have been a pretty good trade at the moment.
Yeah. At this point, I think we're looking at 12 to 15 points of risk and see if we can get in better than that.
Is that a faint doorbell? Am I hearing things?
Ding dong? No, not so. It's not yet. Another quote from that CNN interview from the president. The biggest surprise has been Iran attacks against Arab countries. See a little bit of selling here in the Dow. Again, ES and Q picking up some steam to the downside here. 68.50 last trade. ES 27 points off of those highs. Just printed about 15 minutes ago or so. And president scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. These quotes are from an interview from CNN. There's the doorbell.
That is a doorbell.
That is a doorbell. Where's he at?
Right here.
Left-hand corner. What's up, Dakota? Star
going on
of
with this
slow
market?
markets. What's happening? Let's get right into it. Off the highs here in the NQ, about 100 points or so. Thoughts coming in? How are you navigating this?
I should be asking you what's happening. I mean, we're 500 points off the overnight lows. We got a mix in this market. I'm trying to understand it myself. It's the first trading day after everything that was going on in the weekend with the conflict and strikes and drama and headlines popping off everywhere. And I'm looking at it and I see Palantir up, 5.5%. We got Nvidia up 2%, Microsoft up 1 1/3. And then on the flip side, we got Google down 2 1/3, Broadcom down. Yeah, so it's very mixed, and I'm really surprised to see this market holding up so well. And on top of that, Bitcoin's up dramatically, and the VIX is at 22. So I'm trying to understand this market just as good as anybody else. I don't understand. That's why we just trade what we see and try not find opportunities, because I have a hard time being long or short right now.
Markets, yeah.
Well, the Palantir thing you mentioned is like, it's hard to disentangle what percent is each, but definitely has to do with, I'm sure, a retail pile-in to probably call options on it, given what was going on over the weekend.
Yeah. I mean, I had a short last night, and it played out really well. I didn't catch the entire move. I caught just a fraction of it, but yeah, I don't know. The gap was filled. It looks like it just got filled this morning, right? This gap in the Nasdaq where we gapped down dramatically, and looks like we just got it filled. So the question is, do we start the sell-off again? I know Coach Jay and I have been talking about this on Slow Markets. He's going to be joining me. Is we've been in this range for the past 3, 5, 6 months.
Yep.
And I was kind of expecting us to maybe break down below this range and maybe see 24,000. And I was thinking that this would be the catalyst, but nah, we're finding buyers today. I don't know what to make of it. I'm just very, very cautious on entering into any positions right now.
Well, we haven't got too many buyers in the equities in the last 20 minutes or so. We're off about 30 points in the ES.
Yeah. So this is, why are we so bullish despite the situation in the world right now? I don't have an answer. Do you, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm just gonna let's cast aside any ethics, because the market doesn't really have them. Is like, the answer is, how's this going to affect Mag 7 earnings?
Mm-hmm.
And if the answer is they're going to keep growing, then the market's going to continue up. That's one thing too. We were talking about that range. Is the longer we stick around this range while earnings continue to increase, which they have, this quarter 75% beat their earnings in the S&P 500. The index, though it's not going down on your chart, is getting cheaper in multiples and more attractive. So, this was, I don't know if it was probable that we would almost come back and close the gap, but there was definitely a good chance of that. This is not like surprising price movement to me.
Fair enough. Yeah, I looked at the market like in the middle of the night. I woke up and I'm like, man, we're at 24,400, and Jack was talking about a limit down just on Friday. I was looking at that for a second, and then I woke up and see us pumping through these 900s. I'm like, all right, business as usual. Buy the freaking dip, and look at this market catching a bid again.
Wow.
The corollary to buy the rumor, sell the news is on something like this is to sell the rumor, buy the news, which is what has sort of worked out here.
We saw. Let's go on MBT not done. MBT now up almost $4,500 in the first hour. This New York session, new highs, MBT 69,725. The flight to is that the rotation right there?
Oh,
Why are they buying it? Why are they buying it? Why are they buying
it? Because they're buying it because they think it's going to go up, Andre. The guy that goes to flight to safety Bitcoin, that is, I want to party with that guy.
I mean, look at that thing go. Where is the safety? Where is the safety in this thing? Bitcoin, micro Bitcoin on an absolute tear. Look at the ES tilt, 72% short in the ES tilt. Let's trade 68.60. A little bit more from Trump from that CNN interview. We don't know what succession plan is in Iran, who the new leader will be. It was 4 minutes ago. MBT on an absolute tear. Higher.
Yeah, we're almost to 70,000.
$200 to go to 70,000 even. Seeing dip buyers did step back in the ES. They jump in.
The Nasdaq.
A 15 point pop ES and Q seeing some buying as well. 60 point pop there. Again, President scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. We will have that for you here on Topstep TV. We did hear some headlines coming from that CNN interview. Those two are separate.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a big one. Market's going to be watching President
100%.
speak at the top of the hour.
100%.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wonder if we kind of just consolidate and maybe see some chop leading into it.
Very well could. All right, let's get that tip of the weekend here on Topstep TV. We bring you a new one every week. What is it this week? Learn to accept losses. Still working on that. Yes, losers are a natural part of trading, 100%. Avoid revenge trading after losing. Focus on execution, not outcome, or as Dakota says, process over profits. And stay calm and analyze your mistakes. Avoid revenge trading after losing, accepting losses. Dakota, you've been doing this for quite some time. How did you learn to accept losses? You do it very, very well.
It's still hard. It's still difficult. It doesn't make it any easier, right? The difficulty of accepting a loss it hasn't gotten easier over time. I think it's something you do get used to. Realizing that just taking the loss now is better than just holding it and not having an account tomorrow. Like, there's a lot of times where it's like, okay, it's easier, just take the loss now. After I'm done, after I'm locked out tomorrow, I'm going to be much happier and it's easier to make up. It's kind of like that saying is like, don't lose in one day what you can't make up in a single day as well.
Dakota?
100%.
Yeah.
Hogue?
Tell people that. Tell people that all the time. Is like, what's your average winning day? Do you have any business losing more than that in a day? Probably not. Probably not. Risk not thy whole wad. The point is to be here tomorrow.
Absolutely. Trade for tomorrow.
Yep.
All right, Marcus may be in a bit of a holding pattern for now. Blink and you see these things move quickly. But again, President scheduled to speak top of the hour. Right now.
Crude just ripped higher still.
We've got a $7 range.
Yeah.
Let's trade
Bitcoin up.
Bitcoin absolutely cooking higher. Bitcoin up about $4,000 in the last hour 15 minutes.
Does anybody have a read on that one? It's interesting. We got the dollar index too. The dollar strengthened quite a bit as well.
Yeah, there's the flight to safety.
The dollar.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Gold's up 2% and silver's down 2.5%. Interesting.
See another push lower here on crude. To find some sellers. Last trade, $71.32. 60 cents off the lows there. I think you might want to test the highs, about 15 points from the highs. Dakota, do you have any levels? You have any prices of interest you got your eye on in NQ?
I mean, settlement, right?
What price is
We're
that?
80 points away from settlement, so 80 points higher than where we're at now, which is what, almost 25,000? Is that settlement? I'd have to do the math. You put the Topstep indicators on your charts, it'll pull it up.
Yeah, with about
Topstep
50
daily
points.
levels. There it is.
What do you got? Oh, yeah.
Yep, right there. So that's a key level.
04s?
Also a big round number. So
Okay.
do we go up to 25,000? Maybe. That would be my level. I would say that's as good as it gets. Big round number,
Yeah.
settlement, markets rallying.
I'll give you one more. Like that's about if we get the settlement in the ES, 10 points behind that is 6,900 in the SPX, and I see a good deal of positive gamma on the board there.
There. Bumping up against session highs here in the Nasdaq. What a market.
7 points to go from new session highs. Also, initial balance high, Hogue, in the NQ, about a couple points from there.
Yep.
Talk about how resilient these things are, these equities.
Really is. I'm going to pop these things. ES about 10 points still from session highs, initial balance high. Dow about 100, 160 points from those session highs, but looks like the buying has begun in the NQ. Couple points from those highs.
Nasdaq's got a little delta divergence going on here. Negative 800 here at the high.
All right.
Okay.
S&P
How about
is
you?
still
What-
congruent with direction, 9,000 positive.
Okay. Nice. Keep tapping these things. Not seeing headlines. Any more headlines?
Easy.
Nope. Come on, pop this thing.
Easy trade is the short.
In what, ES or NQ?
Yeah, in both.
Okay. What's the setup? Why is it the easy trade? Let's break it down.
Well, it's responsive, right? I mean, we're at the high of the day. We were showing signs of rejection of value from Friday. We're back inside value, so that's kind of iffy. What I'm waiting to see, Andre, is if we can put a failed upside auction in either the S&P or the Nasdaq, that's the signal to maybe take the risk on a short. But right now, not yet.
I have a hard time shorting this market too. I just really do. I'm seeing Google now cast a bid.
Yeah, gold just puked. Gold just puked about $20. 53.40. Just bottomed out at.
Say Bitcoin spots at 69,600 right now, so almost back to 70. That's a hell of a rally.
Yeah, it is.
New highs, and new highs and Q 24,949 quarter. 952s now. ES, couple points still to go for session highs there. Failed upside auction, Hogue. Still waiting about a couple, 10
stops here.
Okay.
Running stops. Delta just flattened out.
Okay. Now, if we see a reversal up here, I might be tempted now.
Very preemptive, but not bad trade location.
Yeah, it's a lot better now than going into it, right? Because we were able to run some stops, peek above it for just a brief second. So a little more tempting now than it was 2 minutes ago.
See if we get a 3-bar.
Yeah, that would. Hopefully, one of those
Mad
bars are all the
lad
way back down.
in the markets right now.
We'll pop in crude. Always keep one eye on
50-50
crude.
Nasdaq in the tilt, 60% long ES, 60% long crude.
Always keep an eye on crude and gold. Very sensitive headlines. And those stops did get popped. The NQ made new highs off of that. Now we're about 40 points lower. NQ.
Yeah, I can see it's going
Yes,
back
50.
down to 840. 840s,
Alright.
850s. Put this in a nice range, right?
Okay.
Consolidation. Pretty wide, but yeah, 850s.
Did you take it?
No, I
almost
didn't.
on a pullback.
No.
Let's see if we get this failed upside auction, and maybe it'll give us a chance.
Yeah, also we'll see if the president does start on time, scheduled for start at the top of the hour.
Well, that's right.
That
He's
could also
talking at 10.
scheduled to.
Yeah. Yeah, in 10, 15 minutes. Market could be waiting for that too.
Yeah.
Much. What else do we have after that? President does have a busy schedule, so at least here on the calendar, most of it is close to the press. However, this one coming up, this medal ceremony, we were notified he is scheduled to speak about the situation in Iran. That's in 10 minutes. This appears to be the only thing open to the press, so we will have that for you here on Topstep TV.
So do we wait? I mean, it's like, here we sit, brokenhearted, came to trade and only charted.
We'll get our chance. We'll get it.
Oh, yes, we will.
Better than poking the eye or taking a loss.
Tough.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you're speaking from somebody who's like had a poke in the eye recently.
I've had a few pokes in that.
What happened?
Yeah. Big old fist.
Boxing.
Keep an eye on crude here. Crude. About 30, 40 cents here. Last trade, $71.50. Call it. Anything on the ladder? NQ ladder, quite thin.
It's holding, though. It's holding.
Holding bit, right?
Yep. I mean, a 50-point pullback. It's still got recovered. This volatility is up there. VIX coming down
to
just
negative
a little
650.
bit.
Gold selling off. It's may very well be in a holding pattern. Waiting for the next headline. Tricky. MBT, do we cross 70? Did we cross 70,000? Did we get above?
Not in the spot market.
25 bucks in futures. 25 bucks to go.
69,610 in the spot.
Okay. What's going on in the 10-year? Oh, it was scanning, looking at different markets, looking for new lows, 10-year prices, yields higher. Couple minutes till the top of the hour. Again, president scheduled to speak. Be all over that right now. ES, NQ, gold, 10-year holding pattern. MBT, absolutely cooking higher.
It is.
It is jobs week. It's jobs week. We got non-farm on Friday.
Yeah. Do you think the non-farm is going to come out on time?
Anyone's guess, Dakota. Anyone's guess. But so then, ADP on Wednesday and initial job list on Thursday. Got speakers as well this week. And of course, the headlines from the Middle East.
Okay, I am short the Nasdaq.
All right.
One contract, small size. Got a 3-bar reversal. This one hasn't closed yet, but I'm okay taking a little bit of a scalp to the short side.
All right. What price?
What's your entry?
I'm short from 908.
908, 24,908. Good to go, James. All right. Again, President scheduled to speak in about 6 minutes or so. Dakota short one, MNQ 24,908. Now 902's due trade. Let's bring in Dr. Volatility himself. James, come on in. Happy Monday. We got some announcements we want to hit, but come on in. We'll let Dakota manage this trade. What's up, James?
Hey everybody, what's up? Happy Monday. I had a great weekend at Tom Holland and Zendaya's wedding, but you don't care about that. What you care about is the Topstep Discord. The Topstep Discord, it's the largest trading community Discord out there, and if you're not a part of it, what are you doing? Go ahead and click on the link that I know we're about to drop in chat and join the Topstep Discord today. You can find conversations about pretty much anything you're looking for, trading related, and even some things not trading related. We have a channel for the equities, a channel for the metals. We got channels for each spoken language, Topstep TV channels, and so much more, all in the Topstep Discord. You can also find quick help when you need it from our mods and ambassadors. The coaches have classes going on in the Discord at all times of the day. Seriously, there's so much going on in the Topstep Discord that if you're not a part of it, click on the link and join today. Again, one of the largest trading communities out there. Become a part of it. Never trade alone. Topstep Discord, jump in on the fun. Then, you already know what I'm about to say next, but I'm going to plug it anyway because group coaching is happening today at 12 p.m. Central Time. And group coaching is the time in the show where you get to ask questions and then hear them answered live right here on Topstep TV. That's right. If it's your first time watching Topstep TV, hi, welcome. Secondly, you might be having some questions about what you're seeing or hearing on the charts. If you want clarity to your questions, click on the link that's going to be pinned in the chat soon and submit your questions for group coaching. Today, we have Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie sitting down for group coaching. So a whole plethora of knowledge between the three. If you have a question for Gabe, if you have a question for Anne-Marie, or if you have a question for Deanna, the only way to get it in front of them is by clicking on the link you're going to find in chat, submitting that question, and then being back in your seat for group coaching at 12 p.m. Central Time. Now, time is of the essence. We have Trump coming in a couple minutes, but before that, guys, price of gas might start getting pricier for all of us. Let's take a look. Gas prices are starting to climb as the war with Iran rattles global oil markets, and analysts say even steeper increases are likely coming soon. According to AAA, the national average for regular gas was just under $3 a gallon on Monday. That's up about 6 cents from a week ago. Analysts say drivers could see prices rise 5 to 10 cents a day in the short term. They point to panic from wholesalers, some of which are raising their prices by 25 cents a gallon out of fear of massive price increases. While gas prices normally spike this time of year due to seasonal demand, experts say the war with Iran has only sped up those increases.
Thank you, James. Yep, we got a pin at the top of the chat. Group coaching form. Get those questions in for Gabe D and Anne-Marie. Let's check back in. Dakota.
Yeah, I took profit. Plus 95
nice.
for me.
Okay.
Yep. I was just looking for a breakdown through those 900s. It worked out pretty well.
Where'd you get out? 80 something?
85. No, a lot higher. I think 95. 95. Throw up there at 95 is quick in and out.
Cool. Good job.
Thank you.
Gold just seeing pretty sizable selling there. $9, $10 off the lows. More selling here in gold. Gold on the move lower. Gold just saw a $20, $25 sell off. Last trade, 53.26. 25.
Silver getting hit too. Down 5% almost. I tell you, every time I look at the silver market, it's either up or down 5% every single day.
Gold just got smushed. $30 sell off here in this 5 minute. Yeah. What else we got here? Here comes Bezit. Treasury is terminating all use of Anthropic products. Bezit now hitting the wire. 50-50 tilt.
Why is that? I don't know.
It's a long story, Hogue. Maybe we'll get into it sometime. But there was contract disagreement over Anthropic. Basically, between Anthropic and the Department of War, Defense, whatever it is,
Defense.
over what they could or could not use their software for. And it did not end well. I think did that happen on Friday? Like, time is moving very quickly and very slowly at the same time here.
Too fast.
Took Sam
Well,
Altman
speaking here-
about 30 seconds to jump in there with another offer. Or
I'll bet.
that guy, man.
That began just yet. Anything more from Bezant? Nope, nothing more from Bezant. Could not make new lows in gold. Pop back here.
Right.
Scheduled to speak, yes, at the top of the hour in about, right now, waiting for him to take to the podium to have
Is
it
this
on
just a-
standby.
Is this just a medal ceremony?
It was
No.
no. Well, yes, it is a medal ceremony. Also stated that he will be addressing what's going on in Iran right now as well. So we will be bringing that to you, waiting for him to take to the podium. New lows, gold. Hello, look out below, 53.03. Looking at about a $50 sell off last few minutes in gold.
Gonna close the
Wow.
weekend gap here.
Yeah. Same. Silver's following along too. Oh, it's picking up speed. Wonder if gold's gonna go straight to settlement. 5,300 almost. Settlement in gold's what?
Anything else?
$52.50? $50 lower?
We're 52.
247.90 is settlement.
Okay.
There we go.
So
There's the weekend gap closed right there.
more selling here in gold.
Oh,
Gold,
man.
52.88 last trade. We're looking at about a $60 sell off in gold right now. New lows, 52.88.
Silver's right behind it. Silver's almost down 7% now. Wild.
What's the speech going to say?
Nvidia's starting to sell off.
Nothing really from the equities just yet. But right now, gold absolutely pushed lower. Your gold down $60 in the last 5 minutes or so.
And
More
still
selling
yet
gold.
up on the day.
More selling gold. 52.81. 52.81. New lows there.
Keep in mind, it's doing that while the dollar is up. DXY is up 1%.
Which makes sense, right? That makes sense. Strength in
It
dollar.
makes sense, but it also means like when the gold was moving up, it's sort of countering that move too, because there's a very direct relationship because gold is priced in dollars. Guess we're waiting for more information.
We got London closed bottom of the hour. Euro closed bottom of the hour. Waiting for President to take to the podium. Right now, we're seeing gold in a big sell-off right now. New lows, 52.73. $70 sell-off. $70 sell-off in the last 7 minutes.
Silver right next to it, down 7% now in silver.
Yikes.
Gold.
Contrary to all things, I kind of wish now I'd been exercising those Friday options.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. In the
That would have been the
SLV, right?
luckiest. Listen, I did not want that trade at all with what's going on, but turns out it was a real good one.
I couldn't hold a precious metal over the weekend this weekend. That would have been insane.
Yeah. Insanely good, it turns out.
Yeah, insane. The trade that you'd least expect.
Gold down. Yeah, gold down about $80. $80 last 20 minutes or so. I got 52.72.
Yeah. Nasdaq's holding these 900s.
Nasdaq equities
Trying real hard.
holding up.
Delta negative 1,000 in the Nasdaq now. 8,800 positive in the S&Ps.
Okay, it's holding up here.
It is. For now.
Again, President scheduled to speak very, very soon. We will be bringing that to you. Get those comments on Iran.
Nasdaq pushing up here.
No kidding.
Yeah. Showing more signs of acceptance of value here. Can't short it yet.
Let's get up to settle.
Wow. Very thin on the ladder in micro gold. Very thin and widespread as well. 25 minutes. London close.
Have we seen any big orders come through?
Yes.
Had some earlier.
1,000 lot offered at 68.21. That was filled. And Q had 500 offered at 24,675, also filled. Also currently trading higher right now.
Way down there at the open. Nasdaq just keeps holding bid. Higher lows. It's just looking pretty strong.
Crude now beneath $71.
Yeah. Well, that's the trade I fumbled on Friday. I was highly debating holding one contract long in crude. We're talking about that Friday, Jack.
Yeah. It's playing a dangerous game.
Delta divergence.
Yeah. Might be looking to Nasdaq flirting with tapping on those highs, about 18 points to go or so. Last trade, 24,935. All right, we're hanging out above initial balance high, Hogue. We were in the NQ. Now beneath it.
One more look above it there.
Yeah. Failed upside.
Divergence. Well, this divergence makes me think that there's some stronger buyers here. But we're not seeing the same divergence in the S&Ps. It's all short time frame longs. Couldn't take out that high. Just another look above the initial balance high. It's not really coming off real quick, so I can't short it here just yet. We can get a failed upside auction in the S&Ps, and then we can take it down.
Gold with a $30 pop. 53.05 last trade.
Nasdaq's bumping up against session highs again.
Sure is. Wow.
Looks like we might break through this.
Yes, also. Yes, 3 points. 3 points from session highs. ES last trade 68.74.
Gold popped. Got a nice bounce there. There goes session highs here in the Nasdaq.
Did they print?
No. We tagged.
Got pretty close. Got within like point and a half.
Yeah.
Here we go. Another run.
Contract come through.
And
look like we're gonna break through them.
Well,
apparently
the president's comments on Iran were not enough to scare crude buyers back into the marketplace.
Still waiting. There you go. New session highs. NQ. New session highs. NQ. 24,965. 965. Last trade. Closing in on those 25,000 evens. Yes, not quite there. 10-year continuing to print new low prices as yields go higher. Seeing some selling now in crude, about 10 cents off session lows there. Last trade crude $70.88, about almost $1 lower in the last 20 minutes or so.
Trader Dog's asking, what does it mean if we print? Means an orders went through at that price.
Trades happened.
Oh. There we go.
There it is.
Session highs, yes.
Yep.
68.78 half. Equities
What?
on the move higher. Horrible.
Headed right up to settlement. What, 25,000s? Can we go up and test them? 25 points away.
Uh-huh.
Bitcoin is catching a bid too.
Nonstop. Just on an absolute tear. Higher.
That's fun.
New session highs. Continuing to trade, continuing to print in Q and ES.
Oh, that settlement's within reach.
20 minutes, bottom of the hour. Also, London close. Not yet. President has not begun. We will bring that to you live here on Topstep TV. Stay locked in.
VIX holding above 21. Volatility is still pretty high.
They just continue to push this 10-year prices lower. Hmm. 50-50 tilt. Again, pin to the top of the chat. Group coaching questions. Get those in for D, Gabe, and Marie. Coming at you at noon Central. Currently waiting for the present to begin. Bitcoin continuing to push higher.
Not impressed with the tempo of price up here in the equities. Doesn't mean they can't keep going.
Continuing to hold bid. Wow. New highs, NQ. Wow.
Yeah.
8 points ago from 25,000 even. Yes, new highs as well. 68.80 in the orders.
No Trump at the podium. We're on watch for that.
Impressive.
We're almost back to settlement here in the Nasdaq. Very close.
We got within, 10, 15 points. You have 25,004, Dakota?
Yeah. Yep. We're 28 points away.
MBT. Session high is 70,145. MBT up about almost $5,000 in this New York session.
I mean, technically, there's a trade here.
Nasdaq.
I'm seeing.
Nasdaq Delta back to even.
Yeah.
11,000 positive in the S&Ps.
11,000.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, the technical trade here is buying this Nasdaq for a push to settlement.
Why do you say that? Oh, just to close in?
Yeah, they're closing the settlement here.
Gotcha.
But it's easier said than done, to be honest.
It's the hard trade to take.
Especially, when President's scheduled to speak any moment. What's scheduled to start?
I'm long.
14 minutes ago. Okay, let's go.
From 78.
Hardo.
978. Looking to get this a little settlement play about 15, 20 points higher. Now I'm seeing gold.
If you don't go, I'm just going to get out. This has to be a go now or never.
It's now or never.
Gold seeing a little bit of another push higher. 53.15 last trade. About $225 last 10 minutes or so. Let it close, bottom of the hour. Print new lows in crude. New lows crude. New lows crude. Crude selling off now. $70.70 would be the new session low price there. Crude down about $1 in the last 25 minutes or so. More selling crude.
Chopping around these 970s here.
All right.
Yeah.
And,
what are the big stocks doing? Everything's up besides Google, still down 1.9%. Broadcom 1.25. Nvidia's up almost 2.25%.
I know, Jack. Palantir's still up 6% almost. All right, I'm flat. I'm gonna get flat right there.
Wouldn't go.
Yep, it just wouldn't go. This is what got me into it. That spike.
Okay, I like that. 50-50 tilt. Crude did see some selling. New session low $70.54. And D had her eye on that $70 even level. So within about 50 cents of that. Nice cut, Dakota.
It's weekly kickoff high. $70.
70s, all right.
We did have the president come out and start talking about Iran, and it scared everybody out of their shorts.
Understandable. Yep.
Yep.
Bye says that was a stupid trade. I was risking $30.
Man, why no, I mean,
we never understood it. It's if your risk
nice.
is managed, there's no stupid trade.
Be nice.
Well, I think it's like when people say there's no stupid questions. I mean, that's bullshit. Come on, there are stupid questions. That wasn't a stupid trade, but I have seen stupid trades. I've made stupid trades.
Oh, I've made stupid trades. I'll show you. I'll show you a stupid trade. That no.
Holding silver into the weekend short would have been a stupid trade, but we would have been printing on that one.
And waiting on the president to begin. We have London closed 14 minutes. 14 minutes to the bottom of the hour. All right, ES about 7 points off the high, 68.73. And Q 40 points off the highs, trading 24,950. Did just print new lows in crude. We're about 30 cents higher from there right now as we trade $70.86. 50-50 tilt.
3-bar reversal on the 5-minute. Go into the short side.
I like short. Oh.
Is it valid? Sure. Hard to take it before a president comes in and speaks.
Got our potential failed upside auction in the S&Ps.
What would the trade be? Or it's not? Would it be still preemptive at this point, Ho? Because we're 17 minutes past.
Yeah, but I mean, you're also risking 9 points on it.
Stops up just the highs
of the highs.
68. Okay.
Yeah.
I like the short.
But I'd like to see it close below the IB high, come back up, recheck that level to trim the risk, and then have it play out. We've been saying, the tempo that I'm seeing in the S&P and the Nasdaq up at these levels has not been impressive. Yeah, buyers have pushed it higher. They put in a new high. But has it been impressive? The question is always, what direction is the market attempting to go in? How good of a job is it doing getting there? And it's trying. So far, I haven't been impressed by the tempo.
I'm
So you
long the
saw a whole
Nasdaq
bunch of
again.
buying come in right there. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, we got a lot of buyers stepping in. Nvidia just blew through session highs.
What price, Dakota?
54.
Okay, 24,954. Hold. Speech was scheduled to begin 20 minutes ago. Has not started yet, but we will bring that to you. He does take to the podium.
Yeah,
those headlines.
This is just like the previous trade.
954. Yeah, if it doesn't go.
Yeah, if it doesn't go, I cut it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going. We're not going. Nvidia's still holding these session highs, though.
Yeah, seen some selling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay.
Still
gold
green.
Gold beneath 5,300 and 5,299. See if crude wants to take a peek above $71 again. Nope, not quite there. There it goes. What do you say? Crude up about 70 cents. 70 cents in the last couple minutes. $71.06 be that price. Keep on gold. Keep on crude.
Yeah, let me go over this one trade, if you guys don't mind.
Go for it.
The questionable trade. The questionable trade. Look at this. On the 5-minute chart, this is what we're seeing, right? Nasdaq is rallying. And it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Why are you going against the trend? The market's going up. And here's what we're seeing on the 100-tick chart. Look at these dips. Look at these dips on this 100-tick chart. Every single time the Nasdaq has pulled back, we've been rallying and pushing session highs. That's exactly what we did when I got in long right here. I got in long right here as we started to break out. Settlement was just right above it. Just right above it. And I'm watching the rest of these, what do we call them? Tech 9 stocks like Nvidia. We just blew through session highs. So a trade to get in long for a, let's go scroll up here, for a test of settlement at 25,000, risking $30 is a much favorable trade in my point of view. That's why I took it. And same thing. We came down here, and I'm looking for the same thing, a break higher. If that helps explain that trade. How many times do people short this and they just get ran over because Nasdaq keeps going 100%. Up? I know I have.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Maybe later today as well. I'm keeping my eye on this MBT. The Bitcoin chart looks interesting to me.
Let's see it.
We're kind of running up. Well, I got it up right now.
It's absolutely, yeah. Is it we above 70?
We're at 69,900. Looks like I'm talking futures now because I'm looking to maybe trade it at some point. On February 25th, it looks like we spiked up to 74.50, which we bounced, immediately rejected. We did the same thing back on the 16th of February. So that is a very interesting level. Now, I don't usually trade MBT. I mean, I've never made I've made a couple options trades in like IBIT, but this is interesting.
Headline. Oil supertanker rates soared to a record on the Middle East conflict. Benchmark oil tanker earnings hit $424,000 a day.
Wow.
Supertanker rates soared to a record on the Middle East conflict. Take a look at crude. Crude seeing buying last 5 minutes or so now, $71.21, up about 90 cents in that time span. 7 minutes to the bottom of the hour, and as well as the London close. Gold now above 5309 last trade. Gold
I'm still liking the long side.
In which market?
Yeah.
Nasdaq. I'm still liking this long side here.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for that mythical settlement.
Yeah. That's on the
Waiting for the
tilt.
president.
Yeah, waiting for the president.
That too.
You see crude continue to push higher here. Gold not so much, but again, crude very, very sensitive to the headlines.
So folks milling around. No sign of the president yet.
Milling around.
Mm-hmm. Technical term.
Yes. Industry.
Crude continuing to hold bids. $71.30. Now they're asking for a delta reading, Hogue. Here's with the delta, ES and NQ.
All right. 8,200 positive in the S&Ps.
Oh.
Negative 700 again in the Nasdaq. They just keep in the swap. They keep it sweeping the stops at the highs, and then those sellers just keep coming back in. Get stopped out, get back in. Stopped out, get back in.
Gold, seeing some more buying now. Gold, $50 off the session lows that were printed 20 minutes ago. Last trade, gold, 53.20. Crude seeing some buying as well. A little downside pressure here in equities. President, nothing from the president just yet.
If we can't hold these 900s, I think we could push back down to 840s.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe even down to lower 800s too. That was the first level of support in this New York session. 810, 805.
About 24,600.
Of 4.05 is the 10-year yield.
Yeah, they're starting to buy it. Yeah, they're starting to buy the 10-year just a little bit. Seeing the ES pick up some momentum to the downside, 17 points off the highs, 68.63. London closed in about 3 minutes.
Yeah. I'm not buying this now.
Heads up, yeah.
We're starting to break through some technicals.
Would you sell it?
No.
Okay.
It's been a pretty easy ride to the long side, if, for the London session at least. This all started turning around at about 3 a.m. Central. It's lows. Maybe some covering into this.
4,865 last trade, about 130 points off the highs in the NQ. Yes, seeing some selling as well.
Ooh, here we go.
25 points. You're selling off right now in the equities.
Yep. Nvidia turned around. Oh, man, a lot of these major stocks, they've turned around. 3-bar reversal on them.
Close 2 minutes. Let them close 2 minutes. 10-year popping a little bit in price. Feels like it's got headlines on it. 2 minutes, London close, bottom of the hour. Preempting the headlines. Preempting the headlines. It's be very interesting. Still not at the podium? Let's see anything.
I think we could keep flushing back down to 800.
New lows. Or the lows in. Still got about 400 points to, well,
You're saying are the lows in for the session, like overnight
260
session?
points, 260 points to the lows in the I'm sorry, the NQ. Or the lows in.
I would say yes, but you never know with the volatility we're seeing.
Yes. IB low right around 68. Call it 6804. All right. Hogue, I know you got morning highlights coming up here at the top of the hour. So we got 45 seconds till that London close. So Hogue, nice, good job, good stuff. We'll see you morning highlights. Couple words before you get out of here, Hogue.
Yeah, anything can happen. I mean, equities were certainly looking weak here this morning, but they certainly have recovered nicely. We'll see how this plays out for the rest of the day. Failed upside auction in the S&Ps looks like a pretty decent opportunity, and we'll check in just a few minutes for the morning highlights. But Dakota, Jack, Andre, always a pleasure. We'll see you all
Thanks,
shortly.
Hogue.
See
Later, Hogue.
Yeah. And there's the London close.
Buyers stepping
a
in.
little bit of buying. Yep. A little buying in ES and NQ.
That's 40 points right there. 40 points.
These markets.
Hmm.
A little more buying in the 10-year. On the tilt. And on the letter. Still looking for longs, Dakota? Still looking for
Yes.
that. Try to get up to settle, right? Didn't quite get there.
Yeah, I'd like to see this at 25,000.
Well,
Obviously, it's not. I was looking for this to hold, right? This trend, this pattern, pushing up to settlement. The fact that we broke this, I'm not going to be as aggressive. And once again, everyone who's watching, very, very small size. I'm down $10. So that's why micros and trading small size is extremely important, because if you oversize that, you would hit easily like daily loss limit, go on tilt. And then if this market does rally or goes in the direction that you're looking for, you don't have enough what do we call it, a day loss limit, not enough dry powder to trade it. So that's what I was looking for. I actually would like to see this market come down here and test these 24,800s. We'll see.
About 70 points to go to get there. About 100 points to get to overnight view up in the NQ. Price 24,773. We're 100 points higher. ES, about 20 points higher than overnight view up as we trade 68.55.
I'm switching this up, Andre.
But
I'm going to get into a short for a breakdown.
Oh.
I like it. I like it. You take it?
Yes.
What
See if we
price?
could break through these. And this is something I've been wanting to try and build a position, and I haven't. This market has not let me build a position, meaning multiple contracts.
Last trade, 24,877. What price did you sell, Dakota?
I got 65, but I want to build a position in either direction.
All right.
If we get through these 50s, we might see another big sell candle down to 800.
Could be look out below. And pin at the top of the chat. Get those questions in for Abe, D, and Marie. That question about gap fills, question there. You'll most certainly be able to help.
I added to that position.
Like it.
If we get through these 50s, 40s,
price,
we can see a flush here.
Oh, yeah. Short 2 now?
Short 2.
All right.
65.
All right. Let's trade 65.
Yep.
65. Okay. Gold. Pulling back just a bit off that recent rally, 53.13 last trade. Crude trying to figure out the next move. It is about 70 cents off the lows, $71.24. Still waiting for the president to take to the podium for a Medal of Honor ceremony. Also, we'll be speaking about Iran. How are the options looking, Jack? Any change there with pricing in regards to futures?
Yeah, I mean, it's showing where we didn't quite get to yet. The resistance up around 69.09, so the 6,900 level up here. I was really hoping we could get to this level between the settlement at 89, somewhere in this range, kind of above where we got to. Shorts would be compelling to me there.
Crude just fell out of bed real quick. Just tap it on the session low. Crude just sold off 70 cents just like that. Straight down to the lows of 70.54. Might be on the headline. UAE and Qatar lobby allies to persuade Trump to end Iran war soon. The headline did just hit. So a little push higher in the equities. Looks like they want to sell it right back down. These markets are listening to any and all headlines that do hit the wire. And there goes crude right back higher. It's tricky. Very, very tricky.
Looks like Trump
Gold
might
hanging
be
around
walking in
52.
right now.
All right, let's bring that in. And we'll be keeping this from start to finish through the breaks and whatnot. We got 20 minutes left here in fast markets, but the president set to begin. And we will.
I'm flat
Listen.
minus 186.
Smart.
Let me watch and see.
Flat, flat. Very good. Keep an eye on the crude. Keep an eye on gold. Keep an eye on the equities. Gold now beneath 5,300. 52.97 last trade.
Nvidia heading to session highs as well.
One more buying in the NQ. 24,924. 927s. Yep. President is about to speak. We'll be bringing that to you just a second.
Watch us go up to
Look at that. Yeah, buyers, new highs.
settlement now.
Yeah. Yes, catching a bid. 11-point pop there. 68.71 last trade. 10 points from session high. Session high in the ES 68.80.
Will we push is the question.
10-year train right back to the lows. Closing in on those sessions. Oh, man. 50 points from those.
We might go right back up, man.
Right, 50 points. 50
Got
points
a range
from
up here.
session highs in the NQ. 24,940 last trade. No. And ES, we're buying the ES. 6 points to go. 4 new highs. 68.74 last trade.
We got a 100-point bounce here in the Nasdaq.
Just like that. Gap was filled. Gap was filled. Yes, and NQ. Jack, what do you want to see up here at 68.80, if anything? You're in that range, pretty wide range.
We're going.
Well, I want to see 68, 88, or 89. 89's ES settlement. 88 would probably get us to settlement the SPX. And then see if we have the resistance that I see resistance up here in the options up to 6,900, which is a big strike. So it's tricky because we're going to have the president talking at the same time, but that's sort of a level I've been looking at all day.
NVIDIA pushing.
What are you seeing here, Dakota?
We got.
I'm just seeing the Tech 9 stock now just catching a strong bid across the board too. NVIDIA just hit session highs. Google's pushing through session highs. We're going. We're right back at that level. Now, okay,
Incredible.
here's the question. Yeah. I know Trey's going to hate me for this. Why not get in long for a push to settlement now, right? Is it too late? Is it too late to get into a long right now, looking for a push to settlement, which is 25,000? And yeah, here.
No,
here we go.
Yeah, tapping on the closing on the highs. Yes, a couple ticks to go. 168.80 last trade. Yes, NQ about 10 points from new session highs. Look at the buyers step back in. Buyers just ramped this thing up about 120 points in the NQ in the last 5-10 minutes or so. New highs ES. New highs ES. Incredible. NQ still got a little work to do. 10 points. 10 points from low session highs. What's going on the Dow? Dow stepping on the buy. Not quite two new highs. MBT, let me buying that sucker up. 600, 700 bucks off the highs there. ES just printing new highs. Incredible. Still waiting on the print. New highs, ES. Look at this go. 68.82. NQ, new highs. There you go. New highs. 25,000 incoming. 25,000 002.
So that same trade set up. Look at this pullback. This is a pullback on the Nasdaq.
Oh, wow. We are
and this is the same location, same price.
Amazing.
This time we just pushed through it and hit it. Settlement. Right there.
Caught that long. Who caught the long?
Who caught it? Someone out there.
Caught the long. Click subscribe. Click like. We are making new highs. Right there to settlement in the NQ 25,000 004. Session highs and
the Russell is already green. 0.4% as a matter of fact. VIX is down below 20.97 right now. And we're just a few points, 5 points away in the ES, 4 points in the SPX from flipping this green for the session.
I wasn't wrong just early.
100%. Look at that thing go. 25. Couple points beneath 25,000. The NQ. And NQ printing new highs. ES looking to take another push to the upside. Again, look at this range. On an 80-point range. 80-point range in the New York session in the ES and NQ. About a 400-point range in the NQ in this New York session. Another push here. ES might be looking to take out the highs once again. Last 15 minutes. Each candle in 5 minutes. Green.
It's new session highs. It's not done. It's not done.
It's not, are the lows in? The question was, are the highs? The questions are the highs in? No, they are not.
No.
New highs ES.
I mean, that was what 150-point rally there in the Nasdaq in 15 minutes. Oh, that's a good example of if someone told you that we're going to be at settlement and we were, 15 points away, you still don't know, right? Because we just had a 100 point
Here we
down
go.
and right back up.
Buyers in the house. Buyers in the house for the equities. About
Nvidia up
a
almost 3%.
30-point pop. There are a 30-point rally here in the ES. Last 15 minutes. NQ, 150-point rally. Last 15 minutes or so. 25,012. 012. New session highs. Now, new highs. It's getting repetitive.
Half a point
Look,
from ES settlement. Just
Mhm.
there it is. We got the settlement. We closed that gap.
Okay.
Do we have more gas in the goose?
What would the setup look like?
I would just hit the sell button. But I'm just looking to see, like, I don't want to do it while it's just like hammering these highs again and again, but like to see if we get some stops or turnaround. I like backstopping with the 6,900 here.
All right. About 11 points from that. You got new highs printing ES and NQ. Crude gold. Holding steady for now. Chat, Rez in the chat says, pass my combine, let's go. Job well done.
Sweet.
Yeah. Yeah.
This isn't stopping. Look at this. Wow.
Nope. On standby, JD markets are rocking, like you said. 69.91 half. New highs ES.
Friday.
5,032. Look at this rally.
This is what I was looking for earlier.
Sure were, Dakota.
Thanks, man.
180 point rally NQ last 15 minutes. ES, almost a 40 point rally last 15 minutes.
Friday session highs in the ES. 68, I don't know, 94 or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when the president does begin, we're going to be bringing that start to finish. Marcus will be listening.
Look at this thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
More
Every little pullback's been a buy now on this.
Seriously. 25,028. 028. New highs NQ. In YM making new highs. Oh, yeah. New highs YM 48,000. All right. President's taking to the podium right now. All right. Let's go bring the volume in. We'll go bring the audio in. Topstep TV. Click like, click subscribe. We're not going to have a formal sign off here, fast markets. We're just going to kind of roll into, let's keep it rolling, right? James, let me know. But here we go. President taking to the podium. Here we go.
Guided this republic for nearly 250 years. From its birth in the wilderness to this very hour, we come to you now with grateful hearts. We assemble here today to honor men who, when the test came, were steadfast and unmovable. We thank you for the unyielding conviction of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds, who looked evil in the eyes and did not flinch. And we thank you for the battlefield grit of Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, courage that saved lives in Vietnam and courage that stands before us today. And Lord, we thank you for Staff Sergeant Michael Allis, who, in a final selfless act, made his own body a shield for a friend. Bless the family and friends of these great men of honor, O Lord, and forbid that we leave this place as mere admirers of their heroic deeds. Plant in our hearts a measure of their courage that we might prove worthy of the freedom for which they and generations before them defended. And Lord, now let the light of liberty continue to shine on our great nation. We pray in the strong name of the one who guides us. This will defend. Amen.
New Lowe's Oil. Session Lowe's.
Thank you very much, Chaplain Green. Wonderful job. Appreciate it. And thank everybody for being here, and please feel free to sit. So before we begin this important ceremony, and there's no ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury. Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out. And they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already...
All right. President is speaking right now at a Medal of Honor ceremony. We're going to roll out of Fast Markets. Got morning highlights coming up after this. Then we got Power Players after that. Jack, Dakota, good stuff. Let's go back to the speech, and we'll carry that through the break. Markets are moving. Topstep TV, let's go. We'll bring the president back in, and we got morning highlights coming up after this.
Bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything that the general said. There's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think you'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. We never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We have a lot of great service members here with us, too, in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building. See that nice drape? When that comes down, right now you see a very, very deep hole. But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors, because it can't get more beautiful than that. I picked those drapes in my first term. I always like gold, but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains. But and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom. I believe it, because I built many a ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world. And when you hear all that hammering out there, you know why the First Lady is not thrilled exactly. She said, will the pile drivers ever stop? You know, they go from 6 in the morning till 11:30 in the evening. Can you imagine? Here? You know what? To me, that's a beautiful sound. She doesn't like it. I love it. You know what? To me, other than here, because we're donating it, not a penny to the taxpayer. It'll be under budget, ahead of schedule. It'll be $400 million or less. Most people say $400 million or more. No, it'll be less. But when I hear that sound, that beautiful sound behind me, it means money, so I like it. But my wife isn't thrilled. She said, this is getting crazy. I said, don't worry about it. We'll be all finished up in a few months. But now, for the reason that we're gathered this morning, to recognize the unsurpassed courage of 3 really incredible American heroes, 1 living and 2 no longer with us. So together, we recognize the exceptional valor of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds. And maybe I could ask your families to stand, because they're beautiful families. I got to meet them, and please. So Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis and Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, as they receive our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. And we're pleased to be joined by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He's busy, very busy guy. In fact, I said, if you want, Pete, you can avoid it. General Raisin Kane also, and they said, we don't avoid this one. This is one you wouldn't avoid for anything, right? So we appreciate that you're here. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, who's doing an incredible job. Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Doug, thank you. You stand up, Doug. You're doing such a good job. 92% approval rating. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, who's known as Raisin Kane. I liked him when I heard that name, Raisin Kane. I said, if it's true, you're my guy. And it's true. It's turned out it's very true. He's a great guy and a great general. Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, and Army Chief of Staff, Randy George. Thank you. Thank you both, Dan. As well as Senators Tom Cotton, Bill Hagerty. You guys were great on television this weekend. I'll tell you what, can't have a better representative than both of you. Thank you very much. And Representatives Tim Burchett, Jack Bergman, and Nicole Malliotakis. And we have a few others sitting here, but I'm not going to go through it because we have far more important people to honor today. Oh, we have Tom Homan. I got to at least mention Tom Homan. I would be a stand-up, Tom. What a job. Zero people coming in. We had millions and millions of people pouring into our country now that, I mean, I'm not even sure I can believe this number is zero, but it is given out by Democrats. They're Democrats from the left, and they're rated for the last 9 months. We had 0 people come illegally through our border. Right, Tom? So I want to thank you very much. And I also want to salute 6 former Medal of Honor recipients: William Swenson, Jim McLuhan, Walter Marm, Thomas Paine, Sammy Davis. That's an interesting guy. Where is Sammy Davis? We have a big story here, Sammy. You've heard that all your life, I'll bet, huh? And Edward Byers. Stand up, please. You all look good. We all look good. We remember the ceremonies. All great. It's a great honor. There's no greater. I tried for myself. I've tried numerous times to get one by myself. I keep getting shut down. They say, you can't do it, sir. Bad protocol. Very bad. I would say the worst. But I'm only kidding. You don't have to say I'm only kidding. Otherwise, the press will come out with it, which they actually did once. Donald Trump wants a Congressional Medal of Honor, but he's been shut down. But now you are brave, amazing people. And I want to thank you all. In 1941, Roddy Edmonds of Knoxville, Tennessee, enlisted in the U.S. Army and soon rose to one of the youngest master sergeants in the military. In 1944, he sailed to Europe to fight in World War II, and he was so enthusiastic and young and full of vim and vigor. Roddy soon found himself on the front lines of the Battle of the Bulge. That was a big one. Massively outnumbered by enemy forces, his 1,200 soldier unit fought valiantly until they were completely overrun. The force was massive on the other side, many times the number. After a 4-day death march, one that was covered very well by the history books, through bitter cold, they were put into a German POW camp. Roddy was the top-ranking infantryman in the camp. He was number 1, meaning he was responsible for the lives of his fellow service members. On July 26, 1945, a Nazi SS officer issued an order over the camp loudspeaker, loud and strong. He said that only American Jews were to show up to roll call following this morning. He added, all who disobey this order will be shot immediately. There were more than 200 Jewish American soldiers in the camp, and Roddy knew their separation from the group would mean certain death. So that night he summoned his team and devised a plan. The next morning, all 1,200 American men fell in line together, shoulder to shoulder. Enraged, the Nazi commandant rushed forward, drew his Luger pistol, and pressed the barrel between Sergeant Edmonds' eyes. He barked at Roddy. They cannot all be Jews, he screamed loud and again, and staring straight back into the raging face of evil, Sergeant Edmonds replied fearlessly, "We are all Jews here." The Nazi officer lowered his weapon and the soldiers erupted in cheers. With total disregard for his own life, Roddy had saved over 200 of his fellow service members. Their camp was liberated 2 months later. We're honored to be joined today by Roddy's son, Chris. Please stand up as Thank you, Chris. Today, your father gets the honor he so courageously earned. And really amazing, right? It's an amazing story. Congratulations to the family of Master Sergeant Roddy Edmonds. The next two we recognize today served in the 1st Battalion, 28th Infantry Regiment of the 1st Infantry Division, better known as Big Red 1. Do you know about that, Pete, right? Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, we are honored to have you with us. On September 12, 1968, 102 brave men of Terry's Alpha Company were asked with securing Hill 222 deep behind the enemy's line in Vietnam. They didn't know it at the time, had no idea, but the area was totally infested with nearly 300 enemy bunkers and many, many enemy soldiers, far outnumbering them by at least 4, 5, even 6 to 1. As Terry led Lima Platoon up Hill 222, the enemy launched an ambitious and violent attack, unleashing a withering fire of machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades. Just didn't stop, just kept coming. Pinned down in hell on earth, Terry summoned unimaginable courage. 3 times he exposed himself to enemy fire to rescue severely wounded comrades, and 3 times he dragged them back to the group. Terry soon realized that the 82 remaining men had one chance of survival. That was air support. Acting without regard of his own life, he grabbed a radio and charged up Hill 222 alone. He needed to be there. It was the only place you'd get reception. He withstood a storm of enemy bullets, eventually reaching the top, where he spent the next 8 hours calling in tactical strikes, completely exposed. An hour in, an enemy sniper shot rang out and the bullet tore through his right leg violently. He was in bad shape, but Terry disregarded that and pushed through. And after 7 more hours of calling in American fire from above, the enemy retreated. Later that day, his team found him with both eardrums totally ruptured and a mangled right leg and foot, but still barely living, but living nevertheless. Due to Terry's actions above and beyond the call of duty, 82 men, Alpha Company, survived this battle, including 2 in this room, Norm Meyer and Dave Himmer. Where are you? Can you want to stand up, Norm and Dave? Where's Norm and Dave? That's pretty cool. Pretty good. And that story is 100% correct, isn't it? Huh? See, pretty. It's how much have you paid him over the years? Have you said take everything we have? We wouldn't be here, right? That's great. That's a great story. Terry, today you enter the ranks of the bravest warriors ever to stride the face of the earth. Please stand up, please. Thank you. That's great, Terry. That's a great brave man. I met him back there. He said, he's central casting. Look at him. He looks great. He looks great. You feel like fighting? I think we could take him today. What do you think, Pete? We'll make a little deal with him, as you are a brave man. Finally, we honor one more American soldier, a fallen warrior of wars, and really terror. Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis, born in 1988 on Staten Island. Michael grew up seeing the World Trade Center across the bay. I know Staten Island so well. The people in Staten Island are amazing. After 9/11, Michael enlisted in the Army, and by 24 years old, he was locked in. He loved it. He wanted it so badly. He was a squad leader serving in Afghanistan with the 2nd Battalion, 22nd Infantry Regiment, 1st Brigade Combat Team of the legendary 10th Mountain Division. On August 28, 2013, terrorists detonated a 400-pound car bomb on the east wall of the forward operating base, Ghazni, ripping open a 60-foot wide breach into a compound that housed NATO coalition forces, a lot of them. 10 Taliban fighters wearing suicide vests swarmed through. From across the compound, Michael saw the pillar of white smoke rising and ran to join the fight, rushing without his gear, wearing almost no gear, no Kevlar helmet, no body armor, just one magazine in his rifle. Along the way, he encountered a Polish soldier, and together they advanced under heavy fire, very, very heavy fire. At one point, shrapnel ripped through the Polish soldier's legs, rendering him unable to walk, very, very severely hurt. In that chaos of gunfire, explosions, and charred human remains, a terrorist insurgent appeared, rounding a corner with his suicide vest, fully armed, and you could see it. It was going to happen. He charged the wounded Polish soldier without hesitation. Michael raised his gun and forced himself between the insurgent and the man he just met, shielding him with his own body. He knew it was going to happen. He shielded him with his own body. You know, bravery's amazing. You never really know who's brave, who's not, until they're really tested. We think some people are brave, Pete, and they're not. We think others aren't, and they are. You never know. But he was tested. That's called the ultimate test, right? And at perhaps his final heartbeat, Michael fired his weapon, and the terrorist detonated his vest simultaneously. Staff Sergeant Ollis was killed just weeks before his 25th birthday, and nobody was any more brave than that. In his final act on earth, Michael absorbed the blast, sparing the life of that Polish warrior, who we are grateful to have in the room with us today, Second Lieutenant Carol Sierpika. Carol Sierpika. Where are you, Carol? Hey. Would you like to come up? Please. Please. I'd love to have you come up. Thank you, Carol.
Mr. President, Minister of War, my Minister Polish of National Defense, distinguished guests, everyone gathered here today, dear my Basia, Michael, and Jacob, especially dear Linda and Robert, and the entire Ollis family. What do you have that you did not receive? This is how I would like to begin these few words, to speak to you all here. In this special place and on occasion of this incredibly important ceremony, one that is significant for many, but truly especially exceptional for me. is a particular privilege and a great honor. Above all, however, it is my commitment. It is a part of my new mission, which began 13 years ago. A soldier is not something you are from time to time. It is who you are forever. It is just like you are not a mother, a father, a sister, and brother, or as only for a moment. These are not roles given to us for a while. They are a great gift, but also a great lifelong commitment. Yes, today my commitment and my greatest gift is to cultivate the memory of true, heroic act of courage that I witnessed performed by your beloved son, Michael. Please forgive me if my words have not fully captured what I truly feel today. However, sometimes words are simply not enough. I am deeply moved, happy, and grateful to God for my service, for my parents, for my family, for my...
And we are back. Welcome back to Topstep TV Power Players Edition. Got the fan favorite in the middle, Mr. Diamond Hands, George, and to the far right, Dolby Time. George, how we doing today?
We're doing good. How are you guys?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Watching these equities continue to grind up here. We'll see if we see any potential trade opportunities. But first, Mr. Dolby Time, first time on air today. How we doing?
Oh, we're doing good, man. We're doing good. I've not traded at all today, but these markets are cruising to the upside. Do not know how interested I would be in trying to hit up any shorts here. You know, as the range trader, I'm trying to figure out like what's the largest range we have. And Jay, I gotta say, there's kind of a lot of them, to be honest.
Yeah.
The chip is still in the bag, and the Nasdaq. We've been saying it, I don't know, for months at this point. We're still stuck in this giant Dorito pattern. We're even getting down to a smaller range on the weekly as well, and that's kind of where I have my first big weekly range drawn out. So that's going to be 24,478 up to 25,466. And we did bounce pretty good off those off those lows this morning around 24,500. So I'm thinking we're still kind of living and riding in that wave. So I would just be looking for longs to see if we can get back up to 25,466 by the end of the week. What happens in the next 5-10 minutes? No one knows. But we are ranging over range. How do we get long here? How do we get long?
How do we get long? Maybe Mr. Diamond Hands knows. George, what are we looking at in the markets right now? How are you seeing the markets? You traded all today? Seeing any
I
potential
did trade.
opportunities and initial balance extensions? What's going on?
I did trade. I took a trade off the 15-minute orb. I took it
Nice.
to the gap that we had from Sunday open from Friday. So here, that's pretty much my TP right there. So it was a small trade, 3 micros up to this level.
Nice.
259 on the day so far.
Nice.
You could potentially hit let's see, Friday's highs, probably, maybe.
25.98.75. I was just looking at that,
Yeah.
George.
Yeah, that looks
30 points from where we are right now.
cool.
Yeah. So we might potentially go up there. Right here.
We got 20 points to get to prior day high in the S&P, but the Nasdaq much closer. Got 38 points away right now, making a new high of the day, 25.68. Dolby, you asked, how do you get in long? I think you might just have to buy it. It's a tough one. It's a tough one because where does the risk go? We just did bounce off a settlement in the Nasdaq, 25,475 was settlement price in the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
Kind of just grinding up here.
Yeah, buyers are in the house. Even the volume profile, I got the visible volume profile up here. It is very clean, very standard sort of bell curve action going on. And I mean, y'all are right. As soon as you go up to like those 25,100s, you get a pretty big pocket or lack of volume. So if this is going to be sort of, I guess, a range trade or a volume profile trade, we would be looking for shorts around 25,100. If we did think that Friday high was going to end up being resistance. So let's see if we can get up there. I'm very curious to see how a price action behaves around these 100s, because on the weekly or even the daily, it's telling me it wants to go much higher than that. So maybe a pit stop there before we pull back and maybe bid higher.
25.62. George, you were saying, that Friday high is a potential target. Do you see a way to get into this trend here? We're 5 points off the high of the day. Do you see a possible way to get into it? Maybe on a pullback?
It would have to be a pullback, for sure. I don't feel like getting in on here. Maybe we come back and retest settlement. Will be a nice entry. We kind of pretty much missed it here. And I also don't want to chase. So I gotta see what it does. And then off the IBs, let me see, where's IB? IB's at 947, which is even lower than this.
Maybe either a retest of settlement or a retest of initial balance high.
Yeah.
Which is all the way down at 947. Yeah, that's way down there.
That's way down there.
How much of an extension are we at from the IB right now? Are we at a quarter or a half?
Yeah, we're above quarter. We're like in the middle between a quarter and 0.5
and a half.
So 0.5 is at 119 at 119 is target. So this would be probably a perfect trim. 98 if somebody's still long.
Got you. Let's see what we got going on here. 25.55 last trade here. Getting some comments from ex-Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen.
Yep.
Iran situation puts Fed even more on hold with rates, and Trump administration loses push to delay tariff refund fight. That's a headline that just came out. Shout out to Janet Yellen, ex-Treasury Secretary. Dolby, you got any space on that Topstep TV booking calendar? You think we could get ex-Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen on the show?
Yeah, maybe I have to bump a couple people, but we could do it.
Yeah, just send an email. I don't know what that speaking fee is like, but you got it, Dolby.
Oh, I don't know. Probably Probably pretty good. Probably pretty
Right.
good.
Right. 25.70 now. 25.70.
Very
Nasdaq is going
strong.
to try to keep everybody out here. 68.94.75 last trade there in the S&P. Gold 53.19.30 last trade there. Gold has been kind of in a choppy range over the last hour or so. Crude oil is still hanging out near its lows. I know the house count was short that opening range trade. We took profits on that, but crude is looking pretty ugly. One of the targets we were looking at was that $70 level, and I don't think it's out of the question here. $70.30 last trade in crude, about 60, and here we go, 70.26 now last trade in crude. Crude getting ready to make a new low of the New York session here.
A new low. Okay.
Yeah, seeing some
little
selling here in
overheated?
crude.
A little
Maybe a
overheated
little
over the
bit.
weekend.
Yeah, I think here we go. Nasdaq pushing highs
New
now as
high.
well. S&P new high of the day. George, how are you looking at this? You know, the environment that we're coming into right now. There's headlines flying around. You know, extreme volatility. Has that changed, or the thought of extreme volatility, has that changed your trading at all?
Not really. I still go with the same risk right now. But yeah, I did have to change my buy. I thought we were gonna dump a lot more New York Open. So I was patient. I waited. We had PMI final. I think 15 minutes into market open, if I'm not mistaken. We
Right.
had like two major red folder news, 15 minutes
Yep.
in, and then at 10 too. So I did take a trade into afternoon. So I missed this whole move initially. So, but I did end up getting the longs to that gap that we had. So
Nice
for me, it's
trading.
just trying to be more patient during this time.
For
And there's been
sure.
so much opportunity, Jay, off the open in this Nasdaq the past, let's say, what week or two, where we just
Yeah.
see absolute rippers on the open, and then it kind of just chills out for the rest of the day. I mean, thankfully we've had some continuation
Yeah.
today, but markets have been very tricky to trade. I mean, what did we jump up this morning? Was it 600s up to almost a 250 point bounce just in the opening 6 or 7 minutes? I think 9 minutes,
Right.
10 minutes. Crazy.
Yeah.
And a ton of opportunity. I've been taking advantage of it today. Dolby, you said you didn't trade
Yes.
this morning. I wish I didn't trade this morning. I got short last night, got stopped out, the market dumped. Got long this morning, got stopped out, the market rallied. It's been that type of day. Been that type of day for me.
Yeah.
Ended my winning streak. I was on a 6-day winning streak, but hey, it has to come to an end eventually. And today was just like, this is just a mess. I'm seeing everything right and trading it wrong. Yeah, but seeing a little bit of a pullback here. Maybe this was the pullback we're looking for. What I'm looking at in the S&P and in the Nasdaq, we are at the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart for all the at the buzzer viewers. You know what I'm looking at here? 68.95 in the S&P. That price is 25.32 in the Nasdaq here. We got price trading above it. VWAP's a lot lower. Could this be a potential for a pullback here?
I mean, this is the stair-step pullback. If you like, if you subscribe to that model, I mean, we have ranged over range. Looking at the 3-minute, we had a nice range that we broke out of. We're retesting it. So if we're looking for longs, you know, maybe like right here, right now. If we want to like try to ask ourselves, where would someone else get long? Probably closer to 25,000s, or maybe the midpoint, like 2520s. So maybe we could try to build. Let's try to build something there. Actually, let's see if we can do that.
2520s.
20s to evens. I believe that also lines up with settlement, pretty close to it. Yeah, close to it. So we'll see if we can work longs. I think the most aggressive entry would be like right here, right now, on that stair-step pattern. I just want to see, because it's Nasdaq. Let's see if we can wiggle down. Maybe get to like the midpoint here for a continuation to the upside. Also, we're very close to those 25,000 evens, which Nasdaq kind of has a love affair with. So let's see if we can get back down there.
Let's play a fun game here. We got a hot take in the chat, George. I need to know from a 1 to a 10, how hot is this take? This is the beginning of the biggest crash since 2008.
Wow.
How high does that take, George? On a scale of 1 to 10.
Shit.
I'm gonna say it's a 7.5. I'm gonna say
I'll
7.5.
say I'll say 5.5.
5.5. Okay. Crash up. That's not how crashes work. That's not.
Yeah, they hit
That's
all
not
die, Jay. They hit all die on the chart. Now we're crashing up.
right. Dolby, you got
Ooh,
some
about
bids in here. 20s. Crude oil
2008.
looked like it was gonna make it.
I was still in school.
2008 still in school. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Guess you had to be there to see it, right? Guess you had. I was still in school too, so I was not trading. I think I was 2000.
I don't know.
Yeah, 2010.
Like I
2010.
said, we still need something crazy to get this market jarred loose. I just don't know what it's going to be.
Agreed.
What it's going to be. You know, we've
Something's
had
gonna
the
get us out of
tariff
this
thing.
range.
That's been fine. We've had Nvidia already. That's been fine. We have Iran is hot right now. That hasn't still moved the markets. I'm still saying it's going to be fraud, Jay. I think
Fraud.
some sort of like accounting discrepancy is going to get found or something that's going to like unwind. That's my prediction. It's not financial advice, but
I mean, I don't.
it's the only thing I can think of.
I don't know that I completely disagree, Dolby, with all the money that's being passed around in
Mhm.
tech right now with AI and AI valuations and things like that. I wouldn't be surprised. I'll say it that way. 25,045 last trade here in the Nasdaq, seeing a little bit of a pullback. Also count looking to maybe get in long in the 20 to 25,000 even range.
Yeah.
Same. Right at settlement. If we get back
Yep.
to settlement, I have a potential probably
Okay.
entry there.
All right.
Let's
Here we
go.
go. Got a trade idea. Got a trade
Let's
idea
see.
brewing here. 25,045 last trade there. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, ES is still positive on Delta. I'm seeing like what's 8,700 right now. Overall. NQ is a little negative. It is negative 1,100.
Any reason not to take a short till settlement? You could. It would be fighting the trend for the day.
Oh yeah, big time. Big time trend fighting. Just because it's so, like I said, range over range is really consistent. You know, maybe if we got underneath 25,040s and then formed like a range underneath and left this little one up top, then we could maybe find a way to get short. Also, with us being so close to 25,100, I'd prefer shorts up there. It just seems like a huge sort of level, just a visual level for the market. Like we got what, 6 or 7 candlestick wicks up by those 25,100s. Are we good?
Yeah.
Jay,
Sorry
you're
about that.
muted?
I just heard. Yeah, no, I just heard an order execution go off on my personal account. I'm like, where did that just happen? It's
man.
something about a gold trade. I'm like, wait, I don't have any orders out for gold, so I'm just making sure I'm making sure I'm flat. Just making sure I'm flat. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good.
I've been getting notifications too from my personal one too. That I'm.
Oh yeah.
It says I'm out of the trade, but I've been out of the trade for like a couple hours now, and it's still like gave me notifications that sell 2 right at open a gap. It keeps on going.
That
I think I gotta turn off my phone or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously, delayed notifications on trades is not an ideal. Maybe on text messages that you don't want to read, but trade notifications, we need those as soon as possible. Priority notifications for sure. Let's see here. Let's take a look at the tilt. I haven't looked at the tilt really all day. What are we seeing here? 65% short in the S&P, 61% short in the Nasdaq, 64% long crude oil. Crude last trade 70.69. George, I know we've talked about it before, but for a while you were a crude trader. We're starting to see the volatility pick back up. Crude's up 25% on the year. Shout out to my guy, Coach Paul, who in 2025 at the end said 2026 has the potential to be the year of crude. Of course, we know what moves crude, and we know what moves crude, and it's usually not anything good. But what would get you back to trading it? We actually saw D, who's a our resident crude trader for a while. She hasn't traded it in almost a year. She was thinking about a trade today. What would get you back to trading crude?
Let's see. I'm trying to see it right now. Uh, I don't know,
Nothing.
man.
Yeah, if you have to look that hard,
Nothing.
it's nothing. It's all right.
I don't think nothing. I usually just trade gold now, gold and M&Q.
Right.
Yeah, but not really interested in crude oil right now.
What about you, Dolby? We know you're a crude trader as well. You were a crude trader for a while.
Mm-hmm.
What would it
we
take?
all were at one point in time, Jay. We were all crude traders at one point in time. Crude's a fun market to trade, but it is also incredibly headline driven. So you're really susceptible to just getting your world rocked by a headline, and there's nothing you can do about it. So it's a pretty chill market up until that happens, and then you ask yourself questions like, why am I trading this? Because
makes sense.
It's gonna happen. When everyone was different, because when everyone was on board trading crude oil back when Topstep was first around and it was 90% of the people traded it, there was a lot more people in the market trading crude.
Gotcha.
And so you could get really nice liquidity. It was flowing really good. People who liked trading, vibes were high. It was a good market to trade. Now it just seems so headline driven, Jay. That's just going to do a lot of chopping back and forth until it hits its headline, and then it's going to just go totally insane. So maybe day to day. Yeah, maybe day trading, you won't notice it unless you just happen to be in a position at the exact time a press release happens. Otherwise, just kind of ranges around. It's probably even ranging right now. I don't even have it open, and it's probably ranging.
It's ranging right now.
Time frame. Yeah, of course.
Exactly what it's doing. 70.80 last trade there in crude. 63% long tilt. Looked like it was going to make a low of the day. Made a low there at 70.20s and a little bit of a bounce. 25.36 last trade here. George, we got some questions for you in the chat. How do you do your back testing? Do you use a platform to back test? You manually do it?
I use TradingView.
TradingView.
Do my back testing. Yeah.
There you go.
And I usually go on either the 5 minute or the 1 minute, and I do random bar. That way I don't know what the day is.
Know what's gonna happen.
Yeah. And I don't do as much as I used to, but I would at least do 1 hour on Saturday, 1 hour Sunday, back testing. And I did that for 2 years.
Nice. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. Charles Chapman says, just shorted gold up here. How is everybody else trading? Are you up on the day, down in the day? Any trades that you're scanning right now? What did you learn for the day? Like I said, for me, I'm down. Read the market right, traded it wrong. And that's going to happen every once in a while.
Yeah, that happens. Unfortunate, but it does happen.
Right.
There's a question in chat from Tekiyaya. What is range over range? Range over range is basically just a sort of stair-step pattern to the upside. So let's see if we can find you a good example. This is a pretty good example. So we had a range form on the 3 minute, then had another range kind of form over that. And then hypothetically speaking, we might get another range over there. So you kind of just get this formation of ranges forming over ranges. It's just a way to define trending markets as a range trader, basically. Stair steps, range over range.
Where was that bid, Dolby? You had it at 20?
20, yeah, 20 half. So we missed it by 8 points.
I like the idea.
Yeah,
50-point pullback.
Yeah. I mean, it was forming a range on smaller time frames, but with the Nasdaq, I think it tends to slip smaller time frame ranges a little bit. And so on a 1 minute chart, 25,040 looks great as a potential to get long because it's very strict to kind of that range over range formation. But with Nasdaq, it loves just running us a little bit further. And so I wanted to see if we could play the middle of the 5 minute range as a potential for a retest and then have it shoot higher. So we still might have a chance. Of getting filled. We'll see.
Yeah, buyers not holding these 50s here. 25.50, 25.39 last trade in the Nasdaq. Tilt still short, 64% short in the S&P, 61% short in the Nasdaq. S&P is not holding above settlement, 68.8650. 53.2710s. Last trade in gold. Have you placed any gold trades recently, George?
Yesterday, personal.
Got you. Nice.
Yeah, I took an L though.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I did because I was trying to go long, and I mean, eventually at night it did do what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
I did take an L, but it's been good overall. Yeah.
All-time highs soon, potentially? Question mark? Maybe.
Is it?
We'll see. I mean, we're less than 5% off the all-time high in gold, which sounds crazy
Wow.
after that ridiculous sell-off that we had, but I think it just needed to flush everybody out and then maybe find some new buyers down there.
That's what I hate about gold,
53.26
man.
last trade. Yeah.
That's what I hate about trading gold. Everything is fine, and then it just wants to sell off like $50 and just bid back up again like it's nothing.
Yep.
Just a brutal market for day traders. Jay, is it still as bananas overnight
Yeah.
as a trade?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last night wasn't too bad, I think, because of
Yeah.
the open was so crazy. Like we gapped up and then that open was so crazy. So it wasn't as bad last night, but yeah, it's still pretty volatile.
Yeah,
You know what,
I
Doby?
had my
You know what it is?
oh,
Yeah, go ahead, George.
no, I had my stop at 53.23, and then I should have put it at 52.98, and it would hit my TP. My TP was 54.29 actually, which it hit at London Open. But that's part of the game.
So it is. Yes, it is. Getting a little bit of a pullback here. House count looking to get into a long micro Nasdaq from 2520 evens, and then maybe another one at 25,000s. George, do you have a bid in there, or are you just kind of waiting to see the price action when we get down there?
I'm just waiting to see what it's gonna do there. I don't have a
Yeah.
limit
Got
buy
you.
in there.
Got you. Question for me in the chat here from TJ. When you have a day where you had the right idea but traded it wrong, what do you learn from that? How do you review the day? So the read is right. So I don't have to change anything about that, right? I don't have to change anything about my strategy. I have to ask why I traded it wrong. Was I in a rush to try to make something happen? Or was I actually letting the market play out? And if I review today, I was in a rush to make something happen. So that's an easy fix. Slow down. And that's really it. If it's the wrong read, then there's a lot more that you have to do there. But for me, it was the read was right, but you have to be patient enough to let the read play out. So that was really it. Good question, though.
It's a great question.
Speaking of great questions, if you have more great questions, we have a form pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching. Group coaching right after this, 12 p.m. Central Time. We have Gabe, Coach Deanna, and Anne Marie for group coaching. So make sure you get your questions in there. Form is pinned to the top of the chat. You saw D earlier this morning for the metal markets. And then again on fast markets, you saw Anne Marie opening up the markets yesterday with the market kickoff last night. Shout out to Anne Marie giving us some context for the week and all this volatility. If you got some questions for either of them or Gabe, make sure you get those questions in. Form is pinned to the top of the chat. Squiz Games, I see you in the chat. How do you find Delta? You need a platform to find Delta. George, you're looking at Delta information. What platform are you using?
I use Bookmap. It is a monthly subscription, so
Yep,
you do gotta pay for it.
you have to pay for that information. I use Quantower, but again, you have to pay for that as well. Or you can just listen in to Topstep TV. We give you updates pretty periodically on Delta. I can give you the Delta right now. In the Nasdaq, negative 1200. In the S&P, give me a minute, and I'll get you that as well. Negative 1200 in the Nasdaq. That delta is the difference between market order buys and sells, which is telling me that there's a potential for a short squeeze up here. If you sell something and it doesn't go down, you got to buy it back eventually. So we could be potentially setting up a short squeeze here in the Nasdaq going into the end of the day.
That makes sense.
So I like this trade. Positive 9,000 in the S&P. Thanks, Coach Hoop.
Sure, a lot of people got short. because those war drums are beating.
Oh, yep.
And Nasdaq is like, hey, just kidding.
Right.
We're
Nothing,
gonna
nothing
bid 400
matters,
points.
which is crazy. Yeah. I don't know what gets us out of it. We keep asking the question, what is going to get us out of this range? Is it going to be NVIDIA? Is it going to be CPI? No. Is it going to be PPI? No. There's tariff headlines. Not that either. You know, I seen Dan Emmons in the chat saying this is month 6 of a 20-month consolidation in the equities.
Yeah.
Which it's happened before. I don't know that I hate it, to be honest. George, you found a trade today.
I did. Yeah.
Right. And it kind of
Yep.
makes it easier, I think, as long as it's a big enough range to trade, right? If the Nasdaq starts trading in 80-point ranges for the day, then I don't think anybody wants that. But we have
Yeah.
400-point ranges every day, and like you said, Dolby, all last week we had some great opening range trades. So if it wants to stay here and continue to trade this range, why not?
I wonder if Dan knows this off the top of his head. Like, what's the like insider buying selling rate going on right now? Because I've looked up a couple different sites, and it's like sell side for insiders, so like board members, CEOs, CFOs, so on and so forth. And it's like sell side, depending where you check, either 3-to-1 or 5, like close to 5-to-1 sell side. So insiders are selling. So
Interesting. Are they taking profits from being in so early?
I mean, maybe we're just stuck in this range so they can get out of their positions. I don't know. I don't know, but they're not buying it. They're not buying it.
You sell it all to us, and then the price drops, right?
Mm-hmm. It's funny how that works.
Speaking of prices not dropping, we got a news clip here. Apple launches budget. Oh wait, actually, prices are dropping. Apple launches a budget iPhone 17e in a bid to boost sales. There you go, W. You've been asking for bits on prices dropping. Here you go. Cheaper iPhones.
Apple added a budget model to its most recent lineup of mobile devices. The iPhone 17e costs about $600. Analysts say that it could signify a demand for cheaper cellular options. The iPhone 17e has the latest A19 chip, but not all the frills of its more expensive counterparts. Apple says it has twice the speed and entry-level device storage of the company's last budget offering. It comes in black, white, or soft pink, and will be available for pre-order starting Wednesday.
There you go. Cheaper iPhones coming out. Some things do get cheaper. See how long they sell that one for. I'm only buying another iPhone if this one dies or they come out with the mini again. I had a 13 mini. It's probably the best one I ever had. Screen time was down. Screen time was down because you know how much are you going to watch on that smaller screen? And then it died.
Great.
Yep. We are just ranging here. 25.52 last trade in the Nasdaq, 68.93 last trade in the S&P, 53.2360 last trade in gold, 70.60 last trade in crude oil. Still short in the S&P, 59% short there, 60% short in the Nasdaq, 61% long in crude oil. Crude still up 5.3% on the day, even though for the New York session so far it's been nothing but sell side.
There's got to be some happy crude traders. You probably had a long overnight over the weekend. I don't know what it cost for them to hold that position over the weekend, but they were definitely rewarded.
Right. Gotta ask Coach Paul. I think he's been in since like $60 or something like that.
Like a long term, like trade contract far out.
I think he did. I think he did it with options.
Nice.
But yeah,
that's nice.
Beautiful trade there.
You still looking at settlement with me? I don't know if we're gonna get it.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is good.
We might see a move maybe
right now.
Probably after lunch.
Yeah, the second half session.
Yep, PM session.
Mm-hmm.
See if there's anything on the calendar. The president has a busy schedule today. He has signing time at 12:30 Central Time. He's at a policy meeting at 1 p.m. Central, another policy meeting at 3 p.m. Central Time. All those close to the press, so we probably won't be getting any comments out of it, but you never know.
Yeah, it's kind of like point of chill right now.
Here you go. There'll be some AI news. Musk's XAI to buy back $3 billion of debt early in run up to IPO.
Oh wow, they're gonna IPO XAI, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Are they gonna be first
go.
to be public? I mean, I guess Google is already, but
Yeah.
XAI is its own standalone sort of company here. Whatever, bro. It's gonna get bit up so much.
Oh yeah.
Anything that Musk does. Oh, and it's getting SpaceX. Yeah, that's gonna be a hell of an IPO.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Buy it on the first 50% drop after the IPO.
Mm-hmm.
Since that always happens.
Nasdaq has gotten locked up. Who is playing D on this market right now?
It's just kind of stuck in the middle of the range here. Joe Bag, good to see you in the chat. I don't know what you're expecting out of this range. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what he's expecting either.
I think we are doing exactly what traders are supposed to do in this range, having a bunch of conversation about everything other than trying to figure out how to trade this right now. Sometimes there's no trade. And if you look at your charts, a very inexperienced or immature trader is going to look at a chart every single time and look at it as an opportunity to make money, not really realizing that there's opportunities to lose money as well. Every time I've looked at a chart like this and tried to trade it aggressively,
always lose.
It's always been an opportunity to lose money. So sometimes you got to know what it looks like to be patient. And when the markets start moving, we'll get into something. We do have some bids here. So Dolby's actually actively trading right now. The market just hasn't come down to its price yet. Being patient.
Not trading.
And hey,
and we're
stingy with your
points from getting filled.
Right. 53.17.80 last trading gold. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in there.
I mean, Jay,
check out the Russell
filled at 28, which is like near perfect.
Yep.
It would have been 22 points, maybe 30 points, which is pretty good.
Right. Yeah, it's a good trade for right now. That you would have taken 60% of this range.
That's
actually,
assuming you did everything perfectly. Yeah, 30 points.
Right.
Just solid.
The Russell is kind of grinding higher here. I don't know if you looked at the Russell chart today, Dolby, but that RTY chart is kind of doing what we thought the Nasdaq was going to do, or was looking for the Nasdaq to do.
I mean, it also has a really similar pattern. I mean, it's just way more aggressive in its bounce, but like another sort of Dorito pattern in the RTY.
Here it is, new highs.
Finally, we're doing it.
Yep, new highs S&P, new highs Nasdaq. There you go. New highs in the Russell as well. Shout out to Coach Vince, still holding Dow longs from 48,776.
Nice.
Damn, Vince, nice trade.
I mean, we tried getting long. We just didn't get the pullback.
We did.
We're too stingy.
Had the right idea.
Know. I don't know if we're too stingy. But you try to chase a bid and maybe you get filled at 25,040 and then it wants to sell off down to 25,000s and then you go to your journal and they're like, oh, it's so obvious. We're going to pull back to 25,000s, big round number. And then what if it doesn't? What if it just holds bid at 25,040? I mean, you can't win them all. Cannot win them all.
No, you cannot. Diamond Hands, I know you got the name from holding on to trades, but how I think it kind of works the other way too, right? You don't just trade anything. Did you have to work on that patience to do that?
Yeah, I did.
Is there a time where you were just kind of gunslinging, just I'm shooting at everything, something's gonna work?
No, I try to always trade like my setup and stuff like that.
Okay.
I mean, it came with over time, right? As a new trader, you try to, especially if you come from like options and then you go into futures and be like, damn, the market's up in 22 hours. I can trade it, 22
hours. Right.
Yeah, 22 hours, I'll be rich like in a day.
I think I can figure out 15 minutes of sleep. right?
Yeah.
In the middle of the day.
You
Yeah.
Like, I'll sleep when the market's, closed, and then I'll wake up again at 6 p.m., trade again,
Right.
Monday through Friday.
Right.
Yeah, so
Doesn't work like
I
that.
mean,
Doesn't work
the
like
more
that.
trades you take, the more chances of you losing money as well. Don't always think
That's a
it's
fact.
positive.
That's what I would say.
That is a fact. Trading is one of the jobs that just because you spend more hours does not mean you'll make more money.
Yeah.
Nope.
You
I
can
usually
give
take
money
like
back to the
one.
markets.
I usually trade like 1 to 3 trades per account, depending on what account I have.
Nice.
If it's two red trades in a row, then I'll stop. The only reason I'll take
There
a
you go.
third trade if I have a loser, winner, winner, or it's a winner, loser, loser, then I'm done also. But I'm not. Yeah, after 2 red trades, I'm done.
There we go.
Yeah, I like that
Risk
rule.
management
Huge fan.
over everything. Risk management over everything. Remember that, and make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV. We're going to go to a little bit of a break here. We got group coaching coming up next with Gabe, Deanna, and Anne Marie. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat, so make sure you get your questions in there. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. We appreciate you all being here. George, I like that hat, man. It's a fire hat.
I like it. I gotta get a new hat. I like the one you guys are wearing.
I mean,
Let's see.
we could have been triplets on the stream.
I know. Hey,
I don't know who put it on first, me or
next-
Dolby.
I don't know. Whoever woke up first.
Right. I think it was me here in New York. I'm going to take the credit for that. Dolby was trying to beat me today. Trading raw CPT. Am I in a live account? I am. I took a loss today in my live account, but hey, live to trade another day. Stick around to Topstep TV here, though. We are going to be right back with group coaching. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. It is time for some group coaching. Happy Monday. Good to see everybody. Shout out to the chat. Love y'all. Goofballs from Friday. It was a great power hour, fun reversal challenge. But Anne-Marie, welcome back. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm doing great. You know, I was on market kickoff last night and I said, listen, oil's telling us that we're going to bounce. But I mistimed it, and so I was down. But then I came back because look at this. Pretty nice move to the upside. But, you know, it's always bad when you're on your show. Hey, Dee.
And there's Deanna. You're live.
It is so it's always bad when you're on your show and you make a losing trade. Everybody's like, what? Yeah. What is she good for? Nothing.
You guys take losers? What? You guys lose trades?
You take losses?
Are you kidding me? I thought you're supposed to have 100% win rate.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not the reality of it?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No, not
gotcha.
reality at all.
Well, great to have the two of you. Deanna, happy to see you as well. How's your day going? I know you're later in the day at this point. What's going on your side of the world?
Yeah. I took a loss on the copper trade. Didn't touch anything since, so I'm just kind of sitting with a small loss. Should have my charts. There we go. Partial loss. So I didn't quite eat up the full stop. And I'm just waiting. This is obviously the day where headline risk is throwing a curveball to some statistical events that we usually see. So it's getting too late for a failed auction in crude oil, so I'm probably going to not trade at all today. Could be another opportunity in copper, but it all depends how they decide to go into the COMEX close. But I'm not itching to trade again today because everything is a little bit topsy-turvy. And if I can't make sense of it, I shouldn't be trading.
You call it topsy-curvy? What'd you call it?
Topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvy.
That's a first for
never
me.
heard
I don't think I've ever heard
Really?
that in my entire life. Yeah, that's a new
That
one for me.
topsy-turvy is like something I say
Yeah, it's
almost
old.
every week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where
It
have I
is old.
been?
It is old. I know.
I
Probably
know.
not
Where have you
born.
been?
That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm not that young, but I hear you.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Well, sweet. Markets are obviously, we got a lot going on today across the world,
Yeah.
market related as well. Let's go ahead and real quick just kind of quote some prices. We'll kind of get a gauge on where we're at here in the session so far. Nasdaq and S&Ps looks like we are kind of trading near the highs, basing around 68.95 here in the SPOOs. We got 25.045 here in the Nasdaq. We got crude near the session lows, 70.41 per barrel. Gold and silver also kind of ranging, building a little bit of a base near the lows here, 53.05, about $25, a little over $25 off from the lows in gold, actually. Silver is a little closer. We're about a little under $1 away from the lows, trading 87.73s right now. And then micro Bitcoin, we got at 69,300. I'm going to be interested to see kind of what Anne Marie has to say about Bitcoin. Obviously, kind of retesting that 70,000 level after trading around 65,000 this morning. So kind of a big day, of course, in the markets, following a lot of what transpired over the weekend here. Anne Marie, speaking of Bitcoin, any particular thoughts right now on kind of where we are today? Any major levels or kind of possible
Sure.
perspective
Yeah.
that you have about where you could see price going, or what kind of scenarios you're looking for here?
Absolutely. Just out of the gate, though, we just had a 500 lot clear in the E-minis to the downside. So
Okay.
just see if that level at 68.93-ish or so gives us any kind of room. There's a ton of volume right there in that pocket. They're trying to build a base. But for Bitcoin, the commentary that I had is the following. We're still caught in a range. What happened very beautifully is that during the beginning of the fire exchange between the two countries, we had Bitcoin trading live, and it dropped to 63,000, just like that. And as soon as they found that, as soon as the news hit that they had killed the supreme leader, it bounced back up to 65. And so it was treading water there. As soon as the market opened up last night, it really started lifting fairly dramatically in terms of not falling over, which is what I was looking for it to do if risk was still on. So, as you know, I believe Bitcoin is the risk on instrument because it's very leveraged and there's a lot of money that chases it. It looks like it's at the top of the range. If I were a betting man, I am neither of those things, but if I were a betting man, I would say a short at around 70,000 is more than fair. Here's the interesting thing. Gold and silver just sort of went and now not holding on to its ledges, pulling back a little bit. The question is, are they rolling it into Bitcoin? Are they rolling it into the dollar? The dollar's bouncing today. So there are a lot of ifs, but I was writing in the chat this morning on Topstep TV, and I said, hey, listen, if you see a bid holding after this 9:30, 10 o'clock region in Bitcoin, the whole market's going to follow. And it absolutely did. Now the market is stalling out, and so is Bitcoin. So it's about $800 from its high. If it gets up over 70, we've got ourselves additional price action that's going to be about, another 5,000. But I would not be surprised at all to watch it come right back into this 66,000 area before they try to bid it up again. That's just my
Okay.
suspicion.
I got you.
And
So-
I think exit liquidity is still being used. A lot of these, all of this flow, I'm seeing exit liquidity at the top of these ranges. So pretty interesting.
Okay. All right. So anticipating a little bit of continued range bound behavior, potential hold above 70,000, maybe 75s coming in the cards next. I got you. All right. Chat, y'all short, y'all long. What are you in for trades right now? Are you flat? How's the day been so far? Anybody already locked out for the day? Sound off. Let us know what you got cooking on in the background there. Deanna, so I know you said that you took a small little trade there, a couple $100 loss, and kind of staying out of the markets for the moment just due to the conditions. What would you be looking for to potentially support resuming trading in terms of behavior or structure? What would kind of need to
Today?
happen? Yeah, today, if there was going to be any particular condition that might give you the green light to say, hey, maybe it's looking good for
I
a
mean,
trade at this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is that most of the levels that I was looking at, they never really arrived. So I was looking at 70 to be tested and then maybe broken. And then a reclaim, maybe on crude oil. And I was looking at 590 on copper. So neither of those happened.
Gotcha.
And that means probabilities where we are right now are much worse for the setups that I should be having, because there's no real hedging from the market makers and dealers at these levels. And you can see it in the lackluster price action. They're just kind of hanging, both crude oil and micro copper. They're not really doing anything. Not that odd for copper, but I would have expected at least some kind of a hedge as we near the COMEX close.
Yeah.
Not even that is happening. So I don't know whether this is the day for me to kind of continue trading into the end of the day.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, so I would prefer to be at the important inflection points before I get involved. So maybe if we get there, but at the same time, we're running out of time, right? So we have 10 minutes, 12 minutes before COMEX closes, and then maybe another hour, 10 minutes before NYMEX. Typically, they move a lot more. So I'm probably just going to err on the side of staying out until tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah.
It's always another day. We don't have to keep trading.
It's Monday, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Monday. A lot of week left for sure. A lot of opportunities still on the horizon. I like the discipline though. I like the fact that you know the two markets, right? The two markets that you're more versed and more, you have your setups for. You're very consistent with following that plan. If the condition or the first threshold even that you'd be looking for hasn't been met, why force the trade? But yeah,
Exactly.
good stuff. Sweet. Well, we got a good amount of questions actually submitted today. So shout out to those that used that group coaching form at the top of the chat that we so happily pin in Fast Markets to make sure that you get a chance to get any questions answered. Of course, as always, we try to do our best to answer as many as we can. Sometimes we do go a little long-winded on some of these answers, but we're going to do our best to get through a few of them today. Let me kind of filter through and see what we have for possible questions today. We got a quick one I'm going to answer just from Bless. What a great name, by the way. Bless says, how do I get into groups? I would imagine you're probably referring to some of our group sessions potentially, and that would be primarily in Discord. So outside of the streams that you'll see on YouTube right here on Topstep TV, where you have slow markets in the evenings, for instance, at 7:30 p.m. Central. You got the London with Aaron Trades. That's at 1:30 Central. Then you got Deanna's show, Metal Markets. That's at 5:30 right now. 5:30.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, 5:30 a.m. Central. And then we have, of course, At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. So in addition to those streams that you'll see here on YouTube, we do have all of our coaches that do participate to some degree in the Discord and offer sessions as well. Anne Marie, by the way, does market kickoff on Sundays too. So you have a plethora of wide variety to catch here right on YouTube, but then you also have the Discord for Topstep that you can join. And you can find that right on topstep.com. we'll post a link here in chat as well here for you. But you'll see a lot of those coaches host some of their own sessions, like Coach Jack Senior. We don't see a lot of him on TV right now, but he still does his sessions. Coach Paul does pivot, lessons in Discord as well. So there's plenty of availability for you to kind of look at throughout the week to get plugged in and to just get little touch points of information. And then maybe you're talking about community. Just find a sense of community in the Discord. You might kind of build a little, find a person or two that you communicate to consistently, that you kind of get along with, and maybe you want to start forming a little bit of a small group of your own. But that's kind of how I would approach that for now. We got a question for D. LME had asked, "Hey D, even with fundamental news, do you take first day as the initial balance? Okay. Do you take first day as the initial balance the week, and then when we hold on, making sure I read this correctly here. Even with fundamental news, do you take first day as the initial balance the week, and then we make the fundamental directional move in equities?" I'm not sure if I fully get that question, but maybe you do.
So they're trying to use the initial balance as the entire Monday. That's not really how market profile is meant to be used. We can look at the combined profiles. They're called composite profiles. But you don't look at the initial balance, because the eternal question would be, well, what is the initial balance? Is it Monday? Is it Asia on Monday? Is it the regular trading hours? How would that work? So the initial balance is an intraday measure. It is almost always the first hour of any active exchange currently. So whether that's London, Tokyo, Shanghai, COMEX, New York Stock Exchange, whatever it is, right? It is an intraday measure of what the first hour of trading is. So I don't look at the pros on massive time frames. If I look at the volume, it will be because I can see that there was maybe a directional move. And I'll be looking at things like single prints. So for example, if I go to crude oil, there is still this gap, right? So do I need to figure out the initial balance for the week? No. Why? Because I know there's supply here, there's demand here, and there's a big cave here in the middle. So that cave is a level of interest. Why? Because it's a gap, a weekend gap, and it's also an area of very, very low liquidity or nothing there because it was a gap. So therefore, we would expect the prices to move pretty quickly there. I think you've maybe mixed up some apples and oranges with longer time profiles versus intraday profiles. So maybe look at some Dalton, buy some books. Maybe you can read through that and it will all be a little bit clearer. But no, I do not use a Monday for initial balance for the week.
All right. Thank you for that, D. We got a quick stats update here from JD. Top 5 live payouts and P&Ls from Friday. JD, what's going on over there in the live funded world?
What's up, guys? These are, just as Gabe said, top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls from Friday. Let's take a look at those P&Ls first. Here they are. We talked about Kelvin Q on Friday during our live leader segment. $15,146 in profit trading the NQ on Friday. Kelvin's in the 100K live funded account. He also took a $5,000 payout last week. We're going to see his name on the payouts board in just a minute, too. Roj, 11,847 trading silver, nothing but micro silver, proving that you can win big by trading very, very small. $11,847 in profit and a 150K live funded account for Roj. Friday was also his first winning day in this live funded account. Shakira, 10,405. Friday was also Shakira's very first winning day in this live funded account, trading in a 50K LFA. Just the NQ, nothing but the NQ for Shakira. Kausar, $10,077 trading a 150K live funded account, just the Nasdaq also. One more winning day for a payout for Kausar. Go get it. Get that money. Ajit, 9,940, trading on 150K LFA. Traded micro gold, micro Nasdaq. $28,000 payout requested just today for Ajit. Maybe we'll see him on that payout list tomorrow.
Yes.
All right. Those are your live funded P&Ls from Friday. Next up, Friday's top 5 live funded payouts. Up at the top of the list, Billy C, $10,760. Anderson L, $6,116. Cordell S, $5,186. Kelvin Q, who we just mentioned on our P&L board, $5,034 payout. And Santos A rounds out the top 5 from Friday, $1,000 even going into his pocket. These live funded traders showing everybody what's possible in the live funded account, pulling money out of the live markets and lining their pockets with it. That is pro ball trading right there. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, JD.
That's what JD said Shakira before I read the actual name.
You were
Really?
You said
Okay,
Shakira?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. That'd be interesting for sure.
Yeah, it would be.
No, I think it was
I'd watch that.
Jakira.
Yeah,
Kyra
Shakira,
Jakira.
yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Unique but great name. But yeah, it sounds like Shakira
Yep.
for a second.
I do want to make one quick comment about
Yeah.
that initial balance question
Sure.
that trader had. You know, the bottom line is that these things work because everybody watches them. And so when
Yeah.
you listen to Dee and she says, well, wait a second, what are people looking at? That's really what you want to focus on, not something that you think might be esoteric or something customized because of an event. Traders, what we look for is the money laying on the floor to go get. And so we're all going to go, okay, let's put it in this box. And if it's in the box, we'll go get it. And if it's not in the box, we're not going to go get it. And that really is what forces all these rhythms into the market. So when you're thinking and looking at new things, just remember that's super important. The indicators work because everybody sees the same ones. We might not make the same decisions on the same ones, but we're all looking at the same ones. And that really does drive market behavior to a large part.
Very good point. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that ad there, Anne-Marie. Real quick with the markets, and we're going to another great question. It's actually one that we don't get very often that I'm really excited to break into. But we have the S&P and the Nasdaq did find a little bit of buying here. We made a low of just about 68.85 here in the S&P is back around 68.92.5 currently. About a 7-point bounce out that low. 25.012s roughly was the low of the last 5 minutes here. And we are currently trading around 25.40s and 37s now, actually. Crude oil finding a little bit of a bid off the recent 5-minute lows of 732. Now back near $71 a barrel, just about 9 cents shy of that, kind of the high of the 5-minute range recently in crude. We got gold and silver not really catching a whole lot of follow through, but silver is making a little bit more of a pronounced move above the previous 5-minute highs. 88.89 last trade here in silver, but gold is still performing some inside bars the last 10 minutes, trading 53.10s. And then micro Bitcoin just still hanging around in a little bit of a, let's say, a 30-minute range that we've been developing, 30, maybe 35 minutes, around 69.380s. There's a question here that Connor asked earlier, and that is, what is your favorite activity to turn off your mind from the markets? So chat, I definitely want to hear your answers. What are your favorite go-to activities when you need to take a break? When you need to get off the computer, get away from the charts? Where do you go spend time with family? Do you have a pet that you go, take a walk with? Or do you have a sport or any other activity you like? What do you like to do in chat? But I'm going to start with D. You got lots of pups. You got some land that you acquired here recently. You got a new house. What do you guys do out there? A little more disconnected.
So I have about 3 activities that I really enjoy. One of them is obviously taking the dogs out for a walk, get some fresh air, get out of the house. The second one is video games. I quite like playing a game called Satisfactory at the moment. It's kind of engineering in a video game. I know that's weird to relax to, but I find it kind of orders my mind, and it's beautiful because you can make these like crazy factories and crazy cities, and you basically start from. And the final one is doing a bit of gardening, again being in touch with the nature, fresh air, moving a little bit, just putting a seeds or tidying up the garden. I really enjoy that, and as a part of that, my favorite activity is jet washing the patios. I live a
So
very
jet
interesting life.
washing the patios. So
Yes.
you're what was it,
Love
power wash?
jet.
Yeah.
Power
That's
wash is
great.
I've been hurt by a power washer before, so I try to stay
Oh.
away from those.
Yeah, you're
It
not
can get
supposed to use it on
intense.
yourself, though.
No.
Keep your toes out of the
There's-
way.
Yeah. There's some really high power ones that really
I have
can get you.
Yeah.
those, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, no
Dangerous.
open toe shoes when you're
Yeah.
doing
Yeah.
jet washing.
Indeed.
That
And
was
don't hit the
my-
dogs.
that was my thing. Yeah.
And definitely don't hit the dogs, yes.
Yeah. And Marie, how about you? What do you like to do typically to get away?
Generally, I will take time during the week. I haven't lately, but I love getting out on the water. We live on the water, and so I like to kayak. I like to Hobie cat. Anything that puts me out on the water is absolutely fantastic. I will pick that above anything. Just quiet me and nothing else. That is my most favorite thing to do. And then after that, I like to paint. I do a fair bit of painting on canvas, not walls. My side job. I'm a painter. No,
Murals.
I had this boyfriend in high school, and I would introduce him, and his dad was a super famous artist. And I would say, hey, yeah, his dad is that painter. And one time after I'd done it about 8 times, he was like, my dad is not a painter. He's an artist. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I do. I like to paint. On a good day, I'll call myself an artist. But
I was about to
other
say,
than
which
that-
one do you gravitate or lean towards more, being called an artist or a painter?
Yeah, it depends on my creativity levels. That sometimes they go right to the rubbish bin.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm terrible with painting. It's just stick figures for me. My sister is really talented. She's definitely an artist. But Gabe, what do you do in your free time? How do you unglue
Yeah.
yourself from the markets?
I'm very similar, D, in the fact that I like to play some video games still. So I got some friends that I grew up with, some guys later in their 30s that, the only way we really connect with, they're in Minnesota. The only way we really connect is by getting on Discord and gaming a little bit. So I do that here and there, which is enjoyable for me still, not as much as I used to. Outside of that, getting outside, I have this preserve behind me that I like to just take the dog out.
Oh, nice.
There's a gator that lives behind me in this little preserve. So see if I can
Ooh.
spot the gator. And there's usually some guys fishing back there. So I might have a conversation with somebody that's trying to fish a little bit. But yeah, it's either outdoors or video games. Those are my 2 go-tos. I love food as well. So, I'll cook a nice meal, put a chuck roast in the slow cooker, or, go out to the pool and grill. But yeah, that's kind of my go-to. Haven't really hit the beach recently just because the water is frigid. But at some point here in the Gulf, I think the water will warm back up, and I'll take a trip out to the beach. That's about it.
Frigid is a relative term. Everybody who's ever been to the Great Lakes is snickering at you because they
Hey,
know
I grew up in the north. I know what
Yes, that's
frigid's like,
true.
but I've adapted. I'm no longer a northern my body is now used to southern temperatures, and so
I
I'm
get it.
adjusted. And now frigid to me is much warmer than what frigid used to be. But yeah, I'm with
Frigid
you.
Yeah,
is
I'm the
70
opposite.
now.
Southern Europe. And then I moved to England some 6 years ago. And now I'm okay with colder weather. So when I go back, everybody's in their coats. And I'm like, it's spring weather. Wow,
This
This is
this is
great.
warm.
What do you guys do?
Yeah.
Yeah, my
I mean,
mom was like, put a coat on. And I'm like, what are you talking about, Mom? It's warm. And I'm in like short sleeves and she's just freezing. I'm like, this is warm.
100%. When we were kids back in school, I don't know if anybody else in the north can relate to this, but in the kind of near the end of the winter, you'd start getting out of the 0 degree temperatures and you get up to like 35, 40 degrees. And all the kids going out for recess, we'd be wearing shorts and playing basketball and football in the parking lot and shorts and a t-shirt. And it's 45 degrees, but it feels like it's a night and day difference from what
Warmer.
it was throughout the winter. So yeah,
Yes.
it's like
Mm.
your body's like,
100%.
oh, yay, it's warm again. And then everybody
I
else
know.
outside,
Yeah.
it's like bundled up and like,
True.
what the hell are you doing? But that's funny.
That's
That's
so
good.
true. That's true.
We got some opinions in chat too. Some people like to clean. Some people like to go play some sports. We got golf. We got video games. We got swim. We got hit the gym in chat. We got casino and playing cards, blackjack, walks in my garden. Go check my
Those all
bees.
sound fabulous.
Yeah.
Check on your bees.
Apparently,
Yeah.
Evans. Yeah,
Oh.
Evans. Shout out to Evans. Go check on my bees. I assume, Evans, you maybe have you get your own honey from them potentially. Harvest some honey throughout the year. That'd be
That's
pretty
awesome.
solid.
Yeah,
Cooking.
that's awesome.
Yeah, lots of
Yeah, it's
good
great.
ones.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking of getting a couple of geese. My dogs
Oh gosh,
wouldn't be
they're
happy.
so noisy and so
Mhm.
messy.
But I love goose eggs, though. And it's pretty much the only thing I can eat. So, yeah. But
I don't know if
it
I've
wouldn't
ever had a
work.
goose egg, except maybe
Oh,
on an
it's
exam.
very, very similar to chicken, but much bigger. It's like the size of 4 chicken eggs. Massive.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
They're awesome.
Have you seen
another
in
500 lot just went off
in
Ooh.
Bitcoin?
in ES.
Yes. Okay. Equities are rolling over just a little bit here. Nasdaq's trading 25.05s, 68.86 here in the S&P. So making a little bit of a push, maybe down towards the lows of this 5-minute range here. Crude's also continuing to bid higher, trading back above $71 a barrel, 71.20 last trade here. Silver and gold also trying to make a potential peak lower. 53.04s here in gold, 88.32 here in silver. Bitcoin also trying to sell a little bit, just a couple $100 off its recent 5-minute high, 69,310 per Bitcoin. See what the tilt's looking like here. Ooh, we got about a 66% short tilt in the S&P and about a 68% short tilt in the Nasdaq, a 70% long tilt in the crude. So people getting a little one-sided here right now.
Mm-hmm.
What these equities decide to do here.
See, crude is having a kind of a normal movement for this time of day. Metals, not so much. Zero hedging into settlement. That's very odd.
Explain that a little bit more for us.
It's a take profit move.
Okay, so hedging would be a take profit? Okay.
So dealers are always hedging throughout the day. And as we near settlement, that hedging gets more pronounced because they have to close out positions, right? And the
Okay, I see
speed
what you're saying.
into set. Yeah. It's a very high probability play.
Okay.
All right, good to know.
Yeah.
And Marie, you got anything
and then
you're
also
looking
likewise,
at? Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
it just popped into my head. And then likewise, if you don't see that, it's very likely that they're just going to continue slightly chunking it lower and lower, and then making everybody as miserable as possible because you're thinking, oh, it stopped, it's a range, and then they go a little bit lower, and then they stop everybody out, then they come back. So that's kind of what I'm guessing is happening in the metals at the moment. And we do have some bigger levels lower down. In copper specifically, 90, gold, where is that? 5,300. Yeah, so gold, 5,300 is something I called this morning that we could see that. We went over that and then since consolidated. But there's another level lower down at 5,250 as well. I'm not sure we'll get there today, but 5,300 wouldn't be surprised if that gets retested. And even if they try to take this wick down at 52.73 roughly, a little bit lower.
You think they'll buy that edge because so much structure is sitting up at the top there? Or no?
Maybe, but if they were going to do that, they should have done it already into settlement.
Already.
So just by the fact that it hasn't happened for the settlement, it's probably not happening today. The whole day actually looks a little bit B-shaped in the metals, so copper is quite pronounced. And to be honest, gold is kind of heading in the same direction. I haven't looked at silver much today. Well, let's have a little peek. Yeah,
and the
silver
B-shape
also
again,
B-shaped day.
because I'm brain dead. That's just that's accumulation.
It's long liquidation.
Long liquidation. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it hits the level down and then they just
they just go sideways. Yeah.
Okay.
So on the visual profile there, that just means we're getting most of the volume activity near the lower end of the sessions range, which is forming kind of that lowercase b.
Yeah, so lowercase b. That's exactly it. Right. So it's effectively settling into a new distribution curve. Okay. If you ever get to value high on a developing profile, you can run a short there. But I actually dislike longing against that this late in the day because it's a low probability setup. Usually on a B-shaped day, they will take the lows at some point. So it would be better if they do a little bit of a pullback and then you kind of hunt for the lows again, rather than going long against a B-shaped day, and vice versa for P-shape as well. So you would be looking for more longs in the edge of the distribution curve with the direction of the entire day. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Well, not a whole lot of follow through there in those equities. Finding little buyers here near these 5-minute lows here. Not a whole lot of a pop, but just enough. 5 points in the S&P is about 20 points here in the Nasdaq. Crude also selling off those highs a little bit back underneath $71 a barrel. Yeah, just a lot of back and forth going on right now.
Yeah,
Crude's really the only directional. Go ahead.
Yeah. My thought is that this whole entire structure today looked like shorts getting in front of the move and then value longs hopping in. So it'll be super interesting to read what the future settlement numbers are like and what open interest looks like, because it certainly looked like short covering for most of the morning. People were like, what? Yeah. War doesn't even send us down. What's happening? And so I think this short covering, I expected exit liquidity to show up into the afternoon, but it's still kind of early. But I expected it to happen on Friday, because I thought to myself, okay, well, we're going to have a skirmish over the weekend for sure. People are not going to want to stay long, and Friday's motion was insane right into the close. 200 lots, one right after the other for about 20 ticks of them. And then it just kept going up and up and up and up. They were just selling and somebody else would be buying it up and they would sell again. Somebody else would be buying it up and they'd sell again. And so when we opened up last night, it's the first time I've ever seen it. 1,300 lot at about half a second into the open went long at 68.20. I've never seen that kind of size in on a Sunday, staring down the markets. It was just, I thought for
Yeah, that's
sure
an
it would
outlier.
hold. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so could it be
significant
because I
outlier.
know that the brokers increased the margins like massively? Could it have
Yes.
been somebody blowing out rather than
Forced.
an actual
Oh,
position?
you
Yeah.
know, I did not even think of that. I did not
Me
even
too.
think of that. Probably mute that
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I think I would not be surprised to see selling, but all my moving averages are still up. My momentum is down, so I just have to wait for these averages to turn in order to give myself more downside pressure. But I mean, if we lose 68.81, I would not be surprised at all for us to head back to 68.63 or so.
Okay.
Because I do think we sell off.
Well, speaking of selling off,
Yeah.
getting a little bit of a move lower here. 68.79 trading out in the S&Ps, 24.988 here in the Nasdaq. Getting a little bit of momentum now underneath that range. We'll see if buyers decide to step back up
Didn't
here.
even take a short.
Said yammering about it and didn't even get in.
Yeah.
It's about the only two markets moving. I mean, you got gold and silver trying to make a little bit of a bid higher here. 53.21s. And Anne Marie is in.
Yeah, we heard that.
Something.
I don't know where I'm in.
Oh well, somebody just got
Might
filled.
be on another place. I
Somebody
don't
just
know.
got filled.
I don't know if it's me or
That's
not.
all good.
I don't think it's
Somebody else shared their screen behind the scenes and got into a trade, but that's all good.
Oh, there we go. Probably.
Gold and silver making a little bit of a bid higher, 53 23s and now 22s here trading in gold. We got silver at around 88.74. Crude oil also finding a little bit of a pull off the top. They're still hanging around 70.89 a barrel at the moment. Some buyers stepping in here briefly in the equities. Saw some people in chat looking to get short. Hopefully some of y'all were able to catch a few of those points. Tilt's continuing to build into the short side here. We got a 74% short tilt in the S&P and about a 71% short tilt in the Nasdaq. So continuing to add these shorts. Average price in the ES 68.76. So shorts are a little under the water there. And then average short prices are the 937s in the Nasdaq. So also quite underwater actually in the Nasdaq. Definitely continuing to build onto that short side. Not sure what Delta looks like, but tilt for us here at Topstep
Delta
is looking
is
a little short.
huge. 19,400 in the ES.
Positive?
Positive. In the NQ, it's negative 2,800.
Okay.
Yeah, in ES, I wouldn't be fighting that. That's a lot.
Yeah.
It also looks very P-shaped as well.
Yep.
So, the shorts on those days are very
short-lived.
Yes.
Yes, because they're dying to get out. So they're buying it as soon as it comes in. For sure. Yeah, for sure.
Dangerous day.
Yeah. I
We
just
got a
don't
quick
like
news
doing
clip.
it. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Anne-Marie.
No, I was just saying that I don't like trading short when I come into a moving average. Even if I break it, if that moving average is up and it breaks, I'm still not taking that trade short. I'm not doing it because the slope of momentum is more important than the actual line point that you lose there. So it's much better to wait for a failed bounce to try to short rather than taking the break of a low in that zone. At least this is my thought.
Gotcha. Well, let's take a quick breather. I know we have a few minutes left here. Let's hit this news. We got a new Gallup survey finds the majority of public school teachers work at least one side job. with more than a half saying they're just getting by.
Yes. In the spirit of Jobs Week, let's go through it. Most public school teachers are working more than one job. A new Gallup survey released earlier this morning found 71% hold at least one side gig. And 85% of those teachers work that extra job during the school year, not just over breaks. Nearly a third say their second job has nothing to do with education. Some drive for rideshare services, deliver food, or work in restaurants after the school day ends. Only 28% of teachers say they're living comfortably on their household income. More than half say they're just getting by. The average teacher salary last school year was about $72,000 a year. But researchers say teachers earn roughly 27% less than other workers with similar levels of education.
Shout out to all the teachers.
Absolutely.
It's not fair at all.
I don't think so either. Truly.
We had a question in chat, by the way, while we were running that news clip. For those that don't really understand delta, can one of you two speak to roughly kind of what a negative and a positive number in delta really might mean and what it might suggest? Obviously, it's not a clear answer about what market could do with that information, but it isn't just that, in fact, information. Either one of you have an answer that we could help our guy George here in chat?
Yeah, it's basically a net sum of short-term buyers versus short-term sellers. So when you have overwhelmingly positive delta, it means that a lot of people have gone long, but also some people got run over in the process as well, and it just fuels the positive delta more and more. Sometimes it's the people who are maybe trying to catch a move that is directional, so they're trying to buy it, but then they're trying to sell it in the opposite direction, and then their stops fuel further positive delta. So because if you look at what a stop is for a short position, it's a buy, correct? If somebody tries to sell it, but the market wins, what happens to your stop? It adds onto the positive delta. And then it grows, and it grows, and it grows, and it grows. And in equities, it's something you don't want to go against heavily, maybe towards the end of the day, but really I would rather see a down day with heavily negative delta and then try to fade that as somebody who's a trader, than trying to short something towards the end of the day on a hugely positive delta in equities specifically.
Same.
Does that make sense?
Indeed it does.
Hope it helps.
Well, we are coming up to a close here. Just a quick round trip through the markets. We got the precious metals finding a little bit of buying here. 53.27s in gold. We got 89.07s here in silver. Bitcoin doing absolutely nothing. Still trading around 69,350. We got crude oil $71.07 per barrel currently, and then the S&P and the Nasdaq both forming a little bit of an inside bar here in the last 5 minutes. We got 68.82s in the SPOOs and 24.995s here in the Nasdaq. But ladies, always a pleasure having you two. Thank you for sharing your Monday with us here on Topstep TV for group coaching. Let's go ahead and we're going to make some room for the upcoming segment. We got a brand new guest coming to hang out with us for this next hour. We got Trade with Topstep. We got Ted. Ted's in the building. You might have heard him just a few minutes ago, coming in a little bit early. Hey, he's here. He's ready to hang out with us. And we'll be getting to know Ted a little bit. Was a great guy. Really enjoyed my conversation with him prior to having him come on. So welcome him. And in the meantime, Deanna and Marie, thank you both again very much. Have a great rest of your day and evening there, Dee. And we'll probably, I would assume, catch you at some point again this week.
Yes, definitely. Thanks for having us, Gabe. Always a pleasure.
Absolutely. Perfect.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Trade with Topstep, our premier 1 p.m. hour of trading. I'm Jack. I'm here with JD. And making his Topstep TV debut, we got Ted with us. Ted's got some XFAs going. He has experience in the industry. We'll talk about that. But first, Ted, how are you doing today?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Well, Ted, I know you'll be taking a look at the MES. JD, what are you looking to trade? We're selling off a little bit.
Just a
in
bit.
the equities right
Yeah,
now.
I'll keep an eye on the MES also. I'll trade along with our guest if we find a trade that we like to put on. We've got President Trump speaking in a closed-door policy meeting right now. The press is not involved, but I got a feeling we might get some headlines coming out in the next half hour or so if this policy meeting closes up shop pretty soon. So I'll be keeping an eye on the news, eye on the charts. I'm here for you guys, but let's dive into it.
Excellent. Well, we'll get this going. We'll keep our eyes on the wire. Right now, just kind of glancing around the markets. The man, what a fake out in the 10-year yields. Still 4.05. that was a ripper in yields that I think might have caught a lot of people. You got to feel like a real dunce if you sold all your equities on the open to buy bonds, etc. Tough day for that, but that's what happens in the markets. Mag 7, mixed bag. We're about scratch. We've been hanging around settlement for a while in the ES, sold off a little bit. We got Apple up 0.2, big mover Nvidia's up 2.8%. Microsoft and Meta as well. So that's where we stand. Ted, this is your first time on Topstep TV. You've been involved with markets for a pretty long time. Maybe you could tell the folks out there a little bit about where you came from and what life decisions brought you here right now.
Right. College dropout. Tried to go to the Ohio State University. But then I had this itch that I wanted to be a professional golfer in like 1991. And I took about an 8-year shot at that till 99. Never made it to the PGA Tour. Played a lot of satellite tour. And there were some golf sponsors that I had that felt maybe some of the skills that make you a good golfer. You can't freak out if you hit a bad shot. And if you hit a bad one, you got to focus on the next one. And you don't want to hit it in the out of bounds. You don't want to hit it in the penalties. Every day it's different. Mm-hmm. And they thought that might translate into trading for their firm up in New York, upstairs. I didn't trade on the actual NYSE floor. I traded upstairs, spies and Qs. But, constantly talking to the floor when it was still an open outcry. And, they were right. You had to, in a rough and tumble environment, you had to stay pretty calm and cool. And so I've been doing that now since 99, so going on 25 years. And it's been the way I provide. I mean, this is my living. So
that's awesome. And grinding out on the golf tour as well. So do you still, we have a lot of, in trading in general, there's a lot of people who are ex-athletes. Do you still like to golf, or is it something that you got burnt out from grinding all those years? I've seen it both ways.
Right. I'm picky. I like playing with my dad and a handful of friends, but when I got to New York City, I had everybody in the world was like, hey, let's go out and play Bethpage. And I had no interest in getting on a subway train at 5 a.m. in the morning and spending my day. I'd rather hang out in the city with friends. So, I play 12 times a year, play well. But, there are glimpses, there are days where it's like, probably could still do this, but I can't. And I'm just glad I can translate that into trading.
All right. Well, let's see if we can scope out some birdies here. I like what you said with the golf about. I hadn't thought about that one about the not hitting it out of bounds, and I think that is kind of the market we're in this week. There's going to be a lot of opportunities out there. You're going to see this volatility. There's tons of opportunities to make money, but there's also going to be some big opportunities that hit it way out of bounds.
Absolutely.
Hit a spectator or something, ruin your career. So
Right.
the key is to avoid those. So I know me personally, I'll be sizing down. You're looking at the MES. Any levels or anything else that might interest you?
So, when I come up with levels, it was kind of a real simple approach. Zoom in on the short term and then just keep zooming out and zooming out and zooming out where, 5 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute, probably a really similar style to a lot of traders, that have been trading for even a month. You didn't have to trade 23 years to figure certain technicals out. And then kind of match that up with volume. And then you've got Hogue with his volume profile. You have guys like you that are watching other confirmations. I think everybody kind of watches the Mag 7. The level I had, there were two levels above us that were kind of resistance today were 6899 and hold on a second. 6888 were sort of resistance levels. With geopolitical today, I was unable to even pull the trigger to the long side, and it's amazing how it just went straight up. So now if I'm looking for a trade, I'd probably trade the resistance, counter trend trade it for a scalp. And I'm using an XFA today that's down $4, but overall it's a new one. It's up 270. So my goal would obviously be to make 150 if I can. But if I can throw 40 or 50 or 70 in there, I'd be happy with that too.
Good way to look at it. JD,
Yep.
will be handling the house account for this hour. Also looking at the MES. We'll look at some other things too, but anything you're seeing here, we're getting a little bounce in the last 5
We
minutes.
are bouncing. We got some decent buying coming in right now. We're on our way back to settlement price in the ES right now, 68.89. We're right there right now. So pretty strong buying.
And that typically is a magnet.
Settlement price? Oh, yeah. We jockeyed around there for a good 2 hours before we started selling. It looked like it was going to fall out of bed, sort of roll over for a little bit after jockeying around settlement for about 2 hours. And now we're seeing a little bit of a pop. I'm on a 15-minute chart right now. I'm going to scale back to a 5-minute, get a little zoomed-in look here. A little more of a zoomed-in look, I should say. Pretty decent. Again, pretty decent buying that came in.
Right.
But Ted, listening to your bio, you really piqued my interest. So getting started, trading equities in 99. So were you there for the dot-com bubble and the burst?
Yeah, right at the end, I was there for that and 9/11.
Yeah.
And 08.
Obviously, yeah. I was thinking more about the tech boom and the tech burst, right? So being sort of fresh, jumping in there when nobody knew anything but to buy tech stocks at that time, right? And then all of a sudden everything just falls out of bed. And then it takes the Nasdaq 17, 18 years to recover from that break, So you were in there like right at the end, would you say, right before the pop kind of thing?
Yes. When you could buy there were traders that, they could come in from, they didn't know anything, that would just have the courage. I don't want to say FOMO, but they would buy WorldCom in the morning. It would go up 50 points, and I think I was more fundamentally focused and technically focused, that I was more risk adverse. I've never hit a home run in my trading career ever. I mean, I've always hit singles. But I've seen some guys come in, and when they were buying WorldCom, they would put it on, put a stop in, and leave. And they would come back in after lunch, and they'd be up 50, 60 points on 1,000 shares. I mean, it was incredible.
And that was it. Yep. And we saw that every day here in Chicago, too. It was the same exact thing. Yeah. They'd come in, you'd see them walking out at 11 o'clock in the morning, like off to the golf course, And that was their life. And then all of a sudden it changed. And for, a year, nobody could make any money. A lot of them blew out after that. And then we created a whole new generation of sweet summer children who knew nothing but to buy after that, right? We had it took the Nasdaq so long to recover from that, and there were some breaks in between.
Well,
You
yeah,
remember
and then that
the $3 dividend from Microsoft? Remember that one time dividend they paid? There was a guy on the desk that had a quarter million shares, and he came into the firm literally with a box, sold that position, and he opened up a lunch spot across the street. Never traded ever again, but he sold all of the guys at our prop firm lunch for the next 10 years.
Yeah. Reminds me of Scrine Shock. Or what was that sandwich place, JD, next to the board trade? Scrine Shops?
Scrine Shops was the barbecue joint. Steve Scrine was I probably shouldn't have said his name. He was a bond trader. I was in the 30-year bond pit with him. Stood a couple feet away from me. But he also owned the barbecue joint across the street. There was a couple sandwich shops, though. Which one? Is that what you're thinking of, Jack?
That's what I was thinking of, because they had that one like iconic sandwich. We were talking about the burst there, but that 12-year, 10-year period there, we had the dot-com burst, 9/11 in the aftermath, and then ending in the great financial crisis. I think that's something that has, you wonder why so many folks are, biased, seemingly constantly bearish, and it's because they remember that. And I do think that there are a lot of people out there now, especially if you started in the last 5 years or something, where that has been the play, just buy, and they've been rewarded. It's a tricky thing to deal with. JD, do you feel, having, lived through it, for me especially, it was the 08 stuff, is that I always think that's a possibility. Somebody had a great tweet recently that was like, basically that they're completely convinced The Big Short and its movie have caused people to lose more money than the financial crisis itself. How do you feel about that, JD?
I believe it. I've been around for some of those big events too. I was around for 9/11, same as Ted. I came at the end of the dot-com bubble. I started right around 1999, 2000 also. So I was there for that, 9/11, the financial crisis, credit crisis, all of that. So I've seen some major pullbacks in these markets, and it jades you a little bit. Anytime you get a little too overstretched, like you think that snap is imminent, but as we all know through experience, just because a market looks overbought doesn't mean it's going to drop, right?
Yeah, that's a great transition too. We just hit new highs in the ES for the session, 6,900 in the futures on the dot.
Right. So, one of the great things about you guys here at Top, I love you guys at Topstep. I've learned from, I learned from Mandy, I learned from Dakota, I learned from all you guys. And, when you hear people talk about some of the things that are peaking their level of like, oh, here's a trade, it's about to set up. This thing's just up and away. I mean, there's like, to me, this is something I would never do. I would never buy this, and I would never short it. So it could be a day like today, I'm down $4.01, and that just might be where the account ends. Sometimes no trade is better than, like you said, trying to make one up and then dig a hole or lose money that I'm actually up in this XFA.
Yeah. And we told Ted in the green room too, especially first time on, I always give the warning to people, hey, you're on TV. We know you trade. We know that we can see that you've made trades. You don't have to trade in this hour at 1:00 if something doesn't set up. JD, we are kind of, so like tilt right now, 55% are short the ES, 57% are short the NQ. We're inching up towards this 6,900 SPX level, which would be around 6908, 6909. What are you feeling now, JD? Are you trying to caveman this, go with this, or?
I mean, that's the only way. That's the only way I see to get into this trade right now, right? Buy high, sell higher, which is pretty much the definition of a caveman trade, right? Keep the risk real tight and just dive right in. I don't like doing that a lot, but I have done it in the past. But I think it's the path of least resistance right now is making a run at Friday's high, 69.50 and a half. That looks like a solid target. You mentioned 08. I see it. I see it coming.
We got a level at 69.10 and another major. The only major level above 69.10 is actually 69.25. So you could get a little hit of 10 and get a little that beach ball in the water. You might get a gap up to 25. I'd be willing to take a shot at 25 on a micro, because the next big level I have from there is 43. I would put a second one on at 43. And nowadays in this market, I'm using the trailing stop. I'm using a 50 tick trailing stop. It's about $100, right?
Okay.
I can handle that $100 loss if it takes off. I'm not trading without it though. A trailing stop in that middle box that's next to the DOM in your platform.
Mm-hmm.
So trailing ticks, I'm using 50 and making sure that I've got enough contracts to cover my 2 MESs.
Very good.
Let us
Very good.
know who is long in the chat. Is the house
new
account in a
highs.
position, JD, or is that from
No position
previous
right
or
now.
something?
I have not put a trade on.
Okay.
Short 2 me. I mean, would have been short in the previous segment. That's a good question. Nobody. It was group coaching.
Hey, chat. I was on lunch. Let me know if somebody put on 2 short MES at some point. Blink twice if it was Dolby.
Oh, it
I don't
could
wanna
be
get
from power
involved.
players.
Mm.
Yeah. But Dolby doesn't trade the MES, does he? He's an NQ and Russell trader. Oh well. I will stop there.
Well, we'll see where the MES goes and then decide whether we keep that up there or not.
Every little dip here just keeps getting gobbled up. We put in a new high, 69.0275 just a minute ago. Looks like it's poised to make another high right now.
VIX
You got your
is now
Nvidias are up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
VIX is low of the day, 20.64 right now. As mentioned, we opened up at 25 or thereabouts. Bitcoin is trading a little bit off its highs, 68,813 in the spot. Among
we
the
go.
indices, what we got? We're pumping?
Just popped. Looks like we ran some stops up to 69.06, 09. I'm sorry, 05 orders, 05.75 high in the ES. The way it moves so fast, it looked like a liquidity grab. Just came right back in, right back down.
When you guys were in the middle of the financial crisis as traders, did you even, I mean, you had those big moves during the day, but when you had your own positions in your own account, did you think at any moment some of those would never come back? You know, there
Absolutely.
were like,
Well,
you know,
a few of them didn't. That I can attest to that. I didn't really. I got out of college in 2009, so I actually started my trading job in June of 2009. So I was aware of the crisis in part because it was very difficult to get jobs in anything that wasn't trading. But I was more in the aftermath for like actual professional trading.
Mm-hmm.
JD, did you guys get socked in that? I can't remember when it was that you guys had that tough time.
Yeah, actually, the group that I traded for ended up dissolving in 2012 because we never really recovered from that hit that we took in 2010. And yeah, that was the end of that portion of my career for a minute. But yeah, those were some frightening trading days. You talk about illiquidity on the screen. We see it in gold and silver right now. Imagine that scale of trading, treasuries, bonds, and notes. If you look at a bond and note ladder right now, it's so dense. There's 5,000 up at every single price. Imagine that thing just whipping around at one up, or a 12 tick gap between nearest bid and offer. It was a wild trade. And you're not talking peanuts either. Those are some of the biggest contracts on the planet. 30-year Treasury bond, $31.25 a tick. Largest futures contract on the planet. And we were putting on some decent size in those markets, and it was moving. Very frightening.
Still want to fire those up at some point. I got to talk to Michael about this. I want to bore everyone to death trading bond spreads on Topstep TV. Look at the wire. We got the Pope of Banking, J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon, is kind of waxing philosophic again. We see banks doing things we probably wouldn't do. Right now, the U.S. economy is doing fine. There's more exuberance than there should be. Jamie's been a little bearish lately.
He's always had some comment. Remember we had another one. There's an accident just waiting to happen around the corner. Market went straight up for that whole week. Yeah.
He, for better or worse, he loves to communicate with the public.
Absolutely. So this is one of those. So I'm seeing this right here, this gap and run. If we were to get to 10, I'd be willing to sell one. I'm not putting an offer out. But if we did get to 69.10 in my XFA, I put one MES. If I have 12 or 15 bucks, I probably would take it off. The trailing stop would get stopped out, $7 or $10 if I put it behind it. But if you're sitting here, I don't feel like I'd be forcing a trade, but I wouldn't mind a 69.10 crack at a short on an MES.
I don't hate that at all, JD. There's some
Neither do
pretty
I.
good positive gamma buildup at that 69. That's the level that you're mentioning, Ted, is also, as you're aware, the 6900 SPX, pretty much. They said this morning there's about, it's called a 10-point spread between the future and the spot market right now. And that's going to be, I would think, serious resistance for a few reasons. It's the direct middle of, if we go to my charts really quick, we've shown this lovely longer term range we've been in between usually 6,800 and 7,000 in the SPX. With like some of the down, 3 times now we've tried to get to 6,750 and been rejected, including last night. We're kind of back almost exactly to the middle of the range at 6,900, and I would just find it hard for them to be able to break it in the last hour and 30 minutes today.
The DTE guys you talk about, there's a guy, Mark Douglas. He wrote a book 45 years ago, and in that book, I think that's a 40-year-old book now. He talks about, the big money being some of these DTE players. So when you're mentioning like that premium between the SPX cash and the ES, I don't know how many people trade ES that don't know that, but that 10% premium or 10-point premium now, that whole number 6,900. I know you're looking at the volume at the call options up there. Is that sort of the ceiling? And then when you have the same on the put options, is that your floor? I'm also looking at that same data, and I'm seeing enough volume there that they might defend that level going into the close, 69 or 69 and a quarter. Right? Those whole numbers, they have a tendency to size up on those and sell it, and that premium for the day goes in their pocket. So I'm with you on the 69.10.
Well, because for me too, it limits is that I think that the it's also possible that is, as you said, like where we get sucked and just pinned there for the end of the day. But if it gets pinned there and you're short from there, well, okay, it's not the worst.
You're not going to get really run over if you're on that side of the. That's why I said the DTE being in that Mark Douglas book, Trading in the Zone, was it? You're not. I don't think you get too run over, right? I think he passed away too. I think he's gone since he wrote that.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I don't know if Mark Douglas is alive. That's one of those things you got to fact check on the internet, but he did mention that those were some of the players, and it's probably changed a little bit how DTE works because you got all these spot gammas and other sites that are out there. I'm old school. I just look at option volume.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm almost like completely, I don't know what you call it, like we'll make up a new, like, what was it, like black pilled or something on options essentially being the force that moves the market at this point. Like the
Right.
underlying are just there as like they're like the horses at the horse track, right? You know, you're betting on them, but it's options move it. That's what I think.
Right. If it's raining and the horse is wearing clogs, that's going to win because he'll be able to get his hoofs into the ground and move. But you got to be there to see it. Otherwise, you're just in the BYO. What is it? The old off-track betting in New York?
Yeah, the OTB.
OTB.
They had those
OTBs, right?
Chicago,
Yeah,
so.
you can't see the clogs on the horse from there.
Looks like we're about to print some new highs in the ES here. I think I might sprinkle in some offers above 10. Jack, I've got another magical line at 69.10.75 that I drew probably 6 weeks ago, and I don't remember why. It's still on my chart.
You've been experiencing a lot of those lately, it seems.
I have been. And they always seem to be good, right?
Gotta get some labels.
Popping here.
Well,
Friday's high, 15.5.
There you go. So if you got a 3-bar reversal at the 69.10, a 3-bar reversal, that would make you feel comfortable. You've got some great traders that use that indicator here, right?
Yeah. Well, JD, I'll leave it in your hands. I'm totally probably for doing that. If we see something like, I don't like doing it right now while we're just doing the 1 point pullbacks from the high of the day over and over again. Keep an eye. Nothing new across the wire at the moment.
I did see volume pick up a little bit on this rally too.
It'd be nice if if it would sit there for you for 10 minutes or 15 minutes. That would be ideal. You know, not the first touch of that number, but it'd be nice if it would consolidate there a little bit and maybe a small pullback. But like you said, trying to sell it the first time it ticks there, it could blow right through you to 25.
We're at 68.99 in the SPX right now. So pretty much just right there. JD is lining this up.
I'm watching it very closely.
Yeah, behind you, I'm watching NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, Meta, Google, the mags, and
they all ticking up also.
They're in the screen behind you, but on a 5-minute, they're starting to make their first sort of red candle. But I wouldn't mind seeing this hold here for a little bit and then get into it.
Well, NVIDIA is up 3% today, which it was obviously beaten down pretty good post earnings last week. Still trading, 182. We're just back to prices of NVIDIA from Friday, pretty much. All right.
Jack, you see that comment? You see that comment in the chat from Miss Hogefire? Great handle, by the way, Miss Hogefire. Here comes
the roast ham of justice. Yeah, this would be, I think, for a lot of people out here, this would be a pretty good hammer of justice here. There's big structure in the options here, and then it's pretty, what I've been calling freeform jazz below. Well, we got one touch, and it didn't blow through. buyers here,
Not much
like the
follow-through
incremental
yet.
buyers here, some of it. That's why I find the options so interesting. Is a lot of this activity is just hedging of options that they have to do. It's just mechanical. They don't give an S that we're at the highs of the day. But the discretionary incremental buyers here, I love them. They're mad today. Mad lads. There's one. How does one live life with so many sayings for every situation?
I was
Lifelong
just
process.
chortling about that comment. Yeah, it is a lifelong process.
Well,
check in on
while we
the
take a look at this trade, we got a news story. Trial has begun for Elon Musk's Twitter purchase. Do we have that ready to go yet? We'll find out.
Elon Musk is back in court, this time over his takeover of Twitter. The trial kicked off on Monday in a San Francisco federal court. The case centers around statements made by Musk in May of 2022 when he said his deal to buy Twitter was temporarily on hold over concerns about spam accounts. Twitter shares fell sharply after those posts and remained volatile for months. Plaintiffs argue Musk publicly attacked the company in a strategy to drive down its market value, so he could potentially acquire Twitter for less than his original offer. He denies any wrongdoing and says his statements were true at the time. Investors have not said how much they are seeking in damages.
Some lawfare abound.
Right? Social media in general under fire. There's another trial going on right now.
Dude, I'm
Facebook
sure
and
like
Meta.
I'm sure like most of you, I was pretty locked into Twitter X, etc. this weekend to see what's going on. And man, all of that AI video stuff is going to be a real problem for the rest of all of our lives. That's all I can say about
Are you talking
that.
about all the video? You talking about all the video game clips people were posting and trying to pass it off as like a bombs dropping
absolutely.
kind of thing? Yeah.
And I don't even. So like, I'm not even getting fooled by these things, but they're just polluting everything. It's so difficult to find like what's even real.
Kind of scary.
Yeah. Like it's like the opposite of the Office Space. It's like every day that you're on social media now is the best social media will ever be.
Social media has peaked, everyone.
And then they're
all right. We're starting to slow down up here. We're slowing down up here on the highs.
It's looking good. It's
I would like it to test and come back below.
Say that again, please.
I said I would love it. I'd love to see a test. Maybe clear out a few stops and then come back below 10. Catch it at like 6,010 or 0950. I mean, it could get down to 05, but for me, that I'm okay with an 05 scalp. You have a lot of people have different targets, but I would like this thing to make 150 a day for 5 days, and I'm here all day. So if it's in $10 or $12 increments, I'm good with that. And if I get lucky and there's a runner and I can get more, great. But I'm okay with that. Putting in my trailing stop.
What's your max position clip? Are you trading 2 lots in the micros or 3?
Yeah, because of the risk, I've had to learn that the hard way. With
okay.
I think I was kind of had an ego where I was like, I'll never trade the micro. When I got my first XFA, two of those in 2 days, nothing was gone. So you had to learn how to do the math. It's a lot of this is all math, and if you're trading well, you can say, well, I have a 70% win ratio. Well, if you're winning $100 7 out of 10 times and you're up 700, that's great. But if those other 3 trades that you lose are 500, 500, 500, well, you have a 70% win ratio, but on that math, you're down $800, right?
Yeah,
And
we've
that's
seen
what
that.
I've had to learn that the hard way. You know, that these little things are, treat them the right way, and they'll be great.
Yeah, Emmons makes a good point. It's also the contracts have become so much bigger.
Yeah,
Sometimes that can be beneficial, JD, because like I'm kind of like it where I out of a misjudged sense of pride refuse to trade SPY options, just SPX. And the upside of that is that I don't make very many SPX options trades. So it's kind of a filter.
Sure.
What do you got, Google?
Yeah. Still watching this very closely.
Yeah. It's setting up. It's setting up for sure.
This is it.
Yeah.
It's gonna look better on the 5-minute once this bar closes in 30 seconds.
Little mini double top on a 5-minute. Who's in? I heard it.
That was me. I just sold one.
There we go.
And I sold one, my average is 6,907. I'm going to put my trailing stop in up 30 ticks, that is, because this is a cash account. I mean, this XFA account. So I've got my trailing stop. It puts me up at 6,916 on this one contract. If I'm wrong, it's a $45 loss.
Yep.
And that's not putting me behind and making that. It's not going to take me a week to make that back. It might take me before the end of the day or tomorrow.
For sure.
You know, I don't ever want to put myself too far behind, but I can manage a $45 loss if this thing blows through and goes to 6,916.75 and they take my stop out. I'm okay with that trade.
Yeah, this is a good zone for a nice cheap trade. I think I'm going to piggyback you on this. I'm going to get in on an uptick here. Working 09s. All right, we got in one at 09. House account short a single micro ES at 09.
It could do something. If it breaks below 6,900, it could maybe startle a few people, right? Why not?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. No reason it can't go back to, the 6850 SPX.
Sure.
The only this late in the day will that happen? I don't know. But like the flip side of that is maybe that keeps us from like, are we gonna try and go for 6950 at this point? You can see like today the big fat round numbers have been really good. You talk about sort of like they suck things towards them and they kind of dampen moves. Is that really since the open last night, first bounce was out 6,800, went to 6,850, went back down, tried to test 6,750, and stuck around 6,800, and now, no, I like this trade.
If we start breaking down a little, I'm going to add on to this.
All right, I'm moving my stop below. I'm going to move my stop below my entry when it's up around $7.50 or $10. I have this thing. I refuse to go from a green trade to a red trade. So even if it's $2.50 or $3, at that point I can always put the trade back on, right?
I like it.
And it might just be a little too early in the day for a rally. You might not get anything until 3 or 3:30. But this is the witching hour, 2:30, right?
Yeah, or because you're in Florida, so Yeah, 130 over
130, right?
here. And a real witching hour. We got Power Hour coming up at 2 o'clock today. Andre himself is back. Antonio and
Nice.
Dolby will be there for that. Close out the day.
Andre himself.
All right, I got my finger on my trailing stop. I'm going to drag it. If we get down to 04, my trailing stop, I'm going to put it right here about 06 and a quarter, just so I don't turn this into a losing trade. Something I can't stand doing.
We're going to get those 04s.
All right. Bye. Send the order out. All right, I dragged it down below my entry to 0650. So I'll walk out of here with $2.50. I know it's a little tight, but if we break down a little bit, I can slide it down. And like I said, I'm cool if I have to do this 10 times a day to make my 150 in this account and build the bank.
Brick by brick.
That's
what we
right.
preach, right?
Mm-hmm.
So JD, where do we get? We're in from 6909.
6909. 6909.
It's nice.
And I've moved our stop down in the money. We got a risk-free trade on right now.
Exactly.
I'd like to see some follow through and add on to this, to be honest with you.
I mean, would you rather complain you didn't give it enough room and lost money, or would you rather complain I only made $5? I mean,
exactly.
I'd rather complain I only made $5 than, oh, my risk was too tight and I lost $20. That was the only trade of the day, right? So
Amazon halts e-commerce operations in Abu Dhabi.
Oh.
For what it's worth.
No.
We
got settlement prices.
I got stopped out of that for a positive, yeah. So I'll see
negative.
if it bounces back up to 10 and it looks heavy, I'll take another shot. But I can't complain with a little bit of profit.
Not at all. I'm gonna let this ride.
Down like at $4. Now it's up 50 cents.
Hey,
dude, it's a battle. This is like Gladiator.
Yeah, right.
We now got 70% short ES in the tilt, 64% short Nasdaq, 73% long crude.
Ooh. Let me know when the tilt hits 80. Might have to get out of this.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. All right.
I moved our stop into profit, so I'm just gonna let this breathe for another few minutes. See what happens here.
Well, we got about 10 minutes left here.
That's coming for us.
And yeah, and if it comes for you, like we're still just. I don't mind the strategy of trying to put it on up here a couple of times for when it does like break away.
Yeah,
I've definitely been on the wrong side a few times, especially it feels like in the last couple of weeks of making a trade like this and then, being too wide. Although that's more the way I like to trade, but probably not with an hour and 15 minutes left. Yes, what does tilt mean? Tilt is the aggregate position of our Topstep traders in simulated environments. So what that means is that right now, 69% of those with an open ES position are short.
Here we go. We might get
We're
one more
about to get
crack.
tagged here. Stops at 08 quarter.
Really?
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think we have any luck here. I think we're done.
No, there it goes.
We're out. All right.
But we made what?
$5. $5 is $5.
All right.
Hey, first trade on Topstep TV was a win. That's all. That's a W.
That's all that counts, right?
So,
That's all that counts.
hey,
I can't
we won
tell if it's
we
better
won
to
we won by a
I can't tell
point.
if it's
Buddy.
better to get a winner in right away or just get the first loser out. I don't know
Yeah,
sometimes.
I really wanted to add on to that trade on the lows too. I'm glad I didn't.
It looked good there for a second, but let me take a look at some of the option stuff. I mean, there's still this is the level like here. Maybe this is where we'll close the day eventually. Maybe they'll test above it, but like I'm seeing a lot of positive gamma, and it's been growing.
Mm-hmm. And we never got above 6,900 in that trade. We're just about to hit 6.8. 9.875. We were kind of sitting there the whole time. I was hoping that might have gone to 95 or 96 and we'd have had a little winner, and we just keep building on top of that. But we never sprinted through 6,900. Like you said, those whole numbers right now are resistance, in my opinion. What do you have as the high of the day? 69.01 in the S&P cash?
Or the SPX? Oh, in the cash, yeah. The cash, I got the high, 69.01. Regardless of what happens, we are at least demonstrating that it is, the effect of some of these strike prices on the market. Like we were just kind of up and away. And will we break through or go down? I don't know, but we did find the dampening effect here. So we'll see the longer we hang out here, maybe. We'll see if we get another shot.
Absolutely.
Ted, we got about 5 minutes left here. Anyone first time on? You got anyone watching today, or are you just trying to do this under the radar?
I actually got a couple. I got a couple folks watching. Make sure I acted appropriately. But I really do appreciate you guys having me on. I think this shows. When you've been doing this a long time, and we're all talking. Jack, JD, you're talking about back when you were in trading. Guys had CNBC on, and nothing wrong with CNBC, but if they get their hands on one topic, and it has nothing to do with futures, from 9:30 to 11:30, they may have 6 different guests that talk about that one topic, and it might be the merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers, and that really doesn't do much. That doesn't do much for me. Trading futures. I don't mind the scrolling data across the bottom. That might help me. But when I stumbled onto you guys are talking about stuff that's relevant to how I pay my bills. That's what makes this so wonderful, is this shot at being on here today. Is, if I felt good about a trade and, you have a couple all-stars and lined up and everybody's feeling the same, it's helped give me some confidence. It's helped me feel like I'm not alone. And yeah, I got to say, you guys are talking about what's relevant to my trades and the observations somebody might call out in the NQ. Well, that Mag 7 goes down, S&P might go with it, right? So,
well, thank you very much for that, by the way. That was very kind. And my promise on Topstep TV is, unlike CNBC, we will not spend, we won't just let any hedge fund guy come on and pump his bags.
right. And I like those guys, but it doesn't matter to me in ES world. So, but,
priming for some exit liquidity.
Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. It's been awesome, and I hope to do it again. And hopefully we can help a few people along the way. There's so many observations to go through. There's probably 1,000 or 100 that at least that you look at, and in a second you make a decision. To share those in a 1 hour bit is hard, you know.
Mhm.
All
Yeah.
the things I
Well,
was
also,
looking at, right?
you know, you passed the first test, Ted, in that, you know, you went an entire hour at 1. This tends to be, if we're speaking freely, the most difficult hour as far as the markets go for content. And you did
These
not,
are, yeah.
you know, you did
These are the
not
proving grounds,
fall
Ted.
into saying something, you know, horribly inappropriate. So that's really, you know, that's the win.
Thank you.
And
That
look
was awesome, man.
look at this, by the way. We're just still hanging around 6,900 SPX, which is probably a good like table setting for Power Hour cut up next.
Totally.
JD, anything else you're just looking at for the end of the day here?
I mean, I think we're getting another shot at these highs for another cheap short opportunity. I'm going to keep my eye on this and probably trade through Power Hour with the team from the back. But Todd, this is great having you on, man. I appreciate it.
Hey guys, thank
Just
you
like Jack's
so
had
much.
me.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Came in, no fear, putting trades on. Love it. That's awesome.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate you very much, and I'll be here Power Hour. Thank you.
All right. Well, Ted, thank you for joining.
All right.
Great first time here. Hope to have you back sometime soon. But as mentioned,
Definitely.
stick around because we still got 1 hour left in this trading day. We got Andre, Antonio, and Dolby coming in for the Power Hour. Won't want to miss it. Hell of a day. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Thank you.
We are back. Power Hour, the man in the middle. Antonio to the right, my partner in crime. Dolby Time. This is Power Hour, Topstep TV. Antonio, how's it going? How you been trading the NQ today? Just made new session highs, 25,101. Thoughts coming into the final hour of the trading day. What's up, Antonio?
What up? What up? What up? How you guys feeling?
Doing good,
man. Here we go.
Good. It's an exciting day.
I had a decent day yesterday evening after the open, but today I gave all the profits back. Luckily, I stayed green, so just waiting for a nice setup to get back in. And I did break a habit today with not tilting, so shout out to that.
Well done.
It's a silent victory.
I gave all the profits back.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Gave all the profits back, but it could have been way worse.
So you were up quite a bit, huh? And then, so was it discipline in stopping yourself from going red, from going green to red?
Yeah. The whole take a beat.
Definitely been there. Well, Antonio, still have hour left in this session. So see what kind of opportunity does get presented to us. Let's take a look at these prices. Last trade in the ES, 69.04, 7 points off the session highs. NQ trading about 30 points off session highs. Last trade, 25,070. Session highs, 25,101. Gold, 53.44. Crude, stuck at 71 bucks. Let's break it down. Dolby Time. Let's take a look at the NQ here in Power Hour. What are you seeing?
Yeah, let's do it. So we can start at the weekly since it's Monday, right? We got a fresh new candlestick and everything. So weekly range low 24,000, let's say 478, give or take, with the high at 25,466. Right now we're kind of trading around the middle of it. We get down to the daily, that kind of makes that even more clear. I don't even have a daily range right now because I don't have 3 bars that I could draw a line across. We get down to the 4 hour, not even something on the 4 hour. Get down to the 1 hour. We did have a range that we formed in the overnight, early mornings. Antonio's already in.
Antonio's in.
So I'm going to say, if I had to guess, you short, Antonio? You freeze? Did I
Losing.
freeze?
Correct. Yes.
Short? Okay.
All right, okay, cool. Nice, because I like the shorts right now. We had a 1 hour consolidation down around like 4 a.m., 5 p.m. Now we got a 1 hour consolidation kind of right here, right now, where I had this 30-minute range drawn, and it's been sticking pretty good. So that's going to be around 24,000, let's say 980s, up to these 25,100s is the kind of half-hour range or 1 hour range that we're playing with. And I think that's kind of where we want to keep our head at, which is, can we even get over these 25,100s, or are we just going to have our longer time frame range highs stick there? So I love Antonio's short already. We are kind of getting short the high of the range. There's also some good resistance to the left, right at those 100s. So we were looking for this a while ago, to be honest.
We were. Antonio, what price are you short from?
066. 066.
66. Okay. Last trade, 071. Headline, he hitting right now. Iraqi armed groups claim responsibility for attacks on U.S. bases in Kuwait. Sitting right now. We got the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. 55 minutes till the closing bell. 45 minutes till MOC. For those that are new around here, welcome aboard. We'd like to play a game called Above Below. I'm going to throw it to you, Dolby Time. Antonio's in a trade. I'm going to ask Dolby Time what he thinks the price in the NQ will be on the close, and we're going to put a poll up. You think it'll be above or below said price? Dolby Time, last trade, 25,078. What will the price be on the close?
This is a very good question. I'm going to say 25,000 evens. Crazy guess.
25,000 even. I like it.
Never been there before.
Put that up to a poll. Also, Antonio, if you don't mind, would you mind resharing your charts when you have a second?
It should be up there now. I saw it kick me.
All right, sounds good. Poll is up. Above, below, NQ on the close. I will say, I'm not going to say it. Take a delta, take a peek at delta. ES positive 7,700. NQ minus 4,500. Interesting.
Pretty resilient today.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're only up 0.3% though, so it's not like a ton.
We are up though, right? It's crazy.
I do want to see if we can get short with Antonio though. This might be like a failed moves come fast move sort of situation if we can't pop these 100s. What are your targets here, Antonio?
Ooh.
I know normally we have you on way earlier, so you can't have like a 4-hour hold time. You only got about 55 minutes left. So what's your trade looking like?
For this short, we just want to
Heads
see
up,
how
pop and
close we can
crude.
get.
Stay short.
Overnight
Big pop and crude here. Seeing some selling in the ES NQ as well. Crude just popped about 50 cents right there.
Okay.
Wait for the headline. We are seeing sellers in the equities. ES now beneath 6,900 and NQ pushing lower 25,047 last trade. Another push higher in crude now. And there goes gold as well. Seeing buyers in gold.
Something happened. Strait of Hormuz?
Would be.
That'd be bad. That would be really bad.
And crude pop
one more.
Short two.
Nice job.
55s.
55 average price. 55.
We're gonna risk 225 on this one.
Yep, Strait of Hormuz is closed, and we will target any ship that attempts to pass through coming from Iran.
That's bad. That's one of the things that don't really want to touch that. So I just looked it up. About 20 million barrels of oil per day move through the Strait of Hormuz, equal to roughly 20% of global petroleum liquid consumption. Just over 1/4 of all seaborne oil trade. That's
crude popped about a buck. Popped about a buck there. Almost got to 72. We're seeing more selling here in NQ. NQ down about 80, 90 points. Right now, 25,013.
So another little fun tidbit here on the Strait of Hormuz. Around 80% of the oil volumes transiting through the Hormuz Strait go to Asian buyers, especially China, India, Japan, and South Korea. About 80% of that oil goes to Asia. Wow.
And there goes crude. Crude above $72 now. $72.06 last trade. Crude up about over $1. And Q down about 100 points.
Short? Is the house account short? I think it's
flat.
Oh,
they were long.
Man.
Pretty sure they were long.
No, I thought JD was short. Was he not? Am I wrong? I could have swore he had a short on. Maybe I had the positions mixed up from the previous segment. Man, well, there's some good timing for you, Antonio.
Another push lower. ES sold off about 20 points and continuing to push lower. 68.85 last trade. NQ hanging up beneath. Crude is not done. Crude up about $1.20, $1.25 now. Being $72.25. Gold catching a bid as well, up about $20. Again, Strait of Hormuz is closed, and we will target any ship that attempts to pass through. Headline hitting. $1 pop, $1.20 pop in crude. On that. Oh, correction. House account was short from 69.09.
Ooh, man. Yeah, so this is really going to hit China, India, Japan, and South Korea. They rely the most on the Strait of Hormuz being open. So if it stays closed for longer than...
More selling.
Yeah.
How are you managing this trade? You caught the move, Antonio, short 2, and headlines driving NQ lower. How do you manage this?
Well, I'd like to go risk off pretty soon here, but I also want to see target hit as well, so I don't want to choke the trade too soon.
Totally fair. What is your downside target here?
Overnight VWAP.
I got that 852.
My target's 825 and a quarter.
825. Very good. It's got about 140 points to go there. More selling in the ES. ES down about 30 points now. 68.77 now trades. We're buying in crude. Crude up about $1.50. $1.50. The headline that Strait of Hormuz is closed, and we will target any ship that attempts to pass through. This is coming from Iran.
I mean, this could get us up to $80 a barrel if it sustains. This could get us to that 80 to 100 range for crude oil if it sustains. If it sustains. I have to assume that the U.S. is probably expecting this to happen. That's a big piece of leverage for them. See what the response is, Dre. What a time to be alive, huh? What a time.
Little short covering here in the equities. See if we get some more buying in gold and oil as well. Gold trading 53.58, up about $25 since power hour began. We got 17 minutes till the bottom of the hour. And again, crude popped $1.50. $1.50.
How do we get short? How do we get short?
Right here, right now.
Gee, I mean, we might have to. This thing looks heavy. Let's see if we could get.
Yeah, you might have to.
Let's see if we can get 95s.
Just based on the 3 minute, you might have to.
What are you seeing?
We're bouncing off of the lows of the last swing low at 962s, 970s.
We got
so
90.
We're bouncing off of those lows.
We
He
got
might get a
94
slight pullback. Yeah, that's cool. He might get a slight pullback into the 25,000 maybe. But if we're going to flush, this will be a great place to start flushing.
Mm-hmm. Short one. Dolby time?
Yeah, we're short one. I want to see if we can size up with Antonio, though. So we're short 94.5 right now. I want to see. I want to kind of sell one at the lows here. But this is getting a little bit bouncy.
Keep an eye on.
Let's just see how it
That's
plays.
some good real estate.
There's so much room to the downside if we can get underneath initial balance high.
Yeah, I almost even don't want to have my target on there, but we don't have much longer for the market to be open anyway.
I
so
know. Yeah.
if we can get down there at least, that'll be great.
Here, let's risk 30 points.
Yeah, I
on
like the
this
target for this one.
I want to see if we can short another one at like 12s.
Flush that.
Keep an eye on crude here. Crude pulled back about 20 cents, but buyers are now stepping back in. $72.40. That's trading crude. We'll pull back in gold. Buyers did step back in. We get another push here to the downside in the equities.
I mean, do we hit a stop sell, Dre? I am cursed with the stop sells, but this might be a time to nail a stop sell.
Oh, catch the momentum?
Yeah, to the downside.
I have to mark it in. 5 minutes. Here we go. Another push lower.
All right. We'll see if we can sell 59s on a pullback.
Q 24,953 last trade.
All right. Now we're short 2.
Okay.
76 3/4.
76. Very good.
Let's see if we could hit.
Keep it wide. Keep it wide.
Yeah. This might have to be like a 40 pointer here. Would love to see the.
Yeah, we're gonna go risk off now.
Nice.
Risk off. We'll take that much. 65.
Nice. Nice.
We're buying here. More buying here in gold. 53.56 last trade. Tilt was looking a little. Tilt you to the short side.
See, this is what happens when you choke your trade.
Crude turning around. Crude turning around now, pushing lower. Crude selling off, and we're seeing equities getting bought up. Headline trade in full effect.
All right. So what do we do? What do we do?
Waiting for the.
We go back to our original risk. Our original risk was 250, right? No, that's too much. Too much back. We'll give them $100.
All right, we're still in.
Yep.
All right, we'll give them $100.
Still
just
in.
For some breathing room.
Yeah, we're risking like $1.60 on this one. That's kind of why I'm not a huge fan of selling at the lows, because Nasdaq can get real bouncy, real bouncy.
And you right back to 25,000.
I wanted it to slip right through. We might get it.
All right, we're out. That was a nasty move.
Unreal.
That was nasty. Minus 166.
All right.
That was vicious. Did they just like delete the headline drag?
I'm waiting to see something to the contrary.
Oh my goodness.
Unreal. Yeah, the crude selling off about 90 cents there. And now crude back above $72.
What a move.
It's doing exactly basically what I said. You might get you a little pullback into those 25,000s and then, but now where are we going to go is the question.
There's the question.
Yes, it is.
Because we do have here this very small imbalance in price that shifted price up over those previous highs and the swing high. The imbalance starts at 050 and starts at 028, 030 and ends at 050. So that's a bullish imbalance that shifted price up over the previous swing high. It's a good area to keep eyes on as far as managing this short for me.
Nice.
Poll results are back. 59% voted below. Price of 25,000 even on the close. The NQ now trading above 25,000. 25,017 now. 19th trade. Yes, popped as well. 68.88.
Nasty. Man, that was brutal. These headlines are tough. I'm just waiting for them to be like, just kidding. I'm in a different straight, not the one of 4 moves. So obnoxious.
Keep an eye on crude. $72.11 now. Gold sold off.
This is that triple top, Dobie.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the short looks real good up at 25,100s. I mean, is there room to get short right here, right now? There might be.
Possibly, but you had to be real small size.
Yeah. We are starting to tighten up a little bit around these 25Ks. Okay, now we're heading back down again. We get
crude seeing some more buying. $72.50 now. 56 cents. No, 60 cents.
You gotta be kidding.
Crude absolutely cooking.
Added one.
Yeah.
Crude absolutely cooking.
This one's for Dobie. I should have added one.
Man, Antonio. Not seeing any headline to the contrary of the first that the straight is closed. 50-50 tilt. 9 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
All right, what are we doing here, Nasdaq? This is a tough environment.
Sure is.
This is Anne Marie is already feeling the weird close vibes. I think every day is going to be tough as long as this war is going on in Iran. It's just going to be headlines left and right, messing with trades and messing with the market.
Iran advisor, quote, "We won't let oil leave the region." It's coming from Iran State TV.
Wow.
Delta update.
I want to add one, but it'll give me a jacked up average price.
Yep, that's what got us in trouble. Got excited.
I don't want to mess up my average by adding one right here. So I'm gonna just have to leave this one alone.
Because it would pull your average down
Let it run.
Pretty good.
They're holding under these 25,000s as expected. So I just want to see some more follow through if they can give it some kind of violent sell candle, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Just to let them know we here.
Crude continuing to cook $72.60 last trade. Crude up about almost $2, almost $2 in this power hour.
All right, we're gonna see if we can go back to the well here.
Water's deep.
It is deep.
Until you're short from 055.
Yes, sir. 055.
Let's trade 24,997.
That is a good entry. All right, let's see if we can get these 20s. Clean up my charts.
See if gold wants to pop again. 53.52, about still about $70. $70. All right, more buying in crude.
We should be seeing more selling in Nasdaq if that is the
think
case.
so.
Ooh, good question for Antonio. Do you believe in averaging to your wins, or don't average when you are winning because it's making your average worse?
For me, the answer to that one is tentative on how far away price is from your entry. So right now I felt like it was too far away from my entry for me to add one because I don't want to jack up this entry. This is pretty much a sniper entry. So if I average into this, even though I would like to, and I still feel like it's going to go lower, I just don't want to look at that jacked up averaging in price. So it's tentative on how far it is away from the entry to me. But no, I think averaging in it's a good way to go. It teaches you how to build a position and how to, unpack a position, especially with active management when you're sitting there in the trade.
In my opinion, one of the hardest things to do. One of many.
Crude's still cooking. Closing it on $73. Got about 25 cents to go.
I want to see if Nasdaq.
Equities respond.
Oh man, retest the range here, the middle of it.
And Q hovering around 25,000s. ES hovering around 68.82. MBT a little bit beneath 70,000. We did see 70,000 or 4.5. 5 minutes bottom of the hour.
Yeah, that was T-Sin. Like if you actually look at like a house account trade, it's actually a really good example of how like averaging in or averaging up can mess up your average, because our initial short was at 94s. And I think we were initially risking about 25 to 30 points on that trade. So we probably would still be in this trade in hindsight if we didn't average up. But we averaged up at like 59s. And so that pulled our average down to about 85. And so that expanded our risk to about like 40 or 50 points, which was a lot more than what we were initially looking to do. So it is very tricky to do. Sometimes it is better just to keep the one or go in with everything that you have and then peel it off later. Unless there's like some really nice pattern you like that you can manage risk. But you also have to go into the second position like you went in with the first. Like trade it as like two separate positions that just are in the same direction. And you might get your follow through here.
We get another push.
In a sense, it's basically like copy trading.
Mm-hmm. Like if you see your setup happen again,
you can put on one. Yeah, you can put on one micro or one mini in one account, but that's going across 5 different accounts. So technically, that's 5 positions.
Mm-hmm.
So you're managing all 5 of those, but I mean, you're doing this all in one account with multiple positions. So averaging that in, it can get, I mean, especially with the strong move that we did get to the downside, that's what really messed up my plan of building and averaging in. The impulsive move that we got to the downside through those 25,000s, it didn't allow me to average in, if that's a better answer.
Probably also depends on the market too. Like a market like Nasdaq, like it's probably going to give you an opportunity or two to get back into that trade if you want. Like you don't have to necessarily stop sell the lows because it's probably going to bounce unless it happens to not bounce.
Yeah.
But we're always playing that game of, if it does this, if it does that.
If ends, 100%.
Yep.
2 minutes spot on the hour.
So far, this one just ran away from me anyway. It just took off. Like what we would like for a trade to do, this one did that, and I didn't even get a chance to adjust. I think I did average in. My first entry was way up higher. It was 66s. So I did average into this trade, but after that, it just took off down.
Yeah, and crude popped about $2, $2 rally in the last 29 minutes. Got 31 minutes till the closing bell, 21 minutes till MOC. Short 2. Q from 25,055. Last trade 24,977.
We're going to get a short in at 25,000s. It's basically the same trade. We'll do 25,000s and 2020s.
Okay.
25,020s. The initial balance high is still holding as support so far.
What price?
Initial balance high in the Nasdaq, I have 24,957 and 3/4.
Heads up. Crude seeing some selling now. $72.30. Just bottomed out there.
We almost got filled. We missed it. Point.
Very whippy. Very thin on the ladder. Very thin.
Yep.
50 seconds bottom of the hour. See what that has to bring. Gold seeing some selling as well.
This is headline driven markets, Trey. Headline driven markets.
Definitely can be tricky. We definitely take some losses, but with that being said, it'll give you opportunities to get back in if it doesn't just stall out like we're seeing right now.
Man, sometimes it's.
I wonder where the stops are for the longs.
That's a great question. If I was a long, where would my stop be?
Hopefully somewhere near my stop loss.
Right around here. Perhaps 50-50 tilt. Boom.
I was thinking maybe like 730s.
It's not a bad place. Let me go look.
Can we get there? You know to pop here in crude.
Okay. I like it. I like it.
Crude move. There you go. Crude
I like
pop.
70. Yeah.
70s. Okay.
All right. We cannot make a higher high right now on the 1 minute. Sellers might have come in and just locked this thing up.
Definitely locked it up.
Since we moved our target, we'll just trail into profit once we go some more.
So we got here.
I like 750 though. Be good call.
Downside?
Yeah.
730s. That's the range high of the 1 hour that we broke out of from like this morning, like pre-morning, like 4, 5, 6, 7 a.m. That's sort of that area.
Well, if we can get another solid swing high up under this price here, then I'll start trailing, but we haven't made it yet. This looks too weak of a swing high to me.
No, we can't even make a higher high right now. That's the trick with Nasdaq. Sometimes it needs to go in the opposite direction before it actually wants to go in the direction that it wants to go in. So rarely ever is it as easy as like, oh, Nasdaq is selling off. Let's just sell it in the hole. It probably wants to bounce 30, 40
You got to
points
catch the
before it
top.
actually wants.
You got to catch the top and sit there.
Uh-huh. Or you got to be super fast and just, take your profit on the
Thoughtless.
first rip, and then if you re-offered it, take it again.
Just straight robot.
Yep.
100% straight robot. Little pullback in crude.
Like a robot. If you want to trade
$72.46 last trade.
Come on, give me another violent sell candle.
I think you're gonna get it, man. I think you're gonna get it. I'm looking on this 1 minute and 3 minute, and
It looks
higher
as such because of that swing low that they're just hovering on.
Teams
Every time they get there, they find some buyers.
Bid, right? NQ. I figured out what to do with 24,950. Tapped on a few times. A little pop here up to 990s.
Yeah.
They find buyers every time they get there. Oh, Dobie, you're about to get filled, aren't you?
Well, we see selling
We're
at
looking
25.
for, yeah. Well, I want to look for 20s, actually. That is the bigger part of the range here. I want to see if we can actually push up above 25,020 even. And then maybe sell off from there. We have a nice little 5-minute range forming. And as a range trader, ideally you want to be trading the largest range you can find, which technically would be your trade, which would be short up by like the 25,060s.
Man, Antonio he just jumped right in there.
Yeah.
Saw the short. Did you use a limit or did you get in with market? That first short you took.
I market in.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's see if we can stretch some highs and then maybe sell off. There is like a 50%
That's the benefit of breaking that bad habit earlier.
That's right. That is right. Get a second opportunity to hop in.
Don't forget, we also have jobs. Jobs numbers this week. Non-farms is on Friday.
I would have kept and just seen
smother
if
it.
I could, of whatever it was. I'm like, no, let's not do that today. Let's try something different.
And Q, a couple points above 25,000, 25,004. Yeah, 68.83.
Oh, see if we can get these 20s. It's going to be a long week. It's going to be a long week for trading.
And Q Delta continues to grow to the negative side. Now minus 5,600.
Your orders.
5,006.
Tony, you might need to rejoin. I think you're frozen.
Oh.
You're very frozen, sir.
Okay.
We'll get him back in a moment.
Sounds good. Working 25,000, what, 02?
20s and 30s. Yeah, 20s
All right.
and 30s. 25,000. So it's the 50% of the 1 hour range.
And the Jet Emmons, February was a long year.
Yeah.
Emmons, yes. All right, markets found a range. Just a little holding pattern for now. ES, NQ, gold, crude.
I think Antonio is back. Yes,
Nice.
yes, he is. There we go. Cool. Perfect.
Trade still valid.
Oh yeah. Is crude still bidding, Dre?
Yeah, $72.50 last trade.
Okay.
When Power Hour began, we were trading right around $70.87.
We're still
Yeah. MOC.
structure above initial balance.
MOC
Alright,
13 minutes.
Hey, don't know. You don't know. You do not know that. No one knows what's going to happen. Nobody knows.
And crude, keep an eye on gold. We get another push lower in the equities or another pop in gold and crude. Tilts, that's 60% short in the NQ right now. Yeah, negative delta growing in the NQ. And we came in with what? Positive 7,700 delta in the ES. Let's pair back by about 5,000. Now plus 2,600 delta in the ES. Yeah, to 12 minutes till MOC. How about this? All right. We got this hard-hitting journalism. Let's hit you with that. Bring this in. 150 bottle of booze. It's tasty. It was open. Bring in this little news piece we got here. We'll see if the markets want to pick up while Antonio manages this trade. Check this out, Dolby.
Archaeologists got a literal taste of the past when they used tools and tech to sample a 150-year-old mystery spirit inside a bottle unearthed from a buried mining town in Utah. According to the Utah State Historic Preservation Office, the bygone-era bottle of booze was one of thousands of artifacts unearthed during a construction project turned major excavation in the historic ghost town of Alta. Other found items include a leather mining hat, bullets, shot glasses, a 16-pound dumbbell, and much more. But it was the mystery bottle, still corked and dated to between 1870 and 1890, that proved most intriguing, and archaeologists teamed up with a local distillery using a needle to extract the vintage spirit so they could sample it. The question is, how did it taste?
Dried fruit notes. There's a little bit of vinegar to it, but surprisingly, I think it had held up after being in a bottle under the ground for 150 years.
Officials suspect it may have been some sort of sherry or beer and plan further tests to try and pin down this boozy blast from the past. Archaeologists got a little taste of the past when they used tools and tech to sample a 100.
There we go.
Yep, it's like when we, I know, a little vinegar.
More like a lot of vinegar.
Yeah,
It
right.
just tasted like vinegar. It tasted like vinegar and a little bit of sugar.
It's like that Dorito, that Dorito liquor we tried.
Terrible.
Oh.
Terrible.
All right. 10 minutes MOC. 10 minutes MOC.
We got some offers in 20s and 30s.
All right. Close. Last trade, 25,011 in the NQ. A little more buying here in gold, crude as well.
Okay, we missed our 20s. It's all good. 10 minutes to MOC. Segments flying by. Like I've had some old wine before, Dre. It's not good.
Yeah, it's
like 99% of wine is meant to be consumed within like the first couple of years, unless it's like very specific and has intent to be held. Let's see if we can get these 20s. Yeah, like your 30-year-old bottle of Camus, it's probably toast.
vinegar.
Yep.
Come on, 25,000. Even trades in the NQ. Yes, 68.84. We got what, 9 minutes till MOC. Market on close. 10-year price is catching a bit of a bid. 10 years selling off for most of the day. Got the yields back above 4%.
See if we can get this.
Man, we had fireworks. We had fireworks when Power Hour kicked off. Antonio Short mentioned the move. We are trading between upper end 25,000s in this current range. Lower end right around 24,950. Call it in the NQES. Lower end 68.75. And upper end of this range called 68.88.
Oh, got a bump below at 25K. Let's see if we can stick that. I'd rather have it not and have this crash so Antonio can get a couple bucks here.
Again, Antonio
Also be vindicated.
in the green yesterday evening. In the back, and now in the green again, unrealized.
Yes, sir. Unrealized.
Nice.
And realized, I guess. $4
Okay.
is $4.
Absolutely.
It's better than
So
negative
it didn't
166.
return into a red day, I guess. So breaking the habit is all right.
You know, it's one of those habits that is not often talked about, but is very important. You know, making sure those green days don't turn red. It's crucial.
Yeah, it does something to your brain, and then you just dig the hole even deeper. So
I know. And then you go and tell somebody, it's like, hey, I didn't turn my green day into a red day. And they're like, great, congratulations. Like, you have no idea how much this means, do you? It's one of those things.
Nope.
listen, man.
I got no idea.
You know this is a milestone.
I've been working on this.
Uh-huh. Tell your friends, tell your parents. They're like, I got no idea. Great, good job. Shouldn't you always be making money? Oh man, I can't be people.
That's what you did this for.
Right?
I'm like, do you not understand the emotional damage that came from that?
Yeah, right. Do you know how damaged I am? Yeah, no one cares. No one cares. That's
Nope.
why you have a trading community chat. Hang out with us. Find some friends in Discord. Number one rule of trading: don't talk to non-traders about trading.
Yeah, they have no idea.
They got no idea what's going on. They don't know what we've been through.
Q ladder last trade 24,991.
Yeah, chat likes, yeah, we know. We know. Everyone in chat has had an experience of trying to talk to someone about trading who's not a trader. All right, we get out of this range here.
Incredible. Just slammed on the brakes. Take a look at MBT. MBT monster rally this morning. First couple hours of the New York session. Last trade in MBT 69,520. 520. $5,000 range.
Yep.
In MBT. Yes, 68.83 last trade. What's silver do? What's silver doing today? It's getting bought up. What price? Last trade in micro silver, $91. $91.
Nice.
Session high. We did see $96 trade. $10 range in silver.
Shortest bear market. Was that 48 hours? 48-hour bear market in the metals. Oh, that was fun while that lasted.
Crude.
All right, let's see if we get
Buyers
these
jumping
20s.
in.
Yeah. I agree with Anne Marie. It's like, who wants to stay long into the overnight here with everything that's going on?
Long equities? Yeah. Nope. A lot of risk there. But just saw a little selling.
Rubio's on? Great.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be speakers and news events all week. It's going to be tough, chat. It is going to be a tough trading week. Let's see, man, still can't get these 20s. I feel like we're in the right spot, though. I feel like we're in the right spot. Tonio, where's your stop at for this trade?
We went into profit to
Nice.
052.
052. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll scratch on the day basically if it stops us. So I'm cool with that. Scratch on the day, try again this evening or try again tomorrow.
Yep.
You'll be
Scratch is a good day.
working 020s, correct?
020s and 030s.
30. Very good. Last trade 017. Thank you. Trading 25,000 017.
All right, we're in one.
All right.
Nice.
Can we get a second? We will see.
Yes, catching a bid.
Okay.
68.89, upper end of the current range. About 100 points, more than 100 point range in the ES today. We're trading right on 6,800s when fast markets began. Topped out at 69.11. 69.11. Only trading 68.90. Let's go short one. MQ from 25,020.
Yep.
Antonio short two. MEQ from 25,055.
That's funny. We would have missed our 30s, but I moved it up to 35.
3 minutes. 3 minutes MOC. Over 2,000 people hanging out in Power Hour with Antonio, Dolby Time, myself. Please click subscribe, click like, click the bell up right hand corner to notify yourself when Topstep TV is on. Thank you kindly. Real. Rubio hitting the wire here. Rubio, Iran posed an unacceptable risk. We're having success in removing Iran short-range missiles. Iran was producing hundreds of missiles a month. Secretary of State Rubio in the wire. The U.S. is doing successfully in removing the Iranian Navy threat. Any reaction? Nope.
A little bit of a bid. Nothing crazy, though. Yeah, we still got our 20 short. I mean, so far, so good. I would love to see if we could break initial balance high, but otherwise, we're kind of just stuck in this range.
It's a good short.
I mean, it's in a good location, at least. It's getting a little wicky here. We'll see if we can nab one more at 35s. Give this enough room to breathe. At this point, it's a little bit of damage control, too. Maybe we can get back some of this loss from the first trade. A little bit surprised initial balance high held as well as it did.
Act as support, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Say the thing. 60 seconds. MOC. Market on close.
Okay.
Let's see what we get.
Yeah. Take a look at these prices. Crude trading $72.32. Crude with a $2.25 range just in Power Hour alone.
That almost never happens.
Big pop. The news that the strait is closed, according to Iran.
Strait of Hormuz pushes through 20% of all global oil consumption.
15 seconds.
Come on, let's see what we get. Flush it down.
You've already been doing sell side. Just do it some more. 5 seconds. Let's see if we can get 35s and then sell off. All right, there's our 35s. We're short 2 at 27.5.
Buy side. Billion buy side Nasdaq. 1.5 billion buy side ES.
Nice.
All right, we just need this to hang.
Those numbers can and will change. Can and will change here in the last 10 minutes of Power Hour. See, you saw a little pop there. ES
Stops
and
at
NQ.
50s. How big is it? $1 billion?
1.5 bill ES, 1 billion NQ.
Okay. Okay.
Dow 200 mil buy side.
Buyers in the house. I like our entry. We got 20. We got 2 at 27.5. Let's just see if we can get underneath these 8s. 08s would be great. Would love to see initial balance high for one. Would be awesome. And see if we can break that. Okay.
700 mil buy side Nasdaq did come out at 1 billion buy side. We got 8.5 minutes till the closing bell.
Let's just see if we sell off into close.
Yeah, in fast markets, we asked you to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Power Hour. In fast markets, there's some solid stuff. James, come on in. Let's see how they did. Markets are a bit of a holding pattern right now.
All right, let's go ahead and do it. You guys heard Andre. Earlier today, we asked you to take to the social medias and tag us with your hashtag Power Hour and hashtag Fast Market content. Here's what you brought to the table today, starting with everyone's favorite Coach Jay. Got short, stopped out, market sells. Got long, stopped out, market bids. Perfect time to hit the lockout. Coach Jay seems to know it. I hope you all at home seem to know it as well. If things aren't going your way, take advantage of those risk management tools in Topstep X. Next up, from Willow Kid, saw what I like and locked that in. See, I'm just talking about locking it up, and Willow Kid did just that. From a previous post, Willow Kid said they only needed $710 to pass their 100K trading combine, and they did just that, locking in $710 and a nice 86 cents to boot. Willow Kid, congrats on passing your 100K trading combine. Enjoy the XFA. Moving on. From Keo, first few payouts this year with Topstep, just hit the bank, plus I'm on a lake retreat. Took me longer than expected, but consistency and discipline brought me here in the end. And you can see a couple screenshots of some payouts hitting the bank account, one for 5K and one for 4,500. Keo, not a nice way. That's a very nice way to end the week. I hope you enjoyed your time at the lake retreat, and I hope you enjoy your payouts even more. Keep it up, my man. Moving on. Frequent Power Hour submitter Wyatt Dixon hit the daily loss limit on my Topstep XFA today. Very hard day to read here in the market. The sad thing, I was up 400 and knew I probably should have locked out because I started having trouble reading the price action. But even at negative 200, I knew I was hitting this DLL. Got to be better about knowing when to stop. On the bright side, I stuck to the DLL, which I'm proud of. Wyatt, it seems that you knew what was going wrong and you have the skills and the understanding to know how to fix it moving forward. When that little voice in your head says stop trading, listen to it and hit that lockout feature. And last but not least, from Dad, our Topstep account earlier asked, what's the coolest thing you ever bought with some of your payout earnings? And Dad said, I bought a Magic Keyboard for my iPad, and now it's like I have a little mini supercomputer to use Project X on. Thanks for the keyboard, Topstep. But Dad, thanks to you for putting in the work. And enjoy your new shiny toy. I love that little Topstep X supercomputer. Anyway, that's what we got today for Power Hour submissions. Back to you guys on the charts. Take us home.
Love it. Thank you, James. Buy side growing now, 1.1 bill. Buy side NQ, 1.3 bill. Buy side ES. Dow, 400 mil. Buy side.
Buyers in the house. Are they going to come for the stops, though? We will see. Nice series of higher lows. 25,000. Where are you at? About 10 points from getting stopped here. About 10 points or so.
See what happens here in 10 seconds. Buy side continuing to grow in the NQ, 1.3 billion buy side on, but this can't and will change. Last 5 minutes here.
Whew,
buy side grow.
This is all over the place. I think we're done. We might be toast.
Also, with the Delta and the ES,
toast.
Came on, it was positive 70. Turned negative now, by the way, in the ES, and we are pushing higher in the equities. Buy side growing in the MOC. Got crude selling off now. $71.86. Gold selling off. And MOC buy side growing both ES and NQ.
Okay.
Let's trade 25,000. 25,000. 041. QES 6894.
I wonder if it's going to be a tick out and they'll just start running back down to the downside.
Well, now I want it to go to 28,000.
Rubio line not prepared for ground forces. Iran. Crude continuing to sell off. $71.74 last trade.
Well, let's see.
I think they're going to give all of that movement up that we're looking for after market closes.
Yeah. We got stopped at 50s. So not quite top tick.
I mean, I'm still willing to go short one here. At least one at the 035. See if they reject this bullish imbalance. See.
I mean, it's not like we got better news.
There we go. 040.
No, we haven't, Dolby.
You know what I mean?
No.
We'll just target VWAP for 040. Previous swing high. How much is that?
Less than 3 minutes.
Yeah.
3 minutes till the bell.
Yep.
1.7 billion buy side ES, 1.4 billion buy side and Q.
Why short? Oh man, there's a lot of good reasons to go short. There's a global war currently. It said they were going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. We were looking incredibly heavy into initial balance high 24,957, but come failed moves, come fast moves. So
yeah, and this one is super low risk. So this one, I know the risk of it.
Mm-hmm. Antonio had an excellent price though initially.
The crude, 75% of the way back to giving up all those gains that rally we had. Let's trade $71.57. All right, Antonio, we got 90 seconds. 90 seconds till the bell.
Let's see.
Yes, catching a
If we go green, then I'll move stops to break even.
Okay. Your downside targets, very good. $25,050. Buy side growing in the ES MOC now up to 1.8 billion.
Wow.
Now 2 billion buy side. NQ.
All right, trade's going green. Give me some room.
All right, Antonio, you got 50 seconds. 50 seconds till the closing bell. I got the buzzer coming up after this. Rubio, the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military.
Shut it down.
30 seconds. 30 seconds till the bell. What a day.
What a day.
Headlines just
look
starting
at
up.
it dumping off.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
2.5
short, man.
billion buy side ES.
King of patience.
Nice job, Antonio. 15 seconds. Pull the ES ladder. Not a whole lot of size. All right, Antonio, talk us through how you're going to close this sucker. You got in short for 25,055. Let's trade.
Yeah, we just went flat.
Nice job.
Nice job.
All of
Good
that.
trade.
All of that. That's price. 25,020. Dolby time. Risk management there. Keep an eye on the headlines as well. With that being said, thank you, Antonio, as always, for jumping on here in Power Hour. Headline-driven markets. Nice trade as well. That being said, shout out to all the bellers, everyone joining us on Topstep TV. We're all in this together. We're going to continue to grind as these headline markets continue to keep us on our toes. Now I'm going to throw it to my main man, Dr. Volatility. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. What a day.
Whew, absolutely. And thank you to Antonio. Thank you to Andre. And thank you to Dolby for an amazing power hour. Guys, they came, they traded, they conquered. And now our show is over. But don't go anywhere because At the Buzzer is still upcoming next. It's got Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and they're going to make sure that you are completely ready for that 5 p.m. open once it shows up. Because as you saw, we may have hit that 3:10 mark, or I'm sorry, the 3 o'clock mark, but headlines are still flying. So be sure to stay tuned with At the Buzzer to make sure that you don't miss anything that's coming next. And then later tonight, be sure to be back in your seats at 7:30 p.m. because Coach Dakota goes live with Slow Markets. And I said 7:30, but I heard a rumor that someone might be starting at 7 p.m. So be sure to show up early if you don't want to miss anything because Coach Dakota and Slow Markets goes live tonight. That's right, 7 p.m. Get there early. Then tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m. Central Time, the London Open with Aaron Trades will be back. Then Metal Markets with Deanna shortly after that at 5:30 a.m. And because you're going to be up watching Metal Markets, stay tuned because we'll be back at 7:15 with another bell-to-bell episode of Topstep TV. Now, Dolby said it best. This is going to be a headline market this whole week. So, guys, always stick with Topstep TV. Make sure that you are covered with the news when it happens. And don't trade alone. And, of course, always trade for tomorrow. But until tomorrow, I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this has been Topstep TV. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.